Chapter 76. Ever since he was young, Subai had always gotten whatever he wanted. Furthermore, he was an intelligent person, so he had never suffered such humiliation before. However, the Imperial army was filled with boorish men, and they relied on their strength to speak. Subai's name was completely useless against them. Wang Chong, I'll return the humiliation I suffered today to you sooner or later. Subai wasn't able to deal with these powerful Imperial army leaders. In fact, he didn't even know their names, so he vented his anger on Wang Chong. Wang Chong didn't know what Subai was thinking, and he couldn't be bothered with him either. Looking at Subai's flushed face, he found it rather amusing. However, compared to that, the sudden appearance of the Imperial army was what Wang Chong was more concerned about. Until now, Wang Chong still had no idea why so many Imperial army members would rush to his doorstep. Furthermore, with so many people begging for help, Wang Chong had to deal with them. Everyone, as for the swords, we'll talk about it once we're inside, Wang Chong said. The crowd outside was getting bigger, and this wasn't a good place to talk. Boom! Hearing Wang Chong's words, the Imperial army members immediately responded with smiles. We'll listen to Gongzi. We'll do as Gongzi says. If anyone dares to cause trouble, don't blame me for getting nasty. Gongzi, feel free to instruct us. We'll listen to you. Gongzi, you must agree to forge sword for us. If I can't buy the Wuzi steel sword, I'll die. Hearing the fawning voices of the crowd, Subai's face turned green and red, and his heart was filled with hatred. The Imperial army members in the royal court had always been arrogant, and they refused to submit to anyone. When had he ever seen them act so submissive and fawning? He didn't know what kind of sorcery Wang Chong possessed to make these Imperial army leaders behave in such a manner. Subai was still fine, but the other signs present were already dumbfounded. This Wang Chong is way too formidable. To think that even the commanders of the Imperial army would fawn over him. To think that we were still thinking of helping Subai deal with him. Even 10 Subeis wouldn't be a match for him. This is like hitting a rock with an egg. The Scions looked at Wang Chong, who was surrounded by the Imperial army, in envy. They wondered when they would be able to be as awe-inspiring as Wang Chong and receive the compliments of so many Imperial army soldiers. But apart from envy, he also felt a deep reverence in his heart. The current Wang Chong had far surpassed their level and had become an existence that they could only look up to. Meng Long, go and settle it. Bring this chest of gold with you and get them to bring a slip of paper over to exchange for the silver we borrowed from the 8 Gods Pavilion. Ignoring the crowd outside, Wang Chong instructed Meng Long, yes, young master. Meng Long replied. He was a man of his word. Although these dignitaries did not come with good intentions, they were two different things. He liked the young master's character very much. Come over here. Our young master is magnanimous and won't fuss over your actions. Come over here and cash in your silver. Meng Long began to call the Signs over. Upon hearing that they could receive money, the crowd cheered and rushed over. Their impression of Wang Chong immediately grew. This lord, can you still honor the 100 gold taels each? A scion asked carefully. Scram! Meng Long berated. The crowd burst into laughter, and their relationship with the Wang clan improved significantly. Upon seeing this sight, Wang Chong smiled. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his gaze suddenly fell on a figure outside. His eyes turned cold, and he bellowed. Subai, where are you going? His voice sounded like rumbling thunder, echoing through the streets in front of the Wang family residence. Dozens of steps away, Subai's body trembled, and his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He stopped a few steps away from the green carriage. At the same time, countless gazes turned to look at this scion of the Duke of Su. The originally noisy street became dead silent in an instant, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense again. Wang Chong, what do you want? Subai slowly turned around. Looking at Wang Chong on the stairs, his face alternated between green and white. The situation had changed, and he was in an extremely disadvantageous position. He intended to sneak into the carriage and leave this place, but he didn't expect to be discovered by Wang Chong. Since you're already here, you can't possibly think that you can leave so easily, right? Wang Chong flung his sleeves and sneered coldly. This Su Bai came here with the backing of an official from the Court of Judicial Review and the Imperial Carriage Fu, in order to make an issue out of the debt to deal with the Wang clan. If Su Bai wanted to deal with him, Wang Chong could still remain calm. However, if he were to make things difficult for the Wang clan, it would be equivalent to shedding all pretense of cordiality. If he were to allow Su Bai to come and leave in one piece, he wouldn't be Wang Chong. In an instant, the entrance of the Wang clan became even quieter, and the atmosphere became even more peculiar. The signs that Su Bai brought along didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Even though Wang Chong seemed to be an easygoing person at times, there were other times that he could instill fear in others. The current Wang Chong might seem calm, but for some reason, he exuded an aura that left others in awe. What do you want? Don't tell me you still dare to stop me and attack me in front of so many people? Su Bai sneered coldly. He was more than willing to see Wang Chong make a move on him. In terms of martial arts, he was much stronger than Wei Hao, so there was no way Wang Chong would be a match for him. Before so many people, including the censors and officials from the Court of Judicial Review, he didn't believe that Wang Chong would dare to order the guards of the Wang clan to make a move on him. Don't worry. I won't order anyone to make a move on you. How could Wang Chong not know what Su Bai was thinking? If Su Bai thought that he had to make a move personally to deal with Wang Chong, he was gravely mistaken. What Wang Chong wanted wasn't as simple as a little physical pain. Su Bai, it's fine if you want to leave. However, I'm afraid that I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the prisons of the Great Tang's capital. Wang Chong sneered coldly. Upon hearing those words, Su Bai's expression immediately warped. You dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Wang Chong turned to look at Censor Fu. Censor Fu, you have made groundless accusations against an important official of the royal court. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, you should be punished accordingly. For slandering an important official of the royal court, you should be thrown into the imperial prison for 100 years. 3 years later, you will be flogged and exiled to the borders. These words weren't spoken by Censor Fu, but the two officials from the Court of Judicial Review whom Su Bai invited over. Other than keeping records of the contracts and supervising the execution of the contracts, the Court of Judicial Review also had another important function: to oversee the prisons. In terms of the laws of the Tang dynasty, no one was more familiar with them than these officials from the Court of Judicial Review. Boom! The words of the two officials were as though a bolt of lightning striking down from the sky. Everyone's face warped in shock. Su Bai's body trembled, and his face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. Even Censor Fu He, who had not participated in the discussion, had a dark expression on his face. Making groundless accusations against an important official of the royal court was a heinous crime stipulated in the laws of the Tang dynasty. And it wasn't just any ordinary heinous crime. An important official of the royal court was the backbone of the empire. If there wasn't any concrete evidence, how could anyone malign an important official of the royal court? Thus, the royal court dealt heavy punishments for such cases. This was to put an end to such situations. It wasn't to say that important officials of the royal court couldn't be touched. It was just that those who harbored malicious intentions had to be dealt a heavy blow. Previously, Su Bai had only thought about bringing down the Wang clan. He didn't think about what would happen if he failed. Wang Chong's father was a great general of the borders. His big uncle was an important official of the royal court, and his grandfather, Duke Jiao, was deeply trusted by the Holy Emperor. By bringing down the Wang clan, Su Bai had offended all of them. When Wang Chong said that he was maligning an important official of the royal court, he wasn't wrong in the slightest. This time, Wang Chong was determined to teach Su Bai a harsh lesson. Lord Censor, did you hear that? If the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the commoners. Lord Censor, you won't treat Su Bai specially just because of his relationship with Duke of Su, right? The fact that the two officials from the Court of Judicial Review would speak up for him was out of Wang Chong's expectations. However, this was even better. He wanted to see if Su Bai had the ability to extricate himself today. Wang Gongzi, one should be lenient wherever possible. Madam Wang, Su Gongzi is still young, and both your elder brother and Duke of Su hold positions in the royal court. It would be detrimental to the country if they were to fall out over a child's matter. What do you think, Madame Wang? Fui turned to Madame Wang and asked. He had a slight relationship with Duke of Su, Su Fuwei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to Su Bai's request and come with him. Maligning an important official of the royal court wasn't a small matter. If Su Bai were to be arrested and sent to the Court of Judicial Review because of this matter, he wouldn't be able to live with it. It was even harder to say what would happen to Duke of Su. However, Fu He also knew that it was useless to look for Wang Chong for this matter. Thus, his gaze turned to Madame Wang, Zhao Shuhua. In this aspect, Madame Wang was much easier to deal with than Wang Chong. As long as Madame Wang spoke up, this matter could be reduced to a small one. Lord Fu, I'm just a woman, and I don't understand the affairs of the royal court. The royal court has its own laws, so let's do as we should. Don't you agree, Lord Fu? Zhao Shuhua was also determined. This Su Bai clearly didn't come with good intentions, and he seemed to be making use of this opportunity to blow things up. If not for his third son, Wang Chong's wits, as well as the fact that he somehow managed to attract this group of Imperial Army soldiers, things would have been much more difficult today. The Wang clan had a clean reputation for generations, and her father-in-law had always been strict with himself. If today's matter were to be reported to the royal court by the censor, the Wang clan's clean reputation would be ruined. She wouldn't be able to answer to her father-in-law. Furthermore, when Censor Fu was dealing with the Wang clan, he acted as though he was in the right and didn't want to spare anyone. Yet, he changed his attitude towards Su Bai, saying that one should be forgiving wherever possible. This made Madame Wang feel disgust towards him, and it was even more impossible for her to help him. Madam, Fui's face darkened. He didn't expect Madame Wang to suddenly become so domineering. Don't speak anymore. Lord Fu, the royal court has its own rules. Are you trying to disregard them now? Wang Chong immediately interrupted Censor Fu He, not giving him a chance to speak. With a cold face, Wang Chong turned to the two corpse-like officials of the Court of Judicial Review and said, Lords, I have always respected the Court of Judicial Review. It can't be that you will let Su Bai off just because his father is a duke. How can that be? The voices of the two officials of the Court of Judicial Review sounded like music to Wang Chong's ears. Men, bring Su Bai back to me. If he escapes, you can carry your heads back to the Court of Judicial Review. Yes, Lord. Two men had already walked over and grabbed Su Bai by his sides, dragging him into the carriage. Bastard, Wang Chong, I won't let you off. Just you wait. Chapter 77. Su Bai was quickly dragged away. Even though his father, the Duke of Su, wielded immense authority, it would still take some time for him to settle the matter. This period of time was sufficient for Su Bai to stay in the prison for a period of time and remember this lesson for the rest of his life. Let's go. We'll talk in the residence. After leaving the matters outside to Meng Long and Shun Hai to handle, Wang Chong beckoned the Imperial Army commanders to head into the residence. Wang Gongzi is truly capable. The group of Imperial Army generals saw it clearly and raised their thumbs up in praise. In the eyes of the Imperial Army commanders, not only did Wang Chong's actions mean nothing, they even approved of it. Chuckling, Wang Chong led them into the lounge without a word. After a brief conversation, even though the king wasn't sure of the exact details, he was certain that the reason why so many Imperial Army commanders were gathered at the entrance was related to Zhao Fengxian. Their intentions were simple as well. They were here to buy swords. Some of them even brought a carriage full of gold over. As for the others, they felt that the agates, pearls, and gems that Wang Chong had embedded on the Wuzi steel sword were too cheap. Thus, they personally brought a huge box of top-notch agates, pearls, and gems over for Wang Chong to choose from. In other words, as long as they could get their hands on a Wuzi steel sword, they were willing to pay any price. As Wang Chong listened to their words, he fell into deep thought. The Wuzi steel sword had already made a name for itself through the sale of the Blue Bottle Pavilion. Wei Hao's two swords had helped him sever the swords of all the prestigious clans, thus establishing his reputation as the #1 sword in the world. And by selling the first Wuzi steel sword to Zhao Fengxian, he had successfully made a name for himself in the Imperial Army. In this unique group, Wang Chong could be said to have opened up a market for himself. However, the next matter would be even more important. Given that so many Imperial Army members were here to request for swords, it was impossible for Wang Chong to agree to all of them. Otherwise, if everyone in the Imperial Army were to have one, the price of the Wuzi steel would plummet. This was definitely not in line with Wang Chong's plan to strike it rich. However, with so many Imperial Guard around, it was impossible for him to reject them. I'm sure you already know how sharp Wuzi steel is. Just as the Imperial Army members were discussing their requests, Wang Chong suddenly spoke up. The moment he opened his mouth, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The more powerful the sword, the more time it takes. An ordinary iron sword might take half a day, but a top-notch one definitely wouldn't be as fast. Wang Chong said, That's right. Young Master is right. I heard that those swordsmithing clans take more than a month to forge an ordinary sword. Since Young Master is forging the world's #1 sword, it's only natural that you'll have to spend more effort and time on it. If Young Master is worried about time, there's no rush. We can afford to wait. The group of people chimed in one after another. This was not flattery, but sincere admiration. Although Wang Chong was only 15 years old, in the eyes of the crowd, his title as the world's #1 swordsmith was well-deserved. He had earned it with his own strength. Regardless of how old he was, such a figure would be recognized by everyone. More importantly, they had witnessed the prowess of the Wuzi steel sword with their own eyes, and it had left them deeply shocked. If not for that, they wouldn't have rushed to the Wang family residence. Since everyone understands, that's for the best. Wang Chong faintly smiled from his chair. He was not very old, but amongst this group of Imperial Army officers of extraordinary status, he naturally exuded a mature, magnanimous, and steady aura that did not seem to be at a disadvantage. I'm not opposed to everyone wanting to buy a sword. However, I have my own rules. At this point, Wang Chong paused. His voice was calm and confident, and it felt convincing. All of the Imperial Army commanders listened attentively to Wang Chong's words. Every swordsmith had their own unique habits and rules, and the crowd was no exception to Wang Chong's rules. Thus, they listened attentively. Firstly, the swords I forge are all top-notch. Thus, every single one of them takes a huge amount of time and effort. As such, I will need a month to forge them. No problem at all. The crowd nodded in agreement. The reason why they wanted to buy Wang Chong's swords was because of the uniqueness of his swords, which far surpassed the quality of other swords. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to go through so much trouble with the many sword shops and smiths in the capital. Everyone was impressed by Wang Chong's seriousness and focus. Secondly, I only know how to forge every single sword. Thus, every single sword will be unique in terms of design, and style. Furthermore, there won't be a second one. Wang Chong raised a finger and said. These thoughts had just formed in Wang Chong's mind. The rarer something was, the greater its value. These Imperial Army commanders were just the beginning. If everyone in the world were to view him as the #1 swordsmith in the world, he would never forge the same weapon. Only then would he be able to establish his image and maximize his profits. To forge a single weapon every month, and every single weapon would have a different design, and style. Such a requirement would definitely place a huge pressure on other swordsmiths. However, to Wang Chong, who had accumulated a huge amount of knowledge, this wasn't a problem at all. Can you forge 2, 3, or 4 swords every month? Initially, the crowd nodded in agreement. However, when they heard that Wang Chong was only forging a single sword every month, they couldn't help but wail. There are so many of us here. How can that be enough? There were at least 30 to 40 Imperial Army commanders here. If Wang Chong were to forge a single sword every month, how long would it take for him to gather enough swords? That's even simpler. Upon hearing those words, Wang Chong chuckled. I'll hold an auction every month, and every single sword will be of higher quality than the previous one. If anyone is interested, you can participate. Whoever offers the highest price will be able to buy it. However, I'll have to warn you first. The slots for the auction are limited, so not everyone can participate. Only those who have left a deposit for the sword will be allowed to participate in the auction. As for those who are here today, I could give you a discount. In the future, you'll be able to get a 10% discount when buying a sword. As for those who come later, the discount won't be the same. Boom. Initially, the crowd thought that Wang Chong was forging too few swords, so they wanted to argue with Wang Chong. However, when they heard that the slots for the auction were limited, they immediately charged forward. Wang Gongzi, no problem. I'm willing to pay as much as you want. Wang Gongzi, how much is the deposit? I'll bring it over right now. Wang Gongzi, you must sell it to me. I'm your loyal buyer. Wang Gongzi, reserve a spot for me. Everyone scrambled to be the first to rush over. They weren't the only commanders in the Imperial Army. They were the first batch to arrive. If they were any later, things wouldn't have turned out this way. In a while, when those people all arrived, it was unknown what would happen to them. As for the matter of only forging a single sword every month, that was nothing. Which of those famous swordsmiths wasn't the same? More importantly, Wang Chong had already said that every single sword was unique. Their design, style, and appearance would be different from one another. Furthermore, given the reputation of the #1 sword in the world, even if they didn't use it themselves, they could still sell it off in the future to earn a huge profit. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had witnessed the prowess of the weapon and were willing to sell it. As for the matter of only forging a single sword every month, wasn't it just a matter of money? As long as it could be solved with money, everything would be fine. Seeing a large group of people swarming over, Wang Chong was overjoyed. In the other world, selling sword for a deposit was a common method to sell real estate. Without doing anything, one could gather a huge sum of money. Wang Chong was applying what he had learned on the spot. At this moment, what Wang Chong needed the most was a huge sum of gold. If he were to give each of the Imperial Army commanders a set of gold each, it would be a huge sum. It didn't take long for him to cash in the promissory note at the front door. It was just a few gold taels for each of them. Wang Chong called Shun Hai and Meng Long back and began writing the promissory note. The price of the Wuzi steel sword at the Blue Bottle Pavilion had already reached 40,000 gold taels. Thus, Wang Chong's entry fee for the auction was 20,000 gold taels. This wasn't a low price, but it wasn't too high either. It was a good way to determine those who were interested in buying the sword. As for the deposit, Wang Chong explained, every deposit would correspond to one entry fee for the auction. Those who held the entry fee issued by Wang Chong would have the right to bid for the sword. If one was unable to buy the sword, the deposit could be refunded. Of course, if one didn't wish to refund the deposit, the entry fee could be sold to others as well. Wang Chong acknowledged this as well. Furthermore, as the first batch of participants, regardless of who it was, they would be able to enjoy a 10% discount from Wang Chong. This way, the entry fee would become a hot commodity, and no one would be willing to refund their money. Wang Chong possessed the knowledge and memories of an entire world. In this aspect, there was no one in the world who could compare to him. With the help of Shun Hai and Meng Long, all 30 Imperial Army commanders were able to write down a total of 30 notes. The deposit of 20,000 gold taels for each of them added up to more than 600,000 gold taels. This was a huge sum of money. Wang Chong's ability to earn money left Meng Long and Shun Hai in awe. Not only the two of them, the guards, maids, servants, and nannies of the Wang clan who had rushed over upon hearing the news were also dumbfounded. Their young master was too inconceivable. To be able to earn more than 600,000 gold taels just by writing a few notes. How was this impressive? This was simply a heaven-defying skill. Compared to the young master, even the most formidable merchant in the capital, the one who knew how to make money, became insignificant, unworthy of a mention. Am I dreaming? Young master, is this really the young master of our clan? Our Wang clan will become a wealthy clan in the future. The nannies, servants, maids, and guards who had served the Wang clan for decades widened their eyes in shock, and their bodies trembled in agitation. One of the old nannies was so excited that he suddenly fainted. My God, they had served the Wang clan for their entire lives, but they had never seen so much money before. The Wang clan had been thrifty their entire lives, and this time They had finally struck it rich. In the blink of an eye, a few more nannies fainted from agitation. Even when they fainted, their faces were filled with excitement and bliss. Chapter 78. All of the commanders of the Imperial Army came in high spirits and left in high spirits. Even though they didn't manage to obtain Wang Chong's Wuzi steel sword, it was sufficient for them to obtain priority in the auction of the world's #1 swordsmith, not to mention a 10% discount. There were many commanders in the Imperial Army, and there were many who held higher positions than them. But before the small note in their hands, they had no choice but to back down. As for the 20,000 gold taels, it wasn't a problem at all. To be able to become a commander in the elite Imperial Army of the Tang Dynasty, which of them didn't have a background? Even though 20,000 gold taels wasn't a small sum, it wasn't much to them. After sending off the Imperial Army commanders and making the necessary arrangements, Wang Chong stepped into his mother, Zhao Shu Hua's room. His mother had always been served by nannies and maids, but this time, other than Wang Chong and Madame Wang, there was no one else in the room. The 600,000 gold taels piled up like a small mountain, and it was a huge shock to Madame Wang. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals, and Madame Wang was a knowledgeable person. Yet, Wang Chong was able to earn 600,000 gold taels in the blink of an eye. This was a huge shock to Zhao Shu Hua and the Wang clan, who had always insisted on being honest. A gentleman loves money, but he acquires it in a proper way. If Wang Chong had colluded with some shady people to obtain the gold taels, Zhao Shu Hua wouldn't have tolerated it. But in that moment, she witnessed all of the commanders of the Imperial Army happily sending gold and gems to the Wang clan. In fact, some of them even hated themselves for not sending enough. It was clear that Wang Chong's money had come from a legitimate source. "Chonger, what is going on?" The room was silent. Madame Wang sat on the chair and looked at Wang Chong. She finally asked the question that had been bothering her in her heart. She still hadn't recovered from the shock of the 600,000 gold taels. There were simply too many things that Wang Chong was hiding from her. "It's time for me to come clean." Wang Chong stood in front of his mother with his head lowered. A thought flashed through his mind. Although it wasn't the best time, it was better than not saying anything. This incident had taught Wang Chong a huge lesson. Sometimes, what you think is good doesn't necessarily mean it's good. After sorting out his thoughts, Wang Chong told him everything that had happened in Hyderabad. "So, you borrowed money from the rich and powerful to raise the money to forge the sword?" Madame Wang said. Wang Chong gave a nod of acknowledgement. Madame Wang stared at Wang Chong, sizing him up carefully. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. For a moment, Zhao Shu Hua had a strange feeling in her heart, but in the next moment, she felt gratified as a mother. "Chonger, you've truly grown up." Madame Wang stared at Wang Chong said. Which mother didn't wish for their son to succeed in life? The current Wang Chong had already achieved her expectations. Money had always been the weakness of the Wang clan. In the entire Wang clan, including Big Uncle Wang Jin, Big Aunt Wang Ru Shuang, Little Uncle, and Wang Chong himself, there wasn't a single person who possessed talent in business. Wang Chong's Big Uncle Wang Jin could be considered as someone who knew how to manage a business. Among the few clans, he was the one who had the best financial situation and managed to manage a few businesses. But that was all there was to it. Compared to those truly rich and powerful families, it was a world of difference. The Wang clan wasn't one who was skilled in business. Including Wang Chong's big brother and second brother, none of them possessed the ability to manage a business. But now, Zhao Shu Hua saw an astonishing talent in her youngest son, one that far surpassed anyone else. More than 600,000 gold taels. This amount of wealth was enough for all the members of the Wang clan to spend for a few decades without doing anything. "Mother, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hidden this matter from you." Wang Chong lowered his head and apologized. Madame Wang shook her head. "Child, through this matter, Mother can also feel that you have really become more mature in handling matters. In the future, there's no need for you to tell me about some matters. Just go ahead and do it. Mother believes in you." "Mother," Wang Chong was moved. Looking at his mother, he was speechless. Leaving his mother's room, Wang Chong felt much more relaxed. Even though he was nearly made use of by Su by this time, it turned out to be a good thing. Through this matter, he had won his mother's trust and received her promise to go ahead and do it. After practicing his martial arts for a while in the courtyard, Wang Chong's big uncle Li Lin rushed into the Wang clan. Did those imperial army commanders come? Uncle Li Lin asked as soon as he entered. Wang Chong nodded his head. Heh, those fellows sure reacted quickly. No matter how hard I tried, I still couldn't catch up to them. Li Lin shook his head with a smile. Ever since he was promoted from his position as the Northern Gate Guard, Li Lin seemed to be in high spirits, and he was more talkative. Uncle, did something happen in the royal palace? Does it have something to do with Zhao Fengshan? Wang Chong asked. When Wang Chong tried to probe, the imperial army commanders were very secretive about it. They just didn't say what had happened. However, there were some things that couldn't be hidden from Wang Chong. That's right. Zhao Fengshan defeated Huang Xiaotian and was promoted to the imperial army commander. He's the only new commander in the past few years. Before Wang Chong, Li Lin didn't beat around the bush and revealed the truth. Commander Zhao's strength is around the same level as Huang Xiaotian's. In fact, Huang Xiaotian might even be slightly stronger. However, this time, he had the advantage of a weapon. Commander Zhao's sword not only broke Huang Xiaotian's famed palace-treasured sword, Snow Drinker, but also broke his tempered adamantine armor in one fell swoop and almost split his body apart. There were quite a few people watching the battle back then, and there was even an imperial army commander among them. Everyone was scared stiff by Commander Zhao's sword. Those fellows must have been by the side and slipped away soon. To think that they would come to your place. Huang Xiaotian and Zhao Fengshan's promotion was a huge matter in the imperial army. Not only did it involve the position of a commander, it also involved the internal strife within the imperial army. Wang Chong couldn't be clearer on this point. Even though Uncle Li Lin didn't go into detail, Wang Chong could sense that the battle must have been extremely dangerous. It's a good thing that Lord Zhao has been promoted to commander, Wang Chong said, following which, he revealed the matter regarding the 600,000 gold taels. The relationship between Zhao Fengshan and Huang Xiaotian had changed because of him. In the future, many major events would change as well. Wang Chong was well aware that after being promoted to commander and receiving the resources of the palace, Zhao Fengshan's path of promotion would be even smoother, and he would probably reach the position of Grand Commander even faster. On the other hand, Uncle Li Lin had contributed greatly by presenting the sword to Zhao Fengshan. In the future, he would have a bright future in the imperial army. With this relationship, it would be much easier for Wang Chong to sell his sword in the imperial army in the future. Furthermore, Uncle Li Lin had always been the weakest link in the Wang clan. If he could follow Zhao Fengshan and rise through the ranks in the imperial army, the strength of the entire Wang clan would rise along with him. Today's matter won't be the first wave. Most likely, more people will come looking for us in the future. Thus, I would like to leave this matter to Uncle. With Lord Zhao's backing in the royal palace, it will be much easier for Uncle to deal with this matter, Wang Chong said. Wang Chong was prepared to let Uncle Li Lin handle all matters regarding the Wuzi steel sword in the imperial army, including the auction priority, as well as the auction. This wasn't just a matter of convenience or his identity as an imperial army member. Rather, through this matter, Uncle Li Lin's standing in the imperial army would be raised significantly. When most of the imperial army commanders, and even the Grand Marshal would need Uncle Li Lin's help, his standing in the imperial army could be imagined. His future path of promotion would probably be much faster than his uncle had imagined. Furthermore, with the protection of Zhao Fengshan and the Zhao clan, no one would dare to cause trouble for him. What was even more incredible was that the commanders of the imperial army who wanted the Wuzi steel sword came from all factions. This would, in turn, boost the standing of Uncle Li Lin and Zhao Fengshan in the imperial army, making it much easier for them to get promoted in the future. That is, if these people still wanted to buy the Wuzi steel sword in the future. All in all, only in the hands of Uncle Li Lin would the Wuzi steel sword be able to bring out the greatest effect. Don't worry, I know what to do. Right? Your aunt asked you when you are free. If you're free, you should visit Uncle's residence and chat with your cousin so that you can offer him some pointers. That fellow is arrogant, but he's too arrogant. Your aunt, and I hope that you can teach him a lesson on our behalf. Li Lin said. Wang Cheng smiled. His aunt and uncle had a son, Wang Liang. Even though uncle's surname was Li, he followed big aunt's surname. In the prestigious clans, it was common for one's maternal clan to be powerful and one's paternal side to be weak. His aunt and uncle had high hopes for cousin Wang Liang, but it was a pity that cousins seemed to be getting further and further away from their expectations. All right, I'll go when I'm free, Wang Cheng said. It would be grandfather's birthday soon, and according to the rules, cousin would have to attend as well. It would be the same if they met again. As for now, with more than 600,000 gold taels, there were many things that Wang Cheng could do. He could truly display his prowess. After sending uncle off, without any hesitation, Wang Cheng brought Shen Hai, Meng Long, and a chest of gold to the white agate jewelry shop. There, he found the two Cindy monks, Ablonidin and Arloja. Masters, I have brought the money for the 300 June of Hyderabad ores. Wang Cheng pointed and gestured. Pung. Shen Hai and Meng Long carried a chest and placed it heavily before Ablonidin and Arloja. There's 80,000 gold taels in here. Take it. Wang Cheng confidently said, his voice resonating. Even with Ablonidin and Arloja's composure, their hearts couldn't help but tremble upon hearing Wang Cheng's words. But amidst their shock, they were also doubtful. But Gongzi, didn't you give us more than 30,000 gold taels previously? Furthermore, didn't you exchange the rest for rations? Why are you giving us so much gold? This has already far exceeded 90,000 gold taels. 80,000 gold taels, along with the 30,000 gold taels that Wang Cheng had given them previously, amounted to more than 110,000 gold taels, far exceeding the agreed-upon amount. Chapter 79. Ha ha, I won't hide it from the two of you. Due to your Hyderabad ores, I have earned quite a sum of money this time. Thus, I made a sudden decision to raise the value of our transaction from 300 gold taels per June to 400 gold taels per June. Wang Cheng chuckled. Ah, the two were astonished. I know that Sindhu is in urgent need of this money, so feel free to take it. Take the extra money as my advance payment for the next batch. Of course, this is only the first batch. In the future, as we work together, this price can be raised further. Wang Cheng said. Gongzi, the two were even more astonished. However, they were even more moved. Many people said that business was business, so other than business, there was no relationship between them, needless to say, friendship. Since the situation was extremely dire, and no amount of money could save it. The two wanted to ask for help, but who would lend them money? Wang Cheng had earned a sum of money, so there was no need for him to give them more money. This was no longer just a simple business deal. Young master, we will definitely engrave this kindness into our hearts. We thank you on behalf of Sindhu. Gongzi, don't worry. We will repay you generously in the future. Ablonidin and Arloja lowered their heads and said sincerely. Wang Cheng smiled silently. Wang Cheng wasn't a fool. Before the two of them said anything, he raised the value of the transaction from 300 gold taels per June to 400 gold taels, raising the price by a third. Wang Cheng wasn't someone who had nowhere to spend his money, but someone who was thinking on a deeper level. After receiving the advance payment of more than 600 gold taels from the 30 Imperial Army commanders, the first thing Wang Cheng thought of was how to maintain the supply of Hyderabad ores and obtain more ores. A single Wuzi steel sword wouldn't be of much use, and 300 Wuzi steel swords were limited as well. They could only be used in small-scale battles, and they couldn't be used strategically. In order to achieve the terrifying effect of influencing the outcome of a war, the Wuzi steel sword had to be equipped with an army group, at least tens of thousands of soldiers. Only then would it be able to display its invincible power on the battlefield. Only then could he help Wang Cheng complete his unfinished wish and mission. Therefore, from the very beginning, Wang Cheng's ambition was not limited to 300 June of Hyderabad but the entire Hyderabad or mountain range. If possible, Wang Cheng even wanted to buy the entire mine. and that 600,000 taels of gold had made Wang Chong's ambition somewhat feasible. Sindhu was a long distance away from the Central Plains, but it was much closer to the Abbasid Caliphate and Karak-Spazinu. This was a reality that Wang Chong had to consider when competing for the Hyderabad, or the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. One was near, while the other was far away. Considering from the perspective of Sindhu, it was impossible for them to prioritize the distant Central Plains over the nearby Abbasid Caliphate and Karak-Spazinu. If Wang Chong wanted to compete against the Abbasid Caliphate and Karak-Spazinu, he could only make an issue out of the price. Even though Ablanuddin and Arloja didn't say it explicitly, Wang Chong could guess that 300 gold taels per June was Sindhu's base price. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said that they wouldn't accept a single gold tael less. The Abbasid Caliphate and Karak-Spazinu would surely offer the same price as well. One doesn't wake up early without benefits. If Sindhu could obtain more benefits from him, they would surely prioritize the faraway Central Plains over Karak-Spazinu and Abbasid Caliphate. At the same time, if Sindhu were to obtain more benefits from him, they would have higher expectations for the Abbasid Caliphate and Karak-Spazinu. However, Abbasid Caliphate and Karak-Spazinu would find it hard to accept such a drastic increase in the price. They would never do such a thing. Increasing the conflict between the two would only benefit him. This was Wang Chong's true ambition and scheme. A few tens of thousands of gold taels was a small matter. What was truly important was to obtain the largest supply of Hyderabad ores. Walking out of the white agate shop, Wang Chong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then, he drove to the Ghost Tree District. Following Su Bai's arrest and imprisonment in the Court of Judicial Review, news of what had happened at the Wang family residence spread like wildfire to all of the nobles in the capital. What? Su Bai was arrested. The person who sold the swords at the Blue Bottle Pavilion is Wang Chong. When the news reached the Yao family residence, Yao Feng slammed his hand on the table with shock in his eyes. He had been waiting for news from Su Bai, but he didn't expect to receive such news instead. Yes, Gongzi. Upon receiving the news, Duke of Su had already left the court to save Su Gongzi. As for Wang Chong's side, we saw it with our own eyes. Many imperial army commanders brought carriages full of gold and jewels to the Wang family to seek an audience. Every single one of them proclaimed Wang Chong as the #1 swordsmith in the world. Kneeling on the floor, Gao Fei reported. When the incident happened, Gao Fei was among the crowd as well. However, he was extremely careful. Knowing that Wang Chong knew him, he had been acting cautiously so as to not attract the attention of Wang Chong. Su Bai was arrested, and Wang Chong was the #1 swordsmith in the Blue Bottle Pavilion. Even now, he was still shocked by the news and found it hard to believe. 40,000 taels for a sword. What kind of sword is worth so much? He's just a kid who's still wet behind the ears. How could he have such an ability? Yao Feng gritted his teeth. Not too long ago, Wang Chong was just a profligate scion in the capital, a target for him to exact vengeance on the Wang clan. In fact, Wang Chong was able to play him in the palms of his hands with just a lowly mahjong. But in an instant, Wang Chong became the #1 swordsmith in the world. The reversal was too shocking, such that Yao Feng found it hard to believe and accept it. We don't know either. However, it's impossible for the Imperial Army to be mistaken. Furthermore, Su Gongzi asked them if they were mistaken. But in the end, he only received mockery from the Imperial Army. Kneeling on the floor, Gao Fei said, the shock brought about by Wang Chong's hidden identity wasn't limited to just the few people in the room. In fact, all the profligate scions present had received a huge shock. When he arrived, a large number of scions had gathered in the 8 Gods Pavilion to discuss this matter. Through this matter, Wang Chong's standing among the scions had risen to a level that ordinary people couldn't reach. The Wang clan was a clan of generals and ministers, and it didn't pale in comparison to the Yao clan. The Yao clan's old master, Yao, had students all over the world, and the Wang clan's Duke Zhou also had students all over the continent. The Yao clan had King Qi as their backing, and the Wang clan had the King of Song as their backing. Just that, the Wang clan wasn't good at business, and this had always been their weakness. But if the Wang clan could make up for this weakness and become wealthy as well, then the Wang clan wouldn't pale in comparison to the Yao clan. Now, when people talked about Wang Chong in private, they would say that he wasn't inferior to Yao Feng at all, and that he was one of the most powerful scions in the capital. However, Gao Fei didn't dare to say all of this to Yao Feng. The room was silent. Yao Feng stood silently in the room, and his face was dark. I wasted so much of my time for a Su Bai. Looks like it's time to carry out that plan. Yao Feng's mind was in turmoil. You can leave now. Tell Duke of Su that I'll find a way to get my father's cooperation to save Su Bai. Yao Feng said, Thank you, Gongzi. Delighted, Gao Fei took his leave. Looking at Gao Fei's back, Yao Feng sneered coldly. Even though Gao Fei didn't say it explicitly, how could he not guess that Duke of Su had sent him here? Slandering an important official of the royal court. Wang Chong, you sure are ruthless. Yao Feng sneered. Wang Chong and Su Bai were 15 and 17 years old respectively, and they were both children. Normally, such a matter wouldn't reach the court of judicial review. However, Su Bai was useless, and Wang Chong managed to grab hold of his sore spot. Even though slandering an important official of the royal court wasn't enough to kill him, it was more than enough for him to suffer. Duke of Su might be influential, but he didn't have any connections in the Bureau of Punishments. Thus, he could only rely on the Yao clan for this matter. Leaving the room, Yao Feng headed into the inner residence. At the same time, a messenger pigeon flew out from his robes and flew out of the Yao clan's residence. The messenger pigeon soared into the sky and flew through the air toward a tavern in the east of the city. Shua! Before the pigeon could descend, a pong sound could be heard as the window opened. A black shadow flashed, and the pigeon was caught. Humph! It has finally begun. A cold voice drifted out from the room, and then there was no more sound. Even the pigeon seemed to have disappeared from the room. The moonlight shone on the ground, the walls, and the roof, forming a layer of white frost. Under the moonlight, a few masked figures dressed in black stood on a roof not too far away from the Wang family residence. These black-clothed men were tall, and each of them held a sharp saber in their hands. Their gazes were fixed on the Wang family residence. Do you all understand the mission this time? No matter what, we have to obtain the number 1 sword of the Central Plains. Also, we have to kill as few people as possible. The Wang family is a clan of generals and ministers in the Central Plains. If a large number of people were to die, the royal court would investigate the matter. This is extremely disadvantageous to us from the western regions. The leader of the masked men stood at the very front and said, without needing anyone to expose him, he had already revealed his identity. In reality, their physique was different from that of the people of the Central Plains. Even if they were to hide under black clothes, it was useless. Yes, leader. The group lowered their heads and didn't say a single word. With a single look, it was clear that they had gone through strict training to obey orders. Very good. These are bewildering smoke. Bring 5 of them each. If you see anyone from the Wang clan, just throw them on the ground and they will faint soon. Remember, the Wang clan has many guards, and they are a clan of generals and ministers. They're often imperial army patrolling the area. Thus, our goal isn't to fight with them or kill everyone from the Wang clan. What we want is to swiftly obtain the sword and hand it over to the Lord. This is the prerequisite. Don't get caught up in the battle, understand? The leader of the black-clothed men said. Yes, leader. The group of black-clothed men replied. Good. Let's move. Chapter 80. Hua. In the room, Wang Chong spread out a 3-chi long Xian paper and dipped it in ink. He began to consider the design of the second Wuzi steel sword for auction. The Imperial Army wasn't a fool. Those who could reach their current position were all capable individuals. Even though they were straightforward in giving away money, the more straightforward they were, the higher their expectations of the sword. Thus, the sword that Wang Chong forged had to be able to subdue them. It's fortunate that the swords and sabers in this world are rather simplistic. I still have many choices. Wang Chong thought. In this era, there were many sword merchants like the few swordsmithing clans. As they only focused on the sharpness of the swords and neglected the appearance of the swords, most of the swords and sabers were made in the same style. In comparison, Wang Chung could be said to be a grandmaster in this aspect. As the saying goes, even good wine fears the alley. Packaging wasn't just important for swords and sabers. A Taoguan and a celadon. Many people would definitely pay more attention to the celadon. A sword that was more aesthetically pleasing to the eye would definitely be different from ordinary swords and sabers. I've already tried using a sword previously. Perhaps I should try using a saber for the second auction. Wang Chung quietly said to himself. Sabers and swords were always the two kings of all weapons. Even though there were more people who used swords than sabers in the Central Plains, the status of sabers wasn't low. This was because sabers were more difficult to wield. Unless one was a top-notch expert, it would be difficult for one to wield a saber well. And in the Imperial Army, Wang Chung knew of a few top-notch generals who wielded sabers. If Wang Chung wanted to establish his position as the #1 swordsmith in the world, he couldn't just forge swords. He had to establish a supreme position in the field of sabers as well. All of the generals in the Imperial Army were picky individuals. If he wanted to satisfy them, he couldn't just use an ordinary saber. Wang Chung's mind was in turmoil. Soon he thought of something. In the future, other than the Wuzi steel sword, the other one was the Japanese saber. The Japanese katana originated from the Tang dynasty's Mo Dao, but it was easier to slash than the Mo Dao, and more effort was put into its shape. However, Japan did not exist in this world. Wang Chung did not plan to simply imitate the Japanese sword. Instead, he planned to use the Japanese sword as a foundation to design a new sword. Dipping the brush in ink, Wang Chung pondered for a moment before drawing on the Xian paper. A moment later, a brand new sword that was different from any other sword in this world appeared on the paper. This sword had the same curvature as the Japanese saber, but it was more than twice as long, reaching more than 6 feet, almost 7 feet. The blade was long and narrow, and the sword was relatively narrow as well. Such a saber was completely unusable by ordinary people. It was basically the same as their height. But Wang Chung didn't care. This kind of 6 feet long sword was wide and thick and weighed more than 60 kilograms. For ordinary people, it was impossible to use, but for martial artists with extraordinary strength, it was easy to hack and slash and could precisely display the greatest lethality. Wang Chung was certain that such a saber would be a fatal attraction to those top-notch saber commanders in the Imperial Army. However, the materials required will increase significantly. I'll need at least 2 June, Wang Chung thought. Wang Chung only spent a June of ores to forge the Wuzi steel sword, but the forging of such a sword would require at least 2 June. Even though the cost would increase, the price would also increase correspondingly. His profits would only be greater. Just as he was contemplating, he suddenly heard a slight sound of wind. Hearing this, Wang Chung frowned and immediately stopped. Someone's here. Wang Chung's eyebrows twitched as he immediately realized what was going on. Even though he had lost all of his martial arts and had to start from scratch, he still had his foresight and experience. This was definitely the sound of clothes fluttering in the wind. Someone had snuck into the Wang family residence. If you think that you can enter and leave the Wang family residence as you please, you are gravely mistaken. Wang Chung sneered coldly. Regardless of whether it was the 600,000 gold taels or the Wuzi steel sword, they were more than enough to attract the covetous eyes of many. A man's wealth is his own ruin. If Wang Chung didn't even have this bit of wariness in his heart, he would have been a fool to be the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains in his previous life. Blowing out the candle on the table, Wang Chung grabbed a Wuzi steel sword from the wall, pushed open the window, and sneaked out. Back then, at the Wei clan smithy, Wang Chung forged a total of 4 swords. Only one of them was decorated with agate and gems, and the hilt and scabbard were gold-plated, making it look beautiful and elegant. As for the other swords, they weren't decorated. Furthermore, Wang Chung didn't intend to sell them either, so he kept them in the residence. The moonlight was like frost. Under the moonlight, one could clearly see black figures leaping from the roofs, the ground, and the walls, heading in the direction of the Wang clan storeroom. Very familiar. They must have scouted the place clearly during the day. Wang Chong thought. Every clan had their own storehouse to store gold, silver, and other important items. These people had sneaked into the Wang family residence, but their goal was clear. They had clearly scouted the area during the day and understood the layout and structure of the Wang family residence from the nearby highlands. The Wang family residence was silent. These black-clothed men seemed to have entered the Wang family residence without alarming any maids, guards, or nannies. Wang Chong stood in the darkness and quietly watched, inwardly sneering, but he said nothing. General clans had strict restrictions on the number of guards and private soldiers they kept, but it was more than enough to deal with these people. It's about time. Just as the black-clothed men were about to reach the entrance of the Wang family residence's storehouse, a thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. Roar! Just as the black-clothed men were about to enter the Wang family residence's storehouse, a furious roar suddenly broke the silence. Like a clap of thunder, it reverberated throughout the entire Wang family residence. Who goes there? Along with the furious roar, the air trembled, and a black shockwave burst forth from the Wang family residence's storehouse. The black-clothed men paled in fright, and as though a broken kite, they were sent flying. Who dares to barge into Wang Gongzi's residence? With a furious roar like that of a lion, two thin but powerful figures rushed out of the Wang family residence, their sleeves fluttering in the wind. These words weren't spoken in the language of the Central Plains, but in Sanskrit. It was a pity that no one could understand them. They're finally out. Seeing Ablonidin and Arloja charge out, Wang Chong finally smiled. This was what it meant to return a favor with aplomb. The 80,000 gold taels from yesterday wasn't spent in vain. Wang Chong only told them that he hoped that the two of them would help protect the Wang family residence and prevent anyone from coveting the Hyderabad or in the several 100,000 gold taels, and the two of them agreed without any hesitation. Wang Chong was currently a major customer of Sinu. If someone wanted to steal the money he used to buy the Hyderabad, they would be in deep trouble. There is no need for Wang Chong to explain this matter to the two of them. Boom! From afar, Ablonidin and Arloja charged into the crowd of black-clothed men like two lions, sweeping through everything in their path. With just the two of them, they managed to block the attacks of more than 10 black-clothed men. The roiling black shockwaves sent the black-clothed men flying like paper, crashing into the walls and the ground. Come out! Enemy attack! At the same time, the voices of the two Sindhi monks alarmed the guards of the Wang family residence. From his mother's residence, the guest hall, the rooms where the maids, nannies, and servants lived, many guards of the Wang family residence charged out. Preparedness ensures success, and unpreparedness leads to failure. Since Wang Chong had expected that the 600,000 gold taels and the Hyderabad would attract the attention of others, how could he not make preparations beforehand? His mother's residence, the maid's residence. Wang Chong had arranged for guards to guard all the important places. If not for this, Wang Chong wouldn't have been so daring as to not warn them when they entered. Kill! A large group of Wang family residence guards charged out from the corridors and rooms. The swords in their hands gleamed coldly under the moonlight. In just a short moment, the two groups of guards clashed fiercely in the courtyard. The guards of the Wang family residence weren't many among the clans of ministers and generals. But compared to these black-clothed men, they had far more guards. The sound of metal clanging echoed endlessly, and in just a short moment, the entire courtyard of the Wang family residence was filled with cold gleams. Someone is heading straight for my residence. Suddenly, Wang Chong's ears twitched. He heard the sound of clothes fluttering in the wind. From the looks of it, it wasn't just the Wang family residence's storeroom. Even his own study was being searched. Xiao! Just when Wang Chong sensed that someone was approaching, there was a flash of cold light in the darkness. Several scimitars, gleaming with cold light, fiercely revolved in the air as they flew toward Wang Chong. Young master, be careful. Upon seeing this sight, Shun Hai and Meng Long, who were guarding Wang Chong's study, panicked. Shouting, they dashed out from the darkness. Wang! The air trembled, and in the blink of an eye, Meng Long abruptly threw out his sword. Clang! The sword struck one of the scimitars in midair, but the other scimitars continued flying toward Wang Chong at lightning speed. This is bad. Seeing the machetes flying toward Wang Chong, and the sharp blades seemed as though they were about to slice Wang Chong's head into two, the faces of the duo paled and cold sweat trickled down their backs. Wang. Even though Wang Chong's cultivation wasn't high, his reaction wasn't slow. Just as the machetes were about to reach him, Wang Chong tilted his body backward and executed a simple tortoise back, dodging the chain of attacks by a hair's breadth. His movements were calm and simple, and even the two Carrick's Spazinu masked men were dumbfounded. Chapter 81. So, the scimitars spun rapidly in the air. After drawing a huge arc in the night, they flew into the hands of a few masked men in black. Only then did the masked men realize what was going on. Kill him. The few of them spoke in a language that Wang Chong couldn't understand. Wielding their machetes, they charged forward. Protect the young master. Shanhai and Meng Long didn't hesitate. They immediately rushed over and stood beside Wang Chong to protect him. Meng Long, catch! Wang Chong kicked Meng Long away and picked up the sword that had fallen to the ground. Meng Long caught the sword and started fighting with the masked men of Carrick's Spazinu. The battle was extremely intense, but Wang Chong didn't participate in it. His strength wasn't sufficient, and he wasn't a match for these masked men. On top of that, Shanhai and Meng Long were veterans who had retired from the military. Even though they had sustained some injuries in the previous battle, their experience and teamwork were still top-notch. Furthermore, more and more guards were gathering in the Wang family residence, and some of them were already rushing over. I didn't expect the saber of Carrick's Spazinu to have such a function. Wang Chong glanced at the machetes in the hands of the masked men. These machetes were like boomerangs, able to be shot out from their palms and be used as hidden weapons. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen such a method of usage. It could be seen that there was a high requirement for such a method. Otherwise, if one couldn't kill the opponent, they would be killed by the boomerangs. This can be considered as a butterfly effect. Wang Chong thought. In his previous life, Wang Chong didn't have any dealings with the Hyderabad ores. This time, he was the one who bought the Hyderabad ores and forged the Wuzi steel sword, thus attracting the attention of these assassins. Meng Long, reef, gazing moon. Shanhai, white ape gazing back. Wang Chong suddenly shouted. Out of the blue, Meng Long raised his sword and stabbed it diagonally into the chest of a masked man who had just leaped up. Shanhai tilted his head to the side and dodged a machete that was flying towards him in a flash. Meng Long was still fine, but Shanhai broke out in cold sweat. If not for Wang Chong's timely warning, he would have been struck in the neck by the machete. That lad is up, kill him. The eyes of the masked men turned cold. They immediately sensed Wang Chong's presence. If it weren't for his reminder, one of the two guards would have already died. Oof. Wang Chong sneered coldly. Even though he didn't understand the language, he was still able to understand it. However, upon seeing one of the masked men trying to shake off Shanhai and Meng Long to deal with him, he knew what they were up to. Before they could do anything, Wang Chong suddenly attacked. So, wielding the sword in his right hand, Wang Chong suddenly curled up together with his sword, and as though a bolt of lightning, he dashed in between Shanhai and Meng Long, young master. Don't. Be careful. The faces of the duo paled in fright. Every single one of them was an Origin Energy Tier 8 expert, and they were skilled in assassinations. Furthermore, they were well coordinated, and none of them were a match for Wang Chong individually. Needless to say, all of them working together. By doing so, Wang Chong was placing himself in grave danger. Lad, you're courting death. Between Shanhai and Meng Long, a black-clothed masked man also noticed Wang Chong pouncing toward him. Sneering savagely, the scimitar in his hands glowed brilliantly as he slashed it toward Wang Chong with the speed of a thunderbolt. The might behind this slash was so great that even the air around it exploded, causing a huge gale to blow. Wang Chong thrust his right foot into the ground, moving from extreme movement to extreme stillness, dodging the saber in a flash. But in an instant, Wang Chong abruptly dashed forward, and under the astonished gaze of the masked man, he sliced him into two. "It's that sword. Everyone be careful." Upon seeing this sight, the surrounding masked men were shocked. In an instant, they recognized the woozy steel sword in Wang Chong's hand. Carrick's, Spazanu, and Abbasid Caliphate valued the craftsmanship of swords, and they had spent a great deal of effort on it. Even though the machetes in their hands couldn't compare to Mosaid's, they were still top-notch swords. Only the sword on the Blue Bottle Pavilion was capable of severing them with a single slash as though they were weightless. The masked men in black immediately panicked. They had originally not thought much of Wang Chong, but now that they knew about that sword, they immediately felt a great deal of apprehension. Kill! Wang Chong's reaction was extremely sharp. He immediately sensed the panic of his opponents, and this was the best opportunity for him to attack. At this moment, Shen Hai and Meng Long had already developed great trust in Wang Chong. Without a word, the two of them worked together to attack the masked men. The masked men immediately panicked. In the blink of an eye, two of them had already been injured by Shen Hai and Meng Long. However, just as the two of them were about to slaughter the masked men, a sudden change occurred. Hung Pung, the masked man on the other side, suddenly threw out a few black balls. These black balls exploded the moment they landed on the ground, and thick smoke filled the air. Not good. Be careful of the bewildering smoke. Wang Chong was alarmed. He couldn't see clearly in the black smoke, and he didn't expect the masked man from Carrick Spazinu to carry such hidden weapons. In the instant that he spoke, the black smoke filled the entire area, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Wang Chong's expression changed. Without any time to think, he hurriedly covered his nose with his sleeves and retreated. "This is a good chance. Kill him and snatch that sword. As long as we complete the mission, we can ignore the others." Amidst the black smoke, the masked men rejoiced. They actually passed through the thick smoke, as though they weren't affected by it at all. Not good. Wang Chong was astonished. His wings hadn't grown yet, and it was still possible for him to cooperate with Shen Hai and Meng Long to find a few openings. However, facing three powerful Origin Energy Tier 8 experts at the very least, he didn't even need to think about it. Pung! Without any hesitation, Wang Chong immediately tried to flee. "Can I make it in time? Little bastard, you dare to leave after killing our men." The three Carricks, Spazanu masked men, had savage expressions on their faces. Wielding sabers in their hands, they followed behind Wang Chong and charged forward. One of the Carrick's Spazanu experts flicked his wrist, and without any hesitation, a saber flew toward the back of Wang Chong's neck. "Gongzi, hurry up and leave. Beasts of Carrick's Spazanu, with me around, it won't be your turn to act so audaciously." In the blink of an eye, a domineering and deep roar sounded. Just as the masked man flicked his saber 100 zhang away from Wang Chong, the window opened, and with a loud boom, a thick metal arrow shot out from the window like a burning flame. In an instant, it traversed through the air and struck the saber on Wang Chong's back. Dang! The saber was struck by the thick metal arrow, and with a loud clang, it shattered into pieces. The three masked men were horrified, but before they could react, Pong, yet another thick metal arrow shot through the air, striking one of the masked men. The thick metal arrow pierced through the side of the masked man's heart. The accuracy of the arrow was frightening. The masked man's body flew into the air before collapsing to the ground like a wooden pillar. Before he could even say a word, he had already breathed his last. Not good. It's an expert archer. The faces of the remaining two masked men warped, as though they had met with something terrifying. Before they could say anything, the two of them suddenly turned around and dashed in two different directions. One of them dashed along the wall, while the other climbed up the roof. Pung! Pung! The room 1,000 feet away was like the most terrifying black hole. Before the Carrick's Spazanu masked man could take more than a few steps, he was pinned to the wall by a thick black metal head that came out of nowhere. As for the other Carrick's Spazanu masked man, he was already more than 10 feet away. He was about to use the tall roof of the house to block the enemy's line of sight. However, The moment he leapt into the air toward another house, a thick iron arrow suddenly shot out from within, piercing through his neck in one shot. Fresh blood splattered in midair, and the immense force behind the arrow sent the masked man flying more than a dozen zhang away. Eventually, he fell to the ground by the wall of the Wang family residence. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Origin Energy Tier 8 Carracks Spazanu masked men were killed cleanly. Tuoba Guyuan, Wang Chong halted his footsteps and turned around. He stared at the pitch-black room 100 zhang away in astonishment. The Carracks Spazanu masked men didn't know where that place was, but Wang Chong knew that it was the bearded swordsmith he had taken in not too long ago, Tuoba Guyuan. To think that he's an expert archer. Wang Chong was astonished. In the Tang dynasty, there were 3 prominent occupations on the battlefield. One was the heavy infantry, the other was the archer, and the last one was the cavalry. Wang Chong didn't expect Tuoba Guyuan to be an archer, and from the looks of it, he seemed to be an incredible expert archer. Gongzi, don't worry. With me around, none of them will be able to escape. Tuoba Guyuan's loud and clear voice could be heard from the open window. His voice was deep and steady, and his arrows were like gods. Along with his voice, thick iron arrows were shot out one after another. Thick smoke billowed from the thick iron arrows as they flew out with astonishing force. These thick iron arrows were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Wherever Tuoba Guyuan's arrows landed, the masked men would fall to the ground. It didn't matter whether they released the bewildering smoke or escaped. I really found an expert this time. Tuoba Guyuan's archery left Wang Chong in awe. Wang Chong only knew that Tuoba Guyuan was skilled in swordsmithing, but he didn't expect him to be so skilled as well. With such a person around, as well as Ablonidin and Arloja, the 2 experts from Sinnu, the Wang family residence was practically impregnable. It didn't matter how many people came. This is truly an unintentional harvest. Recalling Tuoba Guyuan's astounding archery skills and how Tuoba Guyuan managed to survive the oppression and pursuit of the Zhang, Lu, Huang, and Sheng clans in the capital in his previous life, Wang Chong suddenly understood everything. Sheathing the woozy steel sword, Wang Chong walked toward Shun Hai and Meng Long with widened strides. The 2 of them fell to the ground, unmoving. Chapter 82. Wang Chong dragged the 2 of them to a ventilated area before walking into the room. Retrieving a teapot, he poured some water on their faces and sprinkled some on their noses and mouths. A moment later, the 2 of them slowly regained consciousness. Young master, are you all right? W.E. fainted. The 2 of them were still in a daze. Recalling what happened at the very last moment, their faces were filled with shame. They were all elite soldiers in the army, but in the end, they were defeated by these inferior sleeping gas bombs. If not for the thick smoke and the fact that the 2 of them were lying on the ground, as well as the fact that their attention was on Wang Chong, their heads would have been separated from their bodies by now. There's no need to blame yourselves. Those people came prepared. Putting aside you, even I didn't expect them to bring such a thing. Wang Chong consoled them. You 2 should rest here for a while. The sleeping gas shouldn't be poisonous, so you should be fine after resting for a while. The effects of the sleeping gas bombs were far more formidable than they had imagined. Basically, Shun Hai and Meng Long wouldn't be able to fight for the time being. Wang Chong lifted his head to look into the distance. The battle was nearing its end. With Arloja, Ablonidin, and Tuoba Guyuan pincer attacking them, the masked men of Carracks Spazanu were defeated much faster than expected. Gongzi, are you all right? The moment the battle ended, Arloja and Ablonidin rushed over anxiously. While the 2 of them were fighting, the one they were most concerned about was Wang Chong. Wang Chong was the savior of Sindhu. If anything were to happen to him, the 2 of them wouldn't know how they were going to answer to the high priest. I'm fine. Did you manage to find anything? Wang Chong waved his hands casually. There's nothing else. They have all committed suicide. The 2 of them replied. The masked men who charged into the Wang family residence died horribly. Some of them knew that they couldn't escape, but they didn't want to be captured alive. Thus, they stabbed the curved blades in their hands into their hearts. Hurry up and clean up the courtyard. Don't let Mother see it. Wang Chong wasn't surprised. Upon seeing a few guards walking over, he instructed them and left. Is this the sleeping gas bomb? On the chest of one of the carracks, Spanu masked men, Wang Chong fished out a purplish-brown bewildering smoke grenade the size of a metal ball. Recalling how experts like Shan Hai and Meng Long collapsed to the ground the moment they inhaled the bewildering smoke, they were still feeling giddy even now. These guys are not afraid of the sleeping gas at all. They must have swallowed the antidote beforehand. Wang Chong searched again, and sure enough, he found a small bag on the man's waist. There were a few dark purple pills inside, which should be the antidote for the sleeping gas bomb. Wang Chong put these things together with the sleeping gas bombs he had just found into the bag and hung it on his waist. He walked around a few more times before returning to his study. As soon as he entered the room, Wang Chong's eyes narrowed. He immediately felt that something was wrong. There was something wrong with the atmosphere in the room. The window that he had opened when he left was now closed. On the table, the draft paper of the 7-foot-long saber that he had drawn was also gone. Someone has entered. Wang Chong's heart tightened, and he immediately realized that something was amiss. There were so many experts in the courtyard, and there were even Ablonidin, Arloja, and Tooba Guyuan around. Yet, someone was able to sneak into his study without anyone noticing. This person's strength must be fearsome. Don't move. Wang Chong reacted swiftly. His body tensed up, and just as he was about to leap out, a chill seeped through his body and aimed at his back. Don't shout, don't scream. Don't expect to attract the monks from the western regions. Over. They are definitely not as fast as my sword. A cold, emotionless voice came from behind him. The voice was very low. Wang Chong's heart turned cold, and his body immediately froze. The person was a lady. Even though she tried her best to conceal it, Wang Chong could still sense it. Furthermore, the other party's strength was inconceivably high. Even though she was clearly behind him, Wang Chong couldn't sense her location at all. All he could feel was an indistinct aura fusing into the darkness. This aura could only be emitted by a single person, an assassin, and a formidable one at that. If you want the Wu Zi steel sword, you can take it now. Before Wang Chong could finish his words, he heard the sound of footsteps. Gongzi, are you asleep? A voice sounded from outside. It was Tuoba Guin's voice, and beside him were Ablonidin and Arloja. The courtyard has been cleaned up, and all the corpses have been disposed of. None of them escaped. If Gongzi doesn't have any other instructions, we will be heading down to rest. Also, we found a dozen scimitars. Gongzi, how do you intend to deal with them? Wang Chong fell into a daze. Separated by a wooden door, he suddenly felt an indescribable feeling. In that instant, he suddenly came to a realization. This person's strength was much higher than he had imagined. She had actually sensed Arloja, Ablonidin, and Tooba Guyuan walking over together without him noticing. His sudden intrusion caught her off guard, and with Ablonidin, Arloja, and Tooba Guyuan walking over together, she had no choice but to restrain him in advance. The darkness was silent. That person didn't say a word, but the chilling aura emanating from the sword behind his back intensified. The meaning behind it was clear. If he were to say a single word more, even if it meant being discovered by Ablonidin, Arloja, and Tooba Guyuan, she would kill him immediately. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, and his heart was thumping wildly. This was the first time he had encountered such a dangerous situation ever since his reincarnation. This person was more than twice as strong as the black-clothed masked man from Carrick Spazanu. Her cultivation had definitely surpassed Origin Energy Tier 9, reaching the true martial realm. Before such an expert, Wang Chong didn't stand much of a chance. Ablonidin, Arloja, and Tooba Guyuan were only a single door away from him. If he wanted to seek help, this was his only chance. Wang Chong wanted to seek help, but he wasn't confident that he could dodge the attack from his back. Gongzi, it was pitch black outside the door, and it was impossible to see anything through the door. Tooba Guyuan, Arloja, and the others waited for Wang Chong's reply for a long time, and they couldn't help but ask. It felt like an instant, but at the same time, it felt like an eternity. When an even more intense, chilling aura emanated from his back, Wang Chong finally regained his senses. This wasn't the time for him to call for help. Most probably, before Ablonidin, Arloja, and the others could barge in, he would already be dead. Since the other party was able to sneak in without anyone noticing, he definitely had the strength to do so. It has been hard on you all tonight. Go and have a good rest. As for those machetes, they are top-notch weapons. Just leave them to Shanhai and Meng Long. Leave them on the weapon rack in the corner of the warehouse. Wang Chong spoke, and a hint of fatigue could be heard in his voice. As expected, the chilling aura behind him subsided, as though it was extremely satisfied with his performance. Yes, Gongzi. The three of them did not seem to have any suspicions. They responded and then turned around. The sound of their footsteps became more and more distant, gradually disappearing into the darkness. As the footsteps of the three faded into the distance, Wang Chong could faintly hear a sneer in the darkness, and his heart sank to the bottom of the lake. I know that you were sent by Mo's aid. Since you have one, you can take the woozy steel sword by my waist. I only hope that you can let me go after obtaining the sword. Wang Chong said. He seemed to have completely given up on resisting. As he spoke, he reached for the woozy steel sword by his waist. Oomph. At least you were sensible. A disdainful sneer sounded behind him, but he didn't seem to reject Wang Chong's woozy steel sword. You are cheating. Before Wang Chong could retrieve the woozy steel sword, the assassin behind him seemed to have noticed something. His eyebrows twitched, and a cold gleam emanated from the tip of his sword. However, the other party realized it too late. The reason why Wang Chong sent Arloja, Ablonidin, and Tooba Guan away and claimed that he would retrieve the woozy steel sword was to lower the other party's guard. On the other hand, Wang Chong's meager cultivation of Origin Energy Tier 5 deepened the other party's disdain. Under such circumstances, it wasn't easy for Wang Chong to create an opportunity for himself. How could he possibly let go of this life-and-death opportunity? Pung! A metal ball-sized sleeping gas grenade was silently flicked onto the ground by Wang Chong's finger. In an instant, a thick sleeping gas spread throughout the room at an astonishing speed. The sleeping gas grenade seemed to have been modified, and it spread at an astonishing speed. The instant it landed on the ground, the thick sleeping gas had already shrouded Wang Chong and the mysterious assassin behind him. You are courting death. A lady bellowed from behind. Killing intent surged, and the cry of a sword echoed in the air. In an instant, a sharp glint of a sword flew toward Wang Chong's back. If this sword were to land, Wang Chong would surely die. Wang Chong swiftly took out a few purple pills from the pouch by his waist and stuffed them into his mouth. At this crucial moment, he executed the submerged dragon wave of the dragon bone art. As though a nimble serpent, he descended from the sky and dove into the waves. The darkness in the study and the sleeping gas grenade that Wang Chong had tossed out played a crucial role. A cold glint flashed past Wang Chong's back, slicing Wang Chong's clothes into two. At the same time, Wang Chong rolled under the table and pulled open the distance between him and his opponent. Do you think you can escape? A trembling hum echoed in the air. The table filled with teapots, cups, brushes, inkstones, and papers was smashed by a single palm. Wood shavings flew everywhere. The assassin hidden in the darkness followed closely behind Wang Chong like a phantom. Try and play tricks in front of me. Are you tired of living? The assassin flipped his right hand, and the sharp sword in his hand shone with a dazzling cold glint in the darkness. Following the assassin's hand gesture, the sword slashed toward Wang Chong. Before the sword could even strike down, the surging shockwaves had already surged over with an earth-shattering momentum. Eat my hidden weapon. Chapter 83. This is bad. After seeing Wang Chong's sleeping gas grenades and seeing him tossing out some hidden weapons, even the courageous assassin in the darkness subconsciously retreated. At the same time, she struck out with her palm, and an explosive shockwave burst forth, deflecting the hidden weapons in the air. I've been fooled by him again. Realizing that nothing had happened to the hidden weapons in the air after being struck, the female assassin flew into a rage. Previously, When Wang Chong presented her with the woozy steel sword, he had already fooled her once. This time, she was fooled by Wang Chong with the antidote to the sleeping gas grenades. How could the black-clothed female assassin possibly accept this? In her eyes, Wang Chong's martial arts were beneath average, but he was extremely slippery. If I were to let you escape, I would really be able to commit suicide. Seeing how slippery Wang Chong was, as though a leopard about to leap out of the window, the female assassin flicked her right hand, and 3 short swords, each around a chi long and as thin as a finger, flew out of the window in front of Wang Chong, sealing off Wang Chong's escape route. If Wang Chong were to forcefully charge out of the window, he would surely die. At the same time, the female assassin's body jolted, and her speed abruptly increased by several folds. As though a specter, she streaked across the air and caught up to Wang Chong in an instant. Chi! A cold gleam flashed across the darkness, and with a clean slash, it flew toward Wang Chong's neck. Spectre steps. Wang Chong was astonished. He suddenly understood how this person managed to get past the heavy guards of the Wang residence and sneak in together with Ablanadin and Arloja. Since he couldn't leap out of the window, Wang Chong immediately used Dragon Coil to stop his momentum. At the same time, he executed the stellar steps and slashed with the woozy steel sword. Clang! The crisp sound of metal echoed in the darkness. In an instant, the sword in the hands of the female assassin was severed by Wang Chong's sword. The sharp edge of the sword tore off a piece of her sleeves and left a sharp wound on her fair arm. However, before Wang Chong could chop off the other party's armband, an arm struck Wang Chong's chest, and a huge force gushed out like a flood. In an instant, Wang Chong was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, as if he had suffered a heavy injury. He smashed heavily into the wall with a bang, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as paper. What a sharp sword! In the darkness, the female assassin raised her hand. There was a faint wound on her arm, and it was incomparably sharp. Glancing at the woozy steel sword in Wang Chong's hands, a hint of fear flashed across the female assassin's eyes. I heard that the number 1 swordsmith in the world appeared in the Tang dynasty, but I didn't believe it. It seems like it's you. Let me ask you something. Are you able to forge this sword? The female assassin flicked her wrist, and a piece of Xian paper appeared in her hands. On it was the 7 chi long narrow saber drawn by Wang Chong. After an intense battle, the female assassin didn't continue pursuing Wang Chong. Instead, she asked about an unimportant drawing. If it was anyone else, they would surely find it bizarre. However, Wang Chong wasn't surprised at all. As Wang Chong glanced at the 3 conical daggers stuck on the windowsill, a thought flashed through his mind. This is fate. Wang Chong sighed. There was no such bizarre weapon in the Central Plains. In fact, in the entire continent, including Carrick's, Spazanu, and Abbasid Caliphate, no one knew how to use such a weapon. In Wang Chong's memories, there was only one place that knew how to use such a weapon. In another time-space continuum, that place was known as Japan. In this world, it was known as the 10 Islands of Japan. There were 10 islands in the eastern seas, a place ruled by female supremacy, a place where martial arts were mainly focused on hacking and slashing. Wang Chong didn't expect that the 7 chi long narrow saber he created using the Japanese katana as the foundation would attract the Eastern Islands' female assassin from the same place in this world. All of this seemed to be fated. This was probably the reason why she didn't make a move immediately when he first entered the room. Yes, even though such thoughts flashed across his mind, Wang Chong replied without the slightest hesitation. Hearing Wang Chong's words, the female assassin stared at Wang Chong, and a complicated expression suddenly appeared in her eyes. But soon, the female assassin regained her cold demeanor. What is hard is easy to break. The longer the sword, the easier it is to break in battle. This saber of yours is 7 chi long, almost as tall as a human. Compared to ordinary swords, it is much easier for it to break. How do you plan to overcome this problem? The female assassin's voice was calm, but there was a chilling, killing intent in the air. It felt as though as long as Wang Chong were to give a wrong answer, she would immediately kill him. However, Wang Chong wasn't nervous at all. Ha! Regardless of whether you believe me or not, if I say it's possible, it's naturally possible. Wang Chong chuckled. Immense confidence flowed from his eyes. The longer a sword, the easier it was to break. This was the greatest problem in forging swords and sabers. Before Wang Chong, it wasn't that no one had thought of forging longer swords and sabers. Other than the problem of weight and inconvenience in usage, a bigger problem was that these swords and sabers were much easier to break than ordinary swords and sabers. Just like what this female assassin said, the harder it was, the easier it was to break. If one couldn't solve this problem, forging longer swords and sabers would be meaningless. However, this problem didn't exist for Wang Chong. Wang Chong knew of a unique forging technique that could avoid this problem. This forging technique was known as tempering. It could greatly increase the toughness of a weapon, and by complementing it with some other techniques during the forging process, this problem could be solved. However, Wang Chong wouldn't tell this to the female assassin. In this world, other than Wang Chong, there was no one who knew of this forging technique. Needless to say, forging it. This was the unique forging technique that Wang Chong possessed. If not for this confidence, Wang Chong wouldn't have designed such a thick, narrow, and slender saber. The black-clothed female assassin stared intently at Wang Chong, as though trying to peer into his heart to see if he was lying or not. Wang Chong also did not avoid her gaze, openly meeting it without the slightest hesitation. "Oomph. The #1 swordsmith in the world. I'll have to trouble you to make a trip with me. As long as you forge a sword like this for me, I might be able to grant you a swift death after this. Don't try to resist, and don't try to shout. You won't get the chance. This time, I'm only throwing you off the wall. The next time, it won't be so simple." As the female assassin spoke, she suddenly raised her right hand and raised the broken sword that was gleaming coldly. At the same time, her left hand reached out to grab the other 3 short swords. She seemed to have made up her mind to kidnap Wang Chong to forge a sword for her alone. Even though her sword had been broken by Wang Chong, the female assassin wasn't worried at all. Wang Chong had already been injured by her palm strike. He wasn't a match for her even when he was at his peak, needless to say, at his current state. Even a broken sword was more than enough for her to deal with him. Clack! With light footsteps, the female assassin walked toward Wang Chong. Her footsteps were calm and firm, as though Wang Chong was already a fish in her palm. Do you know that you're already at death's door? To think that you would still be in the mood for me to forge a sword for you." Seated on the floor, Wang Chong suddenly chuckled. "There's no need to waste your effort and breath. Do you think that I'll believe you?" The female assassin sneered. Her footsteps didn't stop in the slightest as she walked toward Wang Chong. I knew that you would do this. If I'm not wrong, you should be practicing the specter steps, right?" Wang Chong suddenly said with a smile. "Wang." A moment ago, the female assassin was still mocking Wang Chong, but upon hearing the words specter steps, her body trembled and she abruptly came to a halt. The specter steps allows one to traverse through the darkness as though a specter. You must have relied on this to sneak in, right? I don't know where you learned the specter steps from, but do you know that the specter steps is actually in conflict with most cultivation techniques? The more you cultivate this cultivation technique, the closer you are to death. You're already at death's door, and yet you still have the mood to work for others. You even have the mood to kidnap me to forge a sword for you. What a joke. Wang Chong didn't conceal the disdain in his eyes. He looked at the Eastern Islands' female assassin as though he was looking at a dead person. The powerful and wealthy Tang dynasty was like a magnet, attracting all the powers and tribes in the world. Beneath the peaceful surface of the Tang dynasty, there were countless powers lurking in the shadows. This Eastern Islands female assassin was clearly one of them. In order to conceal her identity and not arouse suspicion, she had no idea which faction she had joined to learn this assassination technique. Even though the Spectre Steps was powerful, its flaws were equally huge. Regardless of which power she was recruited by, the other party didn't intend to let her live for too long. "You're spouting nonsense." The Eastern Islands female assassin's face turned cold. The killing intent in the air suddenly intensified by more than tenfold. and the temperature in the room fell abruptly. At this moment, the aura exuded by the Eastern Islands' female assassin was completely different from before. Not only was it much stronger, it was as sharp as the edge of a blade. Wang Chang's conjecture wasn't wrong. This female assassin had concealed her true cultivation. Her true strength should be that of the saber. Am I spouting nonsense? Try to circulate your qi according to the specter steps. Circulate your qi through your Zifu and Shanzhong acupoints to see if you feel any pain. Leaning against the wall, Wang Chong sneered coldly. Wang, even though the female assassin said that she didn't believe him, her body subconsciously began to circulate according to Wang Chong's instructions. Wang, a dense black aura gushed out from her body. In an instant, the female assassin's silhouette blurred as though a phantom, as though fusing with the darkness. But the next moment, with a dull grunt, the black aura dissipated, and the female assassin appeared in the room once more. Her face was incomparably pale, and cold sweat was dripping down her forehead. Her cold, emotionless, and composed eyes swiftly glanced at Wang Chong. For the first time, panic appeared on her face. Wang Chong was right. When her Jinqi flowed through her Zifu and Shanzhong acupoints, she really felt a sharp pain in her Juk and Fengzi acupoints. The Jinqi in her body nearly dissipated. This is a good chance. Just as the female assassin was panicking, Wang Chong slapped the ground with his palm and leaped into the air. Executing dragon ascending the clouds, his body was as agile as a serpent as he leaped out of the window without any hesitation. Chapter 84. Where do you think you're going? The female assassin's heart turned cold. Her target this time was Wang Chong. Regardless of whether it was to kill him or to have him forge a sword for her, she couldn't allow him to escape. Pung! Enduring the pain in her body, the female assassin hurriedly chased after Wang Chong. Outside the window, the moonlight shone brightly. She could see a figure as agile as a serpent dashing toward the Wang family residence's warehouse. The female assassin's face turned cold. Without any hesitation, she immediately chased after Wang Chong. But just as she was several zhang away from the female assassin, a black gleam flashed, and a massive steel arrow carrying a powerful might flew toward the female assassin's face at the speed of lightning. Boom! In an instant, the female assassin was only able to raise her broken sword before her body to block the attack. Then, she was struck by the thick metal arrow and was sent flying. Toba Guiyuan, masters, hurry up and stop her. Don't let her escape. As Wang Chong dashed along the grass, he bellowed loudly. The first half of his sentence was in Mandarin, but the second half was in Sanskrit. Roar! Female benefactor, stay behind. Arloja and Ablonidin roared furiously. Black smoke billowed from their bodies, and as though two arrows leaving the bow, they charged forward. Pung pung! In a short period of time, the three powerful shockwaves collided with one another. The shockwaves from the explosion even affected Wang Chong, who was a dozen zhang away. When Wang Chong turned around, he saw Arloja and Ablonidin's robes puffing up. Their bodies wavered, and they retreated several steps. On the other hand, the female assassin also made use of this opportunity to charge out. In midair, she deflected Bagun's thick metal arrow with an arrow before her figure blurred. Executing the specter steps once more, her figure morphed into a blurry shadow and darted into the shadows at the corner of the wall. Lad, this matter isn't over yet. That hateful voice sounded from the darkness, and it sounded as though her teeth were about to shatter. In the blink of an eye, the Eastern Islands' female assassin disappeared from sight. That fellow's strength is incredible. Upon seeing this sight, Wang Chong was astonished. He had witnessed Arloja and Ablonidin's strength before. For this female assassin to be able to fight against the two of them at the same time, her strength was truly astonishing. Young master, who is this woman? She's so strong. Even two of my arrows couldn't hurt her. Tuoba Guiyuan rushed over with an arrow on his back. The most basic requirement for an archer was to have a keen eye, and Tuoba Guiyuan was an expert in this field. However, After the other party executed the specter steps, Tuoba Gyuan was unable to identify her. Is it that merchant from the western regions, Mo Zaid? This guy is so cunning. Other than those masked men in black, he actually arranged for another group of assassins. Shenhai and Meng Long also rushed over from the back with their swords in their hands. It's not Mo Zaid. Wang Chong shook his head. Oh. The group of people immediately looked over in surprise. This person is a Japanese assassin. No matter how strong Mo Zaid is, it's impossible for him to hire a Japanese assassin to deal with me. And she doesn't recognize the woozy steel sword in my hand. Wang Chong said as he lifted the woozy steel sword in his hand to take a look. There were simply too many flaws on the Japanese female assassin. Initially, Wang Chong thought that she was hired by Mo Zaid. However, what Mo Zaid wanted was his woozy steel sword, and this person wanted his life. If it weren't for the fact that she happened to discover the 7-foot-long, slender, and thick-backed sword on the table, and the fact that the Japanese were especially proficient in swordsmanship, she would have killed him long ago. Then who sent her? Shenhai and Meng Long frowned. Wang Chong shook his head silently. Even though he didn't know who sent the assassin, the only one who would be able to send such an assassin recently was either Su Bai or Yao Feng. Su Bai had already been locked up in the Court of Judicial Review, and no matter how capable he was, it was impossible for him to hire a female assassin. Then what was left was, at this point, a dark shadow flashed across Wang Chong's forehead. Let's talk about this matter in the future. Reinforce our defenses for the next few days. That person might come again. Shenhai, Meng Long, and Tuoba Gyuan nodded their heads in fear. If not for Wang Chong's wits, and having Tuoba Gyuan and the 2 Cindy monks deliver the weapons to Shenhai and Meng Long, no one would have known that Wang Chong was in danger. That female assassin probably wouldn't have known that there wasn't a weapon rack in the corner of the Wang clan's warehouse. It was because Shenhai and Meng Long heard this, as well as the fact that Wang Chong had been in his room the entire time, not opening the door, that they realized that something was amiss. Thus, they gathered Tunkun, Alanadin, and our Loja to rush over. Master, I'll be troubling you for the next 2 days. Wang Chong turned around and spoke to the 2 Cindy monks in Sanskrit. Don't worry, Gongzi. We'll stay close to you for the next few days to ensure your safety. Recalling the previous situation, the 2 of them felt a lingering fear. The current Wang Chong was of utmost importance to them. No matter what, they couldn't allow anything to happen to him. After receiving the assurance of the 2 Cindy monks, Wang Chong heaved a sigh of relief. Without Blonadin, Arloja, and Tuoba Gyuan around, he didn't have to worry about the female assassin for the time being. Perhaps it's about time for me to get some help. A glint flashed across Wang Chong's eyes, and a thought flashed across his mind. This incident also served as a reminder to Wang Chong. Time and space had changed, and so had his identity and strength. If it was in the past, as the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains, Wang Chong wouldn't have paid any heed to such an assassin. However, everything was different now. Wang Chong had to remind himself repeatedly that he was no longer the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains. He was just a mere scion of an Origin Energy Tier 5 clan. Before he succeeded in cultivating those cultivation techniques, he wouldn't be able to execute a single one of them. Ablonadin, Arloja, and the others couldn't possibly guard him all the time, and Tuoba Gyuan couldn't possibly stay by his side. Under the circumstances where he wasn't strong enough, in order to prevent such a thing from happening again, Wang Chong had to find some formidable bodyguards and subordinates to protect him. Even though this wasn't an easy task, Wang Chong was still able to find a few of them. There's no need to rush this matter. I'll think about it after Grandfather's birthday. Wang Chong thought. Grandfather's birthday was just a few days away. Without Blonadin and Arloja around, it shouldn't be a problem for him to endure for a few days. Furthermore, if that female assassin still remembered what he told her about the Spectre steps, she probably wouldn't have the time to harass him for the time being. Masters, I'll have to trouble you to stay beside me for the next few days. Wang Chong turned to look at Shenhai and Meng Long. Also, Shenhai and Meng Long, call little sister over tomorrow. He also told his cousin to get a few experts from his uncle to come over and guard his mother's residence. I'm afraid that there might be others who would lay their hands on Mother. Also, inform the Imperial Army to increase the patrols in the vicinity. Right? It would be best to inform Uncle and have him deal with this matter personally. It didn't matter how many guards there were. It was safest for the Imperial Army to patrol the area frequently. The Imperial Army of the Royal Court was filled with experts of true martial realm and above. With these people patrolling the area frequently, even the female assassin would have to consider whether it was worth it to do so. Yes, I'll get it done now, Shen Hai and Meng Long replied before leaving. After making all these arrangements, Wang Chong heaved a sigh of relief. After making all these arrangements, the Wang clan was truly impregnable. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about an attack of this level in the future. After making arrangements for Ablonidin and Arloja's residence, Wang Chong headed back to his own residence. The Wang clan finally quieted down after a huge commotion in the middle of the night. Pung! Wang Chong pushed open the door, and just as he stepped over the threshold, the world suddenly shook. An intense bout of dizziness struck his head. Before Wang Chong could react, he felt the world around him changing. In an instant, it felt as though countless things were pressing down on him. That kind of heavy pressure was almost suffocating. Warning! Warning! The first world constraint has arrived. Before Wang Chong could even react, the world before him had already begun to churn. An endless torrent of energy surged toward him with the might of a thunderbolt. In the midst of this torrent of energy, Wang Chong seemed as insignificant as an ant. Pung! Wang Chong's right knee caved in, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, Wang Chong could vaguely hear a rumbling in his body. A bizarre but resilient energy burst forth from his body, forming a faint yellow barrier that shielded Wang Chong's body. Boom! The surging torrent of energy surged past Wang Chong's body like a tidal wave. The faint yellow barrier around Wang Chong's body shattered with a pop, taking away all of Wang Chong's stamina. Ooh! Wang Chong's face was pale, and he sat on the ground. His entire body was drenched in sweat. Gongzi, what's wrong? A Sanskrit voice came from next door. It was Ablonidin. I'm fine, Wang Chong replied weakly. Everything before him returned to normal. The heavy pressure and the feeling of the world crashing down on him only lasted for an instant before disappearing. The room was dark and silent. The world shackles had passed. Masters, did you two see anything just now? Or did you discover anything? Wang Chong panted for breath and said after a moment of silence, No, I only heard that you fell. It was Ablonidin's voice, and there was a hint of doubt in his voice. For some reason, Wang Chong's voice had become exceptionally weak. However, recalling how Wang Chong had just survived the assault of a female assassin, he felt relieved and didn't think too much about it. Oblivious to Ablonidin and Arloja in the other room, Wang Chong was taken aback upon hearing their reply. All of a sudden, he seemed to have come to a realization. So, I'm the only one who could see such a huge commotion? Wang Chong fell into deep thought. Regardless of whether it was the powerful torrent of energy or the faint yellow barrier around him, other than him, Ablonidin, Arloja, and the others were unaware of such a huge commotion. Wang Chong suddenly realized that the power of the world was directed at him. The world constraint had already surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary cultivator. Even Ablonidin and Arloja weren't able to sense it. Chapter 85. This was the first time Wang Chong had experienced the world-binding force, or rather, the repulsive force. It felt as though he was not tolerated by the entire world. In front of that majestic power, Wang Chong could deeply feel how insignificant he was, and his heart palpitated. In reality, it was not just him. Wang Chong believed that any warrior would be as insignificant as an ant in front of this torrent of heaven and earth. On the collapsed bed, Wang Chong sat on the ground, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. So, this is the price of reincarnating, to become the enemy of the entire world. If not for the Stone of Destiny, I would have been crushed into powder long ago. Wang Chong closed his eyes, thinking silently, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Wang Chong suddenly understood what kind of predicament reincarnating would face in this universe. Right now, the Stone of Destiny was his only hope. The torrent of heaven and earth was endless, as though a flood was crashing down on him. However, the faint light emitted by the Stone of Destiny was like a shelter in the midst of a storm, helping him escape this crisis. The 20 Destiny energy should have been used up by now. This is only the first wave. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and the next moment, Wang Chong saw the Stone of Destiny in his mind. Warning: Destiny energy remaining, 5 points. Duration of the next world binding force, 3 months. Destiny energy required, 30 points. Looking at this string of information, Wang Chong laughed bitterly in his heart. It was exactly as he had expected. However, the next time, the amount of destiny energy required to resist the world-binding force was not 25 points, but 30 points. After sitting on the ground for a while, as his stamina recovered, a strange feeling slowly spread throughout his body. A power that he had never felt before was suddenly released from his hair follicles, skin, and muscles all over his body. Wang Chong felt that while his stamina was recovering, his strength was also increasing. Not only that, this energy seemed to have a very strong penetrative ability. It began to penetrate through his skin and muscles, seeping into his bones and marrow, and began to automatically strengthen Wang Chong's bones, meridians, and even muscles. This is... Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly came to a realization. Wasn't this what the Stone of Fate had mentioned before? Every time he resisted the world restriction, his body would be strengthened? Thinking of this, Wang Chong was overjoyed. He jumped up from the ground and quickly executed the astral steps, practicing the heavy punch method. Bang, bang, bang. Strong winds blew in all directions in the room, and waves of air burst out like a tidal wave. As expected, when Wang Chong practiced the heavy punch, the speed at which the dissipating energy permeated his body increased tremendously. Under the transformation of this energy, Wang Chong could feel the bones in his body absorbing nutrients from his blood, rapidly becoming denser. As expected, could this energy be the dissipating energy of the world? Wang Chong was delighted. Recalling the surging energy of the world, could it be that when the faint yellow barrier formed by the energy of destiny broke apart, it captured some of the dissipating energy of the world and sent it back to him? Now that I think about it, the world restriction isn't that bad after all. Wang Chong chuckled. Becoming one with his mind, he hastened the cultivation of the heavy punch. Time slowly passed, and it was hard to tell how many days had passed. Kacha! Wang Chong suddenly heard the crisp sound of his bones exploding. Somehow, he seemed to have broken through a bottleneck, and Wang Chong felt his strength rising by a large margin in an instant. Panther Bone 2 Dan. Wang Chong was overjoyed. He felt refreshed. Not only had he recovered to his peak, he had also recovered from the internal injuries he suffered from the Eastern Islands' female assassin's attack. Furthermore, his strength had also risen by a notch. With the success of Panther Bone 2 Dan, it was only a matter of time before he reached Origin Energy Tier 6. Wang Chong was overjoyed, and he only fell into a deep sleep when it was nearing dawn. Mother, I'm back. The next day, just as he was having his meal, the sound of bouncing could be heard. Pong! The door was pushed open, and his little sister barged in. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and she was munching on a fragrant chicken drumstick. It was hard to tell if she had brought it from her cousin's place. Brother, I heard that some baddies came to our house last night. Where are they? Where are they? Let me give them a good beating. As the Wong family's little sister spoke, she looked around furiously. Then, she raised her fair and tender fists, as though flaunting her prowess. You spend all day at cousin's place, and you still have the time to come back? By the time you return, they would have already left. Wang Chong glanced at his little sister and said impatiently. After not seeing her for a few days, his little sister seemed to have changed completely. She had a rattle-drum by her waist, a pair of embroidered shoes with silver bells on them, and a kite on her back. It seemed like his little sister hadn't been slacking off when he gave her the 100 gold taels. She had taken the money and spent it freely for a period of time. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Wang Xiaoyao stuck out her tongue and hurriedly ran to her mother's side. Her eyes darted around the room, and soon she picked up a pair of chopsticks, stabbed a roasted goose on the table, and began munching on it. Gluttonous and playful. You haven't changed at all. Wang Chong shook his head. Looking at his little sister, he felt helpless, given his little sister's talent. If she had spent some time on cultivation, how could she have reached such a low cultivation realm? There probably wouldn't be many people in the capital who could match her. However, his little sister was only 10 years old, and she was a gluttonous and playful person. Wang Chong couldn't change that. His little sister didn't return alone. Together with her were a few experts sent over by cousin Wang Zhuyan. They were the true experts of his big uncle's residence. Wang Chong arranged for them to stay near his mother's residence and guarded her day and night. Right, little brother. After the meal, his little sister suddenly beamed with joy. Tilting her head, she fawned. I heard from Shun Hai and Meng Long that you earned 600,000 gold taels. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. As she spoke, she shook Wang Chong's arm with a pleading look on her face. I knew that you would do this. Wang Chong chuckled, but he didn't reject her. Instead, a doting look appeared on his face. Let's go. I'll bring you to take a look. In the Wang family storehouse, Wang Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with stars upon seeing the mountain of gold. Wah, little brother, we're rich. The Wang family's little sister pounced overexcitedly and started rolling on the pile of gold. As she rolled, she exclaimed excitedly, so much gold, so much gold. How much delicious food can we buy with this? Everything was fine at the start, but at the end, it was all about food. Just as the matter of the Wang clan being assaulted was causing a huge commotion, a shocking matter occurred in the royal court. The consort Tai Zhen incident. The Son of Heaven, the Holy Emperor, was determined to bring consort Tai Zhen into the royal palace. In the royal court, the King of Song, King Qi, the Yao clan, the Wang clan, the Duke of Su, the Duke of Wei, the Duke of Zhao, all of the civil and military officials were embroiled in the matter. This included Wang Chong's big uncle. Wang General. The entire royal court was torn into two. Half supported the matter, while the other half opposed it. This became the most sensational matter in the past few decades of the Tang dynasty. Regardless of whether they supported the matter or opposed it, their emotions were extremely intense. As a result, the atmosphere in the royal court became extremely tense. In fact, there were even two physicians who fought in the royal court, resulting in them bleeding profusely. In the end, both of them were imprisoned in the imperial prison of the Court of Judicial Review. At the same time, the entire Central Plains was in a state of turmoil. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the royal court. Wang Chong received the news while he was cultivating at home. Upon hearing the news from the royal court, Wang Chong fell silent for a very long time. To think that such a matter would still happen. Wang Chong raised his head. The sky was overcast, and there was an indescribable pressure in it. Looking at the gloomy sky, a hint of worry flashed across Wang Chong's eyes. There were many things in this world that were different from what he remembered. But regardless of which time-space continuum he was in, the death of Consort Wu in 740 and the wise and formidable Holy Emperor in the history of the Tang Dynasty ordered Consort Shou to become a nun, as well as the Consort Tai Zhen incident that brought her into the royal palace. All of this had a significant impact on the world. No one could understand why the wise and valiant sage emperor, who had spent the first half of his life forging ahead, the greatest person in Great Tang, even the Central Plains, would have such a drastic change in his personality, going against the principles of morality and bringing Consort Tai Zhen into the palace. Thinking about it carefully, even now, Wang Chong still couldn't understand why. This was definitely not the actions of a holy emperor, but the impact and consequences of this incident were extremely far-reaching. The Wang clan's backer, His Highness the King of Song, who wielded immense authority and influence in the royal court, had displeased the holy emperor due to his vehement opposition to this matter. As a result, he fell out of favor and was expelled from the royal court. Losing the backing of the King of Song was a heavy blow to the Wang clan. What was even worse was that the Wang clan had also chosen the wrong side in this political storm. Everyone had underestimated the Holy Emperor's determination in this matter. And the price of the Wang clan's underestimation was that they had suffered a huge blow in this matter. Since then, they had never recovered. Be it in terms of power, status, or influence, they had all been greatly weakened, and they had been completely eliminated from the first echelon of the Tang dynasty. In a political battle, one wrong step and one wrong side would have such a cruel price to pay. For the Wang clan, this was a huge crisis. However, in the entire Wang clan, apart from Wang Chong, no one knew the future direction of the Wang clan. Although he understood, Wang Chong knew that there was nothing he could do now. The impact of this storm in the royal court was unprecedented, and it was not something that a 15-year-old child like him could decide. I can only wait until Grandpa's birthday. At that time, the King of Song will definitely go to Grandpa and ask for his support. In the royal court of the Tang dynasty, old Master Yao of the Yao clan and his own grandfather were two obstacles that could not be avoided. In any major event in the royal court, their opinions had a decisive effect. Wang Chong knew that the King of Song would definitely ask for his grandfather's opinion during the birthday celebration. Suppressing his thoughts, Wang Chong continued to practice. Chapter 86. Days passed one after another, and in the Wang family residence, a figure danced around swiftly. Dragon ascending the clouds, dragon submerging the waves, dragon swallowing the water, dragon exhaling the waves. Wang Chong's figure was agile and lively. He executed a simple dragon bone art fist art, and as though a serpentine dragon, he darted through the fake mountains and forests. This had already surpassed the limits of an ordinary fist art. Instead, it had reached the level of being able to utilize one's own will. Even the guards of the Wang family couldn't help but stare at Wang Chong. No one knew where the third young master learned this fist art from, and no one cared about it either. To the Wang family, after witnessing the third young master's ability to amass more than 600,000 gold taels in such a short period of time, this was nothing at all. By now, no one was surprised by it. In the courtyard, Wang Chong's movement technique grew faster and faster. The air around him surged as though a tidal wave, and fallen leaves were swept up by Wang Chong. However, they didn't fall to the ground. Instead, as though small boats in the sea, they flowed along the air currents around Wang Chong. This was the sign of mastering the Herculean fist art. It's about time. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and the blood in his body flowed faster and faster. He had a feeling that he would be able to reach Origin Energy Tier 6 today. Pung pung pung. Surges of air currents exploded around Wang Chong. After an unknown period of time, boom! Wang Chong's body jolted, and a surge of Origin Energy burst forth from his body. As though a bottleneck had been broken, endless Origin Energy gushed in from the surroundings and gushed into Wang Chong's body. Kacha kacha, the crisp sound of his joints echoed throughout his body. Under the boost of the Origin Energy from the surroundings, Wang Chong's strength burst forth, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through from Origin Energy Tier 5 to Origin Energy Tier 6. Ha ha! The Heaven's Gate is open. I've finally reached Origin Energy Tier 6. Wang Chong was overjoyed. It was rare for Wang Chong to be so excited, but it was different this time. In martial arts, there was a saying called Heavenly Gate. This Heavenly Gate was not the 100 acupuncture points on the top of the head, but the bottleneck between the human body and the outside world. Upon reaching Origin Energy Tier 6, one would be able to break through this bottleneck and absorb Origin Energy from the outside world. This was the greatest difference between Origin Energy Tier 5 and Origin Energy Tier 6. For example, the first 5 tiers of Origin Energy Tier 9 were all for the purpose of opening the Heaven's Gate. Once a martial artist reached Origin Energy Tier 6, they would be able to cultivate secret arts that could greatly enhance their strength, agility, and speed. For example, the Spectre Steps of the Eastern Islands female assassin was a speed-type secret art after reaching Origin Energy Tier 6. It was impossible for one to learn such a powerful secret art before reaching Origin Energy Tier 5. To Wang Chong, that wasn't all. Once he reached Origin Energy Tier 6, Wang Chong would be able to maneuver around even more freely. Even though he was the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains in his previous life, he had lost all of his cultivation. Thus, Wang Chong could only start over from scratch. The Origin Gate is open was a good start for Wang Chong. If Wang Chong's limbs were bound in the past, Wang Chong now had a free hand. Boom! With a thought, Wang Chong punched out with his right fist, and in that instant, something inconceivable happened. Kacha-kacha! The bones in Wang Chong's body creaked, and his right arm suddenly grew to twice its original length. He reached his hand into the crevice of a fake mountain, and pung! The rock weighing more than 100 jin was lifted up. In Wang Chong's hand, a rock weighing more than 100 jin was as light as a feather. This was the ability of Origin Energy Tier 6. Upon reaching this level, a martial artist's fighting prowess would be greatly enhanced. For a rock weighing more than 100 jin to be as light as a feather, this was something that ordinary people couldn't compare to. This is what they say. Gongzi's intelligence is truly incredible. We have only exchanged a few blows, but Gongzi is already able to grasp the arm-length fist in one fell swoop. In the corridor by the side, Arloja and Ablonidin walked down the stairs with their sleeves fluttering in the wind. The two of them nodded their heads in delight. Arm-length fist was a secret art of Sindhu. Different from the martial arts of the Central Plains, Sindhu was known for its bizarre nature. Upon mastering this arm-length fist, one's arm would be able to move from one side to the other, allowing one to catch one's opponent off guard. This was also a Sindhu martial art that the two of them had imparted to Wang Chong according to Wang Chong's current cultivation realm. They thought that would take a long time, but to think that Wang Chong's improvement would be faster than they had expected. I have to thank the two masters for your guidance. Wang Chong smiled and walked over. In another world, there was a saying that Bodhidharma traveled east to impart martial arts. As such, Wang Chong had always been curious about the Sindhu martial arts of this world. Due to the famine and poverty in Sindhu, the overall standard of martial arts couldn't compare to that of the Central Plains. However, that didn't mean that it didn't have its strengths. Of all the martial arts in Sindhu, the one that Wang Chong was most curious about was the tortoise breathing art. It was said that this was the secret art of the Sindhu monks. After mastering the secret art, one could bury themselves deep in the ground for 10 days and 10 nights without eating, drinking, or breathing, and nothing would happen to them. Some of the more formidable Sindhi sadhus could even remain motionless underground for 3 months or even several years, as if they were dead. In his previous life, this was the Sindhu martial art that Wang Chong wanted to learn the most, but he didn't have the chance to do so. Now that he had met Arloja and Ablonidin, how could Wang Chong let go of this opportunity? Arloja and Ablonidin spoke of everything they knew. The only problem was that Wang Chong wasn't able to learn it with his current cultivation. Hong long long. Just as they were speaking, the rumbling of a carriage sounded from the front door. From the carriage, his little sister's excited voice could be heard clearly. "Brother, it's time to set off. It's grandfather's birthday. Mother wants us to go to the Four Quarters Embassy right now." "I got it. I'm coming." Hearing his little sister's loud voice reverberating through the entire Wang family residence, Wang Chong chuckled. A look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Regardless of the storm outside, the entire Wang family residence was in a joyous mood today. Bright red lanterns were hung on the eaves of all of the houses. Many places were even painted with red wood paint, creating a festive atmosphere. Grandfather's 70th birthday was a huge occasion for the entire Wang clan. Other than Wang Chong's father, who was stationed by the borders, everyone else, including Big Uncle, Big Aunt, and Little Uncle, would be attending grandfather's birthday. Naturally, Wang Chong was the same as well. There were 365 days in a year, and this was the only day that Wang Chong could enter the Four Quarters Embassy to visit his grandfather. Even though he felt helpless, the Wang clan wasn't unique to a clan of generals and ministers. Where there was gain, there was bound to be loss. "Masters, I'll be leaving first," Wang Chong said in Sanskrit. Gongzi, we won't be accompanying you," Arloja and Ablonidin replied respectfully. The Four Quarters Embassy was a forbidden ground of the Tang dynasty, and it was heavily guarded by the experts of the imperial army. Even descendants of the Wang clan like Wang Chong weren't allowed to enter easily. Needless to say, Sindhi Buddhist monks like Arloja and Ablanadin. Wang Chong nodded. With his little sister around, the Wang clan's guards, and even the experts of the imperial army, he didn't have to worry about any accidents happening in broad daylight. Wang Chong began walking out. Outside the gates of the Wang family residence, a bright red carriage stopped. His mother and little sister were on it. Wang Chong dived into the carriage, and it slowly drove off. You two siblings, listen up. Chonger, you have to listen up as well. Today is grandfather's birthday, and other than us, many of your grandfather's old subordinates are coming over. When we reach there, speak less, eat more, and observe more. Don't cause any trouble for me. Whenever it was her father-in-law's birthday, Zhao Shu Hua would be extremely nervous. In the family, even though she had the final say. But everyone knew that the backbone of the Wang clan, the true person at the helm, was actually Eunuch Wang. Her father-in-law had led a glorious life, and he was doted on by the Holy Emperor. The reason why the Wang clan was able to become a clan of generals and ministers was due to her father-in-law's contributions. In the Wang clan, her father-in-law wielded unparalleled authority. Zhao Shu Hua had always been respectful and fearful of Gongzi. In truth, she wasn't the only one. The other sisters-in-law were the same as well. Mother, don't worry. I know what to do. Wang Chong patted his mother's back and consoled her. That's right. What is there for grandfather to be afraid of? I'm not afraid at all. Wang family's little Yao pouted. Hearing his little sister's words, Wang Chong and his mother smiled bitterly. In the Wang clan, grandfather had always been extremely strict. Regardless of whether it was his big brother, second brother, or cousin, they had all been reprimanded by grandfather. Even Wang Chong himself was the same in his previous life. The only exception was probably his little sister. For some reason, regardless of whether it was grandfather or grandmother, they were extremely fond of this little sister of theirs. At this age, grandfather had never scolded her before. Every time they saw his little sister, the two elders would chuckle happily. This made Wang Chong, his big brothers, and cousin incomparably jealous. But there was nothing they could do. His little sister was a magnet for affection. Furthermore, other than gluttony, girls were playful. They wouldn't cause any trouble. The carriage passed through the streets and alleys, heading toward the east. Several hours later, seated in the carriage, Wang Chong suddenly felt a majestic aura crushing down on him, as though a tidal wave. In that instant, Wang Chong felt as though he was facing a torrent of the world. We've arrived at the Four Quarters Embassy. Wang Chong immediately realized what was going on. He had been to the Four Quarters Embassy before, so this aura was extremely familiar to Wang Chong. Shua, parting the curtains, Wang Chong gazed into the distance. Not too far away, a massive residence stood before him. The residence was square-shaped, and it was 7 to 8 times the size of an ordinary general or minister clan. It looked extremely simple, but exuded an incomparably solemn and dignified aura. Anyone who walked by this place couldn't help but feel a sense of respect and reverence. They would lower their voices and slow their footsteps, as though fearing that they would alarm the person within. There wasn't a single person in the vicinity of the residence, not even a single house. Above the main gate of the residence, Wang Chong saw a simple signboard. On the signboard were 3 large words painted in black on a white background: frowny face, Four Quarters Embassy. The words were bold and forceful, as if they were bursting out of the paper, like a true dragon soaring into the sky, affecting the world. This was the Four Quarters Embassy. Chapter 87. The Four Quarters Embassy was quiet, but Wang Chong knew that it was one of the most heavily guarded places in the Central Plains. Countless Imperial Army experts were stationed here. Looking from afar, even the air above the Four Quarters Embassy seemed slightly distorted, and even the sun, moon, and stars seemed a little bizarre. The Four Quarters Embassy looked simple, and one could easily climb over the walls. However, one would realize that this place was definitely a tiger's den. One might be able to enter easily, but there was no guarantee that one would be able to come out alive. Every time Wang Chong entered this place, he would feel as though he had stepped into an impenetrable fortress. To think that I would finally be back here. Looking at the Four Quarters Embassy, Wang Chong was in a daze. A complicated expression flashed across his eyes. Wang Chong had always disliked the Four Quarters Embassy. The reason was simple. The atmosphere here was too solemn. Every time he entered this place, it didn't feel like a family gathering. Instead, it felt more like a court assembly. Furthermore, grandfather, or perhaps the old master, this was how Wang Chong addressed him in his heart, was too upright and incorruptible. Wang Chong's rebelliousness, ignorance, and troublemaking didn't appeal to the old master. As a result, Wang Chong felt as though he was invisible every time he came here. No one paid attention to him, and no one cared about him. Due to this reason, Wang Chong disliked coming here even more. There were many things that one would only realize their importance after losing them. It was only after the old master passed away that Wang Chong truly felt the weight of the old master. The entire Wang clan lost its pillar of support, and in an instant, the world collapsed. Only then did Wang Chong realize what the old master meant to the clan. Humans had to learn from their mistakes in order to grow. Many years later, when Wang Chong was no longer young, Wang Chong finally understood his grandfather's intentions. He had lived an upright and incorruptible life. Wealth, status, and authority held no attraction to him at all. No one disliked having a house full of grandchildren, and no one disliked enjoying a blissful old age. The reason why he persisted for so long in the Four Quarters Embassy, despite his old age, was for this family, for the descendants of the Wang clan. Thus, in his previous life, when he revisited the Four Quarters Embassy many years later, the Four Quarters Embassy was no longer guarded by the Imperial Army, and it was overgrown with weeds, turning it into an ordinary courtyard. Big Uncle and Little Uncle kneeled on the ground and burst into tears. That scene was something that Wang Chong would never forget for the rest of his life. In the past, Wang Chong was filled with awe and respect for this place. But as someone who had reincarnated, Wang Chong's feelings toward this place were completely different. It wasn't just the intimacy that flowed through his bloodline. To Wang Chong, this place also contained a sliver of hope for the empire. If Wang Chong wanted to change the fate of the empire, change the fate of the Central Plains, he needed the approval and help of that elder in the Four Quarters courtyard. This was Wang Chong's only chance. Jaya! A shout sounded from outside the carriage. Wang Chong's eyes widened for a moment, but he soon recovered. Retracting his head, he sat on the carriage with his mother and slowly headed toward the Four Quarters Embassy. This wasn't the first time the Wang clan's carriage had entered the Four Quarters Embassy. Even in the Tang dynasty, there were few who didn't recognize the emblem on the carriage. However, they still had to go through strict procedures to verify it before allowing it in. Let's alight here. If Duke Jiao summons you, he'll inform you. Not too far after entering the Four Quarters Embassy, several Imperial Army soldiers stood guard. Several black-armored Imperial Army soldiers had grim and expressionless faces, blocking the way. This was the periphery of the Four Quarters Embassy. Even though they were from the Wang clan, they could only walk this far. They had to wait for the summons from inside. Even though Wang Chong wasn't used to this, he knew that this was a rule set by the Holy Emperor. But Wang Chong knew that this was a rule set down by the Sage Emperor to prevent people from trying to take advantage of the chaos and sneak in. The Holy Emperor viewed the Four Quarters Embassy with great importance. All of you wait here. Big Ant and the others will be here soon, and we'll all enter together. Remember not to run around. Madame Wang instructed from the carriage. She was already used to all of this, so she wasn't surprised by it. Wang Chong and his little sister nodded their heads before opening the carriage door and alighting. The Four Quarters Embassy was heavily guarded. With a single glance, one could see a sentry every 5 steps and a sentry every 10. There were Imperial Army guards everywhere, both in the open and in the shadows. These gazes scanned the area silently from all directions, and it felt as though one was being watched at all times. In his previous life, Wang Chong had always felt uncomfortable being watched. However, having lived 2 lives, Wang Chong had weathered many storms, so he didn't mind such surveillance. Mother, let me help you down. Wang Chong stood by the side of the carriage and helped his mother down. Madame Wang nodded her head in gratification. This child had truly grown up. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have been so sensible. Disregarding the Imperial Army Guards, the interior of the Four Quarters Embassy was actually quite beautiful. The interior of the Four Quarters Embassy was filled with lush greenery, and between the trees, neatly paved bluestone paths could be seen. By the sides of the paths, there were many craggy artificial mountains and boulders that exuded an ancient charm. Clear streams of flowing water, carefully constructed by the Bureau of Works, flowed through the surroundings. Wang Chong glanced around, and he could even see clusters of meticulously cultivated black bamboos. They were lush and vigorous, exuding vitality. The old master loved peace and quiet, and he was skilled in both literature and martial arts when he was young. These were all things that he liked. Luolulu. Just as he was waiting, the rumbling of a carriage sounded from behind him. Yo, isn't this Xu Hua? You sure came early. It's father-in-law's birthday. Xu Hua, you sure put in a lot of effort. Before Wang Chong could see the person, a sarcastic and eccentric voice sounded from the green carriage. Wang Chong turned his head and saw a middle-aged woman with a hairpin and an air of nobility poking her head out of the carriage window. Her eyes were staring at him with a hint of harshness in them. Big Aunt, a thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. The person who peeked her head out from the carriage was none other than Wang Chong's big aunt, Xing Yuan-chun. If Big Uncle had always been fond of him in his previous life, Big Aunt hated him. This kind of hatred wasn't limited to just Wang Chong, but the entire Wang clan. Big brother, second brother, father, mother, and little sister were all included. In fact, even after the Wang clan fell into trouble, Big Aunt's attitude hadn't changed at all. When the Wang clan was in trouble, everyone was more than willing to work together. Even though they were starving, Big Aunt was always nagging at them. When it was time to eat, she made sure to eat the best. And when it was time to pick out food, she made sure to pick the largest portion. When the Wang clan fell into trouble, everyone was skinny, but Big Aunt even gained a few caddies. Due to this reason, she and Wang Chong hated one another. Sister-in-law must be joking. Today is father-in-law's birthday, so how could Xu Hua dare to be late? Hearing her brother and sister-in-law's words, Madame Wang's face darkened, but she didn't dare to refute them. Xing Yuan-chun was the daughter-in-law of the Wang clan's first wife. In the feudal society, her status was much higher than hers. Mother, why are you being so courteous with her? Big Aunt, today is grandfather's 70th birthday. As an elder, you actually came so late for such an important event. Aren't you being a little too negligent? Wang Chong tugged at his mother and retorted rudely. His mother couldn't speak, but as a child, he didn't have much to fear. Even if grandfather were to blame him, he would only say that he was inexperienced and that it wasn't a big deal. That's right, that's right. Why are you scolding my mother? His little sister clenched her fists and argued indignantly. You, Xing Yuan-chun, didn't expect Wang Chong to interject and criticize her for being late. She angrily pointed a finger at Wang Chong and said with a frosty face, You two, little things, do you still have any respect for your elders? How dare you speak like that? I'm speaking with your mother. Do you have the right to interrupt? Zhao Shuhua, is this how you teach your children? Enough. At this moment, a cold and authoritative voice sounded from the carriage. The quarreling trio immediately quietened down. Today is father's birthday, so no one is allowed to argue here. Xing Yuan-chun, shut your mouth. Wang Chong, you're not allowed to speak as well. It was Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang General, as an influential official of the royal court. His words carried an air of authority. Yes, big uncle. Wang Chong bowed and fell silent. Compared to before, big uncle's tone was much more relaxed, and he didn't seem to be blaming Wang Chong. Clearly, Wang Chong's suggestion to help big uncle and cousin wasn't in vain. But for some reason, Wang Chong felt that there was something weighing heavily on his big uncle's mind when he spoke. Big brother is right. Xu Hua's been rude. Wang Chong's mother, Zhao Xu Hua, also bowed. Even though Wang Chong's big uncle Wang Jin was strict and inflexible, and he didn't have a good relationship with the Wang clan in the past, he wasn't as harsh and arrogant as Xing Yuanchun. Thus, there wasn't much conflict between him and Wang Chong's mother. Wang Jin, your elbows are out. Do you even know how to talk? She's talking back to me. A sharp and discordant voice sounded from the carriage. Even though big Uncle Wang Jin was speaking up, Wang Chong's big aunt, Xing Yuanchun, didn't buy it, and her voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Mother, stop! At this moment, another voice from the carriage grumbled. It's cousin. Wang Chong could tell that it was his grandfather's 70th birthday. It was impossible for cousin Wang Zhuyin to miss out on such a huge occasion. Fine. To think that even you would speak up for an outsider. Stinky lass, I'll teach you a lesson. Big Aunt's face was filled with anger, and as she spoke, she stretched out her finger to pinch her cheek. Following which, a scream of shock sounded from her cousin, as though she was really pinched in pain. Then, a series of nagging reprimands followed. Yo, isn't that Xu Hua? There's also Yuan Chun. Chapter 88. Big Aunt. Wang Chong turned his head around, a delighted look on his face. The ones who came were none other than Wang Chong's big aunt Wang Rushuang and Uncle Li Lin. Hee, Chong and little Yao are here too. Wang Chong's big aunt looked at Wang Chong and his little sister passionately, as though she was her own son. Hee, Yuan Chun, they're just children. There's no need to get angry with them. Just let them have their way. Today is Father's birthday, and this is a huge matter. Let's discuss how we can ensure that nothing goes wrong so that Father will be happy. Big Aunt quickly stepped forward to mediate the situation. As she spoke, she secretly winked at Wang Chong. Wang Chong chuckled inwardly. Understanding her intentions, he quickly pulled his little sister to the side. In his previous life, Big Aunt and Big Aunt had always been close. However, everything had changed. Wang Chong had helped Uncle Li Lin to be transferred out of the North Gate, and he had even been promoted along with Zhao Fengchen. In the eyes of Big Aunt Wang Rushuang, wasn't Wang Chong even closer to her than her own son? In Big Uncle's carriage, the voices suddenly stopped. Hee, Rushuang is here. Big Aunt Xing Yuanchun popped her head out of the window and looked in the direction of Big Aunt's carriage. Her eyes were filled with warmth, completely different from how she treated Wang Chong's mother. The old master had 3 sons and 1 daughter, and Big Aunt Wang Rushuang was the old master's only daughter. The old master's bloodline flowed through her body. Furthermore, Big Aunt Wang Rushuang was a married daughter, so she wouldn't vie for the old master's fortune. As such, she didn't have much of a conflict with Xing Yuanchun. In this aspect, she was completely different from Wang Chong's mother. Hee, it's been a while since we last met, and Yuan Chun's complexion seems to be getting better. You don't look like someone of our age. Look at me, even my white hair is growing out. Is that so? Big Aunt, don't say that. You don't look old at all. First Aunt's face was rosy and full of smiles. Just as he was speaking, a cold snort suddenly came from the carriage. With a bang, the door of the green carriage was pushed open from the inside. A tall and slender figure appeared at the entrance of the carriage, emitting a majestic aura. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be stunned. Cousin, Wang Chong and his little sister stood at the side of the road in a daze. It took them a while to react. The person who appeared at the entrance of the carriage with an impatient face was none other than Wang Chong's cousin, Wang Li. This child, how can you do things in front of your aunt? Aren't you going to call me aunt? Eldest Aunt Xing Yuanchun called out. However, Wang Chong's cousin, Wang Li, acted as though he didn't hear anything. He didn't even glance at Big Aunt Wang Rushuang and left the carriage. Wang Li was the eldest son of the Wang clan, and he was an official as well. The old master had once bestowed a special favor upon him, so the Imperial Army guards didn't even bother to look at him before allowing him to leave. In the blink of an eye, Wang Li disappeared into the bamboo forest. Throughout the entire process, no one spared him a second glance. It should be something from before, a thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. No one knew better than him just how ambitious cousin Wang Li was in his desire for fame and glory. In the 3rd generation, cousin Wang Li had always been competing with his 2 elder brothers, especially his eldest brother. Just that, despite being the eldest son of the Wang clan, cousin Wang Li had never been a match for his eldest brother, Wang Fu. Even his official rank couldn't compare to his eldest brother. Due to the Yao clan, his promotion was ruined. It was easy to imagine cousin Wang Li's emotions. This child, Big Aunt Xing Yuan Chun, stared at cousin Wang Li's disappearing silhouette in embarrassment. Enough. Let's stop talking and get off the carriage. It was Big Uncle Wang Jin's voice. As soon as he said those words, he stood up and walked out of the carriage. Before coming out, he glanced at Wang Chong and nodded his head. Then, with a troubled look on his face, he walked forward. As the eldest son of the Wang clan and an influential official in the royal court, Big Uncle would often visit the Four Quarters Embassy to consult the old master on political issues. As such, he was an exception to the rules of the Four Quarters Embassy. In just a moment, Big Uncle passed through the security barrier and disappeared into the bamboo forest. Ru Shuang, let's go in as well. There's no need for that. I'll wait for fourth brother here. It's rare for him to return from Tianju Mountain for the old master's birthday banquet. Let's wait for him. Wang Ru Shuang shook her head. She glanced at Wang Chong with a deep gaze. Xing Yuan Chun didn't insist on it. She got off the carriage, and when she passed by Wang Chong's mother, she harumphed coldly before walking into the bamboo forest. Wang Zhuyin was the last one to come out. Only after Big Aunt disappeared did she sneak out. Without Big Aunt Xing Yuan Chun's presence, the atmosphere was much more harmonious. Aunt, Wang Zhuyin walked up to Wang Chong's mother and said apologetically, "My mother's words were a little harsh, but she isn't a bad person. I'll apologize on her behalf, so please don't take it to heart." "Hee, silly child, why are you apologizing? How could I?" Wang Chong's mother shook her head with a smile. "Indeed, Shu Hua, Yuan Chun's personality is just like that. Just let it go in one ear and out the other." Big Aunt Wang Ru Shuang walked over with a smile. The aunt and niece chatted for a moment before their gazes turned to look at Wang Chong simultaneously. Gedong, Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. Big Aunt was still fine, but cousin Wang Zhuyan's gaze was filled with malicious intent. It was as though she was looking at a huge piece of meat. "TSK, TSK, isn't this our family's little Tao Zhu? Why, have you forgotten about second sister after earning some money?" "How can that be?" An embarrassed expression appeared on Wang Chong's face. In the eyes of Wang Chong's big aunt, uncle, and mother, they couldn't help but chuckle. Even though Wang Chong was currently in the limelight, resolving the crisis of the Wang clan and earning a huge sum of money, he couldn't bring himself to do so in front of his cousin Wang Zhuyan. It was as though he had been restrained. "Where's my share? You've earned so much money. Surely you haven't forgotten about me, right?" Wang Zhuyan stretched out her hand and harumphed, gesturing as though she was counting money. "How can that be? I've been keeping the money for second sister's rouge. When second sister needs it, I'll send it over," Wang Chong said. "That's more like it." As Wang Zhuyan spoke, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wang Zhuyan laughed, and the others followed suit. Only Wang Chong was bewildered. "Right, don't leave after the birthday banquet. I have something to ask of you," Wang Zhuyin suddenly said. Wang Chong was surprised. It was rare for his cousin to look for him, especially on an important occasion like grandfather's 70th birthday banquet. "I understand." Even though Wang Chong was perplexed, he quickly nodded his head. When she spoke, although she was smiling, her expression was very serious. Usually, when such an expression appeared on her face, it meant that the matter was extremely important. Wang Chong didn't dare to be careless. "Remember, don't forget it." Only then did Wang Zhuyin nod her head in satisfaction. After bidding farewell to Wang Chong's mother and big aunt Wang Ru Shuang, she dived into the bamboo forest. After cousin Wang Zhuyin left, Wang Chong's big aunt Wang Ru Shuang followed suit. However, different from her cousin, her gaze was extremely gentle, and it could even be said to be filled with gratitude. "Child, thank you." Big Aunt Wang Ru Shuang was moved. Without her big brother and sister-in-law around, there was no need for her to hide it. For her husband, Li Lin's matter, she had pleaded with the old master countless times. However, the old master's personality was too stubborn. Once he had decided on something, it was impossible for him to change his mind. Wang Rushuang was on the verge of despair. In fact, she even felt that her husband would die of old age in the North Gate. However, things happened too abruptly. Wang Rushuang didn't expect that the one who resolved this problem for her would be her rebellious and profligate nephew. In just a short period of time, her husband, Li Lin, was transferred out of the North Gate and even promoted by a rank. Even now, Wang Rushuang still found it inconceivable. "Aunt, there's no need to say that. We are a family. Furthermore, Uncle has helped me as well." As Wang Chong spoke, he glanced at Uncle behind him. Wang Chong was speaking the truth, but in the ears of big Aunt Wang Rushuang, it turned into humility. She felt even more grateful to him. This child, Chong-er, if you have time in the future, pay Aunt Duo a visit. You should get closer to your cousin, Wang Liang. Wang Liang, your cousin is here as well. Why aren't you getting down? At the end of his words, he turned around and bellowed at the carriage behind him. "Wait a moment. Wait for me to finish making this wooden bird. This kind of thing is very popular in the capital right now. It costs 5 taels of silver each, and if it can fly, it'll be 10. I'll make a few more, and I'll surely be able to earn quite a bit of money." The voice in the carriage seemed to be extremely busy and focused. Wang Liang, Wang Rushuang flew into a rage, and her face steeled. Listening by the side, Wang Chong couldn't help but burst into laughter. The only one who could say such words was his cousin, Wang Liang. Cousin Wang Liang wasn't skilled in literature or martial arts, but he was extremely interested in making money through business. He was extremely sensitive to the movements in the market. He was always able to find a business opportunity and earn a sum from it. The only problem was, just like what he said, he could only earn 5 taels of silver each time. It had always been a small business. The sound of wood creaking could still be heard from the carriage, and cousin Wang Liang was still busy inside. This child, big Aunt Wang Rushuang, felt helpless as well. "Forget it, Shuhua. It's about time. I'm afraid that fourth brother will only arrive very late. Let's go in first." Not too far away, a few Imperial Army experts opened up a path for them. The old master had finally sent word that they could enter. The carriage started moving, and the group walked in. The old master's residence was called Erudite Pavilion. It was heavily guarded, and it was hard to tell how many experts were guarding it. The moment Wang Chong and his mother walked in, Big Uncle and Big Aunt were already waiting in the main hall. Along with cousin Wang Zhuyan and cousin Wang Li, they stood in a straight line, and the atmosphere was solemn. Chapter 89. At the very front of the hall were 2 purple armchairs. With a single glance, Wang Chong saw 2 dignified, silver-haired elders seated on the armchairs. "Grandfather," a crisp voice sounded. Before Wang Chong could react, his little sister had already dashed over and pounced into the embrace of the 2 elders. "Hee, look who's here. Isn't this our little Yao? Little lass, you finally remembered to visit grandfather?" In the hall, the dignified silver-haired old man opened his arms and embraced the Wang family's little sister. He placed her on his knees with an amiable expression on his face. On the other hand, Wang family's little Yao didn't stand on ceremony either. She hugged the 2 silver-haired elders tightly as she called out for her grandfather and grandmother. Upon seeing this sight, everyone in the hall had complicated expressions on their faces. Even Wang Chong's cousin, Wang Li, couldn't help but reveal a look of envy. The old master had a strict personality. Before him, no one dared to breathe loudly. Even Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, was the same. In the entire Wang clan, only Wang clan's little Yao was an exception. Every time they met, she would kick up a fuss. Yet the old master and old madam didn't mind it at all. On the contrary, they liked her a lot. This was his little sister's unique ability, and no one could learn it. "Father, I'm here to offer my blessings to you. May your fortune be as boundless as the sea, and you live as long as the mountains." Wang Chong's big aunt and uncle carried 2 large longevity peaches and respectfully offered their blessings. The old master had an incorruptible personality, and he didn't like those extravagant and luxurious things. In the past, there were people who had gifted him those expensive gifts, but not only were the gifts returned, they were even reprimanded. Thus, Even though it was his 70th birthday, no one dared to violate the old master's taboo and hold a lavish celebration. The gifts were all simple and unadorned items. Besides, the old master didn't like them either. You're too kind." The old master nodded slightly as he received the peach. His expression didn't change much. Everyone in the Wong clan knew that this was the old master's temper. His temperament was harsh and serious. Even on such a joyous occasion as his 70th birthday, he did not reveal too much of his emotions. After uncle and aunt finished offering their blessings, they brought cousin Wang Liang to the side in a well-behaved manner. Since the old man didn't say anything, the others didn't dare to say anything. "Grandpa, grandson Wang Chong, I wish you happiness as vast as the East Sea and longevity as long as the southern mountain pine." When it was time to celebrate his mother's birthday, Wang Chong suddenly stepped forward and said, "Oh." As soon as Wang Chong finished speaking, everyone in the room immediately looked over, including the old master and old madam who were sitting on the armchairs. For the first time, they noticed Wang Chong, and a strange look appeared in their eyes. This time, when the people of the Wang clan came to offer their blessings, everyone said, "Blessings as vast as the East Sea, longevity as long as the South Mountain." Wang Chong was the same, but he added a few words at the end, and the entire mood instantly changed. The two of them had heard plenty of birthday blessings, but this was the first time they had heard such a speech. "Hee, old master, listen carefully. This child is very similar to your demeanor back then," old madam suddenly said with a smile. "Not bad." The old master nodded with a smile, not saying much. But by the side, Wang Chong's big uncle, big aunt, and uncle were visibly moved. Everyone in the Wang clan knew that in order to prevent the Wang clan from getting too arrogant, the old master rarely praised others. Even for Wang Chong's big uncle, the old master would only nod his head slightly most of the time. A simple "not bad" might sound like nothing much, but those who were familiar with the old master knew that this was already a rare sight. "Also, grandson has a gift for you," Wang Chong said. The moment Wang Chong said those words, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. By the side, Wang Chong's big aunt, Wang Rushuang, signaled to Wang Chong with her eyes, and Wang Chong's big uncle also fell silent. On the other hand, even though Wang Chong's big aunt had a displeased expression on her face a moment ago, she was sneering coldly by the side. Everyone in the Wang clan knew that the old master was upright and incorruptible, and he never liked to accept gifts. Not only did he not accept gifts from outsiders, even if they were from the Wang clan, he would never accept any gifts other than on a joyous occasion. On top of that, he only accepted gifts from Wang Chong's uncles and uncles. As for the younger generation, he didn't accept any gifts at all. He didn't want the younger generation to be tainted by the customs of the officialdom from a young age, forcing them to learn how to reciprocate gifts. Who would have thought that just after the old master praised Wang Chong, Wang Chong would immediately break the taboo? Children really can't stand compliments. Wang Chong's big aunt said sinisterly by the side. Seated on the chair, the old master stared at Wang Chong expressionlessly. Even the smile on the old lady's face retracted. "What gift did you give him?" Unexpectedly, the old master suddenly asked. His gaze was fixated on the rectangular object in Wang Chong's hands. No one could tell what he was thinking about. "A saber and a sword." Kneeling on the floor, Wang Chong said honestly. "Huh." The moment Wang Chong said those words, the entire hall burst into an uproar. "Chonger, what are you doing?" Wang Chong's mother's face darkened. She had noticed that when Wang Chong boarded the carriage, he was holding a long object tightly wrapped in a long cloth. Just that, Zhao Shu Hua didn't expect it to be a saber and a sword. Sabers and swords brought about a calamity of blood. For Wang Chong to take out such a weapon in front of the old master, it was a grave offense. "Wang Chong, back down." Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Jin, bellowed. Previously, Wang Chong had helped him resolve the matter regarding his eldest son, Wang Li, to prevent the Yao clan from making use of him. As a result, Wang Jin's view of Wang Chong changed drastically. That was also the reason why he stepped forward to stop Wang Chong's big aunt from ridiculing him in the carriage. But to gift a sword and a saber on such a joyous occasion, like his 70th birthday, this was too ridiculous. Even though Wang Chong was still young, it was unacceptable for him to do such a thing. Chonger, how can you be so insensible? Aren't you cursing your grandfather? Hurry up and keep the item and apologize to grandfather. Wang Chong's big aunt said anxiously. This child was too young and rash. Not too long ago, his outstanding performance had caught the attention of the old master. In fact, due to his birthday speech, the old master even made an exception and praised him. How could he make such a mistake so quickly? Wasn't this destroying his own future? Wang Rushuang had a good impression of Wang Chong. Wang Rushuang didn't think that Wang Chong was doing it on purpose when he gifted a sword and a saber on his birthday. Most likely, it was due to the fact that the young were ignorant and didn't understand such taboos. Unlike the old master, the old lady had an amiable personality. But at this moment, she retracted her smile and pursed her lips tightly. Wang Chong's cousin, Wang Li, didn't say anything. Instead, he glanced at Wang Chong and frowned. On the other hand, Wang Zhuyan was shocked by Wang Chong's actions. She followed behind Wang Chong's big aunt and shot him a meaningful glance. "Why did you give me a sword and saber?" the old master asked gravely. The atmosphere in the room grew even more stifling. Wang Chong held onto the sword and kneeled on the floor, but there wasn't any change in his expression. What grandson gifted is a heavy sword. Grandson thinks that this sword is the most suitable weapon for grandfather, and it can best express the feelings in grandson's heart. Before the others in the room could react, the old master was able to tell what Wang Chong was talking about. And Wang Chong's big uncle couldn't help but glance at him in astonishment. This nephew of his was truly surprising him. A heavy sword without an edge is just a simple work of art. Wang Chong's words were undoubtedly implying that the sword he gifted wasn't sharpened. A truly powerful sword didn't need to be sharpened to possess immense might. As for those truly exquisite weapons, they didn't need to be polished meticulously either. Just like the saying, the chest is as empty as a valley, while the abdomen is filled with knowledge and wisdom. Could it be that Wang Chong was trying to say that even though the old master had already retired and lived in such a simple and unadorned residence, he was still an influential official who wielded great authority in the empire and was respected by the masses? His status had already reached a level where he didn't need to be rewarded with a high official salary, the purple ribbon fish token, or the congratulations of the officials. Just like the heavy sword in Wang Chong's hand, if this nephew of his really had such thoughts, and that was why he gifted the old master a heavy sword as a gift, then this was truly incredible. This was something that even Wang Jin hadn't thought of before. Without a doubt, regardless of whether it was a birthday peach or anything else, there was nothing more fitting for the old master's heart than this. As expected, the old master seemed to have thought of this as well, and a smile appeared on his face. "Bring it over," the old master said as he stretched out his hand. Wang Chong kneeled over and respectfully placed the sword into the old master's hand. This was something that Wang Chong was willing to do. Wang Chong's respect for the old master came from the bottom of his heart. There were many things that one could only understand after many years. Regarding the old master, Wang Chong only came to understand many things after the old master passed away. In the Tang dynasty, there were two true legends. One was Yao Feng's grandfather, the pillar of the Yao clan, Old Master Yao, and the other was his grandfather. Everyone respectfully addressed him as Duke Jiao. He had lived a life of vicissitudes and weathered many storms. He had once defended the borders of northern Tibet and fought against two Turkic khaganates. He had also once criticized the current situation in the royal court with impassioned speeches, stripping away the old prejudices and ushering in a new atmosphere in the royal court. Back then, there was a coup in the royal court, and when the empire was on the brink of collapse, he stood his ground and supported the current holy emperor, resulting in the unprecedented prosperity of the empire. His students and acquaintances were all over the world. When he was at his peak, he retreated bravely. He had lived an honest and upright life, and he was respected by the empire. In fact, Even after he retired, the current emperor couldn't resist building this four-quarters embassy in order to retain him. Every historical figure had a prototype. Wang Chong was once perplexed as to why the old master wielded such great influence in the royal court, but he couldn't find such a person in history. It was only many years later that a name flashed across Wang Chong's mind. Only then did Wang Chong realize who his grandfather was. Zhang Jiuling. He was a famous minister in the history of the Tang dynasty, as well as the last of his generation. But in this world, he was known as Wang Jiuling, and everyone respectfully addressed him as. Chapter 90. Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. No one could understand what was going on. In the past, the old master would have already flown into a rage. Yet, at this moment, he still had a pleasant expression on his face. Of the entire hall, only Wang Chong's cousin was the first to react. He seemed to have guessed something, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Jin, happened to see this sight, and he sighed deeply. A complicated emotion flashed across his eyes. Oh, there are words on the sword. The old master had just removed the black cloth wrapping the sword when he noticed a few ancient words on the sheath. His interest was piqued. Yes, grandson is given this sort of name. Wang Chong lowered his head and replied, Kingdom Knight. The old master removed the layers of black cloth and took out the heavy sword. There weren't any luxurious gems or gems on the sheath. The sheath of the heavy sword was black and simple. On the scabbard, there were two large characters written in ancient seal script. The old man's eyes lit up when he saw it. Kingdom Knight. This sword shall be known as the Kingdom Knight sword. At the same moment, Wang Chong's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Chonger, how did you do it? Grandfather is a renowned minister of the empire, and he has contributed greatly to the empire. Even his majesty is respectful of him. How can his illustrious achievements be summed up by the words, Kingdom Knight? How did you forge the sword? You're too careless. Before the old master could speak, Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Jin, saw the words on the sheath and frowned. His eyes lit up when he saw Wang Chong's previous performance, and he couldn't help but praise the latter for putting in the effort. But at this point, he realized that something was amiss. His father was a renowned minister, and in the entire Tang dynasty, the only one who could match up to him was the Yao clan's old master Yao. Using the term Kingdom Knight to describe his father would be underestimating his father's contributions and standing in the Tang dynasty. In the end, Wang Chong was still a 15-year-old child. Even though he was talented in other aspects, he was still lacking in political affairs. Uncle is wrong. Nephew's sword is not used to boast about grandfather's contributions, but to express grandfather's thoughts. Wang Chong knelt on the ground and said nothing. He looked at his grandfather. When the Lord worries, his subjects will be humiliated. When the Lord is humiliated, his subjects will die. The monarch was worried about the affairs of the state, and the officials took it as a humiliation. The monarch was humiliated, and the officials repaid it with death. Therefore, during the Western Han dynasty, when the Han envoy Lai Dan was killed, Chang Hui, alone, disregarding his own life and death, led the troops of the western region to destroy Kucha. This is a national scholar. During the reign of Emperor Xian of the Western Han dynasty, the Han envoy Gu Ji was killed. Chun Tang wrote a memorial to the emperor. Those who openly offend the strong Han must be killed no matter how far away. During the reign of Emperor Ming of the Eastern Han dynasty, Ban Chao was ordered to go to the western regions. He met the envoy of the Xiongnu in Shanshan. The Xiongnu army was strong, and their defense was tight. Ban Chao said, Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Leading 72 Han soldiers, he slaughtered the Xiongnu that night and conquered the western regions. This was also a kingdom night. If everyone in the world was a national scholar, why would grandfather be so persistent in retreating? Grandfather wouldn't need to retreat. His Majesty wouldn't need to establish this four-quarters embassy, and our great Tang wouldn't need to worry about the world being unable to prosper. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Chong said with a stern expression. Even though these words were said by Wang Chong to his grandfather, they were also the thoughts in Wang Chong's heart. Wang Cheng had always been unable to understand his grandfather's thoughts. It was not until many years later, when he was appointed as the Grand Marshal of the world and sat in that position, that he truly understood his grandfather's thoughts at that time. Seek for one's duty in one's position. When one sat on that position, what he considered was no longer his personal interests but the country and the world. In his previous life, the Central Plains had been through a calamity, and by the time Wang Cheng took over, the Central Plains was already on the verge of collapse. Even though Wang Cheng racked his brains and gave his all, he couldn't save the Central Plains alone. Even after several decades, he was still unable to change the fate of the Central Plains. This was the deepest regret in Wang Cheng's heart. Be it in his previous life or this one, it was the same. There were countless nights in the past when Wang Cheng thought of the heavy responsibility he carried on his shoulders, and he would find it hard to sleep. When he was unable to hold on alone, Wang Cheng couldn't help but think how great it would be if there was someone in the world who could replace him and become his right-hand man. Just like what Wang Cheng had said, if everyone in the world was like a kingdom knight, how could he have been defeated, and how could the Central Plains have fallen into the enemy's hands? If everyone in the world was like a kingdom knight, everything would have been different. Just that, Wang Cheng couldn't say all of this out. He could only make use of his grandfather's birthday to speak of it. In this world, he was probably the only one who understood his grandfather, but his grandfather might not necessarily understand him. Everyone in the room was confused at the start, but as Wang Cheng spoke, they couldn't help but be visibly moved. Ha ha ha. Good. Cheng-er, well said. Well said. Initially, the old master was expressionless, but at this moment, holding onto the sword that Wang Cheng had gifted him, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. To think that I, Wang Juling, would have such a soulmate as my grandson at such an old age. Jin-er, you don't understand. None of you understand. In the entire world, Cheng-er is probably the only one who truly understands me. The old master laughed heartily, greatly comforted. Wang Cheng's big uncle was astonished. The old master had a strict personality, and this was the first time he saw the old master laughing so happily. Also, Jin-er, there's something that you're wrong about. Zhuan, 16 years of Duke Chang'an, as the saying goes. With the nation's scholars, they are unstoppable. Not only is Cheng-er's words not belittling me, it's the greatest compliment to me. Cheng-er, get up. I'll accept this nation's scholar sword. The old master stood up from his seat, and under everyone's astonished gazes for the first time, he made an exception and bent down to help Wang Cheng up. Father. Wang Rushuang widened her eyes. She stared at the old master, then at Wang Cheng, who was being helped up from the ground. She couldn't believe her eyes. The old master was an important official of the country, an existence akin to a mountain of prestige. Ever since he was young, he had never received such treatment, not even when an official was around. Even the four of them had never received such treatment from their father. Wang Rushuang couldn't understand why her father would view Wang Cheng in such high regard just by gifting him a sword. This lad, staring at Wang Cheng, Wang Rushuang was truly astonished. Women didn't understand politics, but Wang Rushuang knew that Wang Cheng must have done something incredible. By the side, Li Lin was astonished as well. He had seen Wang Cheng's performance with his own eyes, and even Zhao Fengxian of the Imperial Army was full of praise for him. However, Zhao Fengxian and the old master couldn't be compared in the same breath. Cheng-er's words have probably touched the old master's heart. Li Lin muttered as he fell in a deep thought. He had to admit that Wang Cheng had refreshed his view of him. On the other hand, Wang Cheng's big aunt, Xingyuan Chun, was different. Seeing the old master personally standing up to help Wang Cheng up, her face darkened. On the other hand, the old madam, who had pursed her lips tightly upon hearing that Wang Cheng would gift a sword on a joyous occasion, couldn't help but chuckle at this moment. Yay! 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 The Wang family's little sister didn't understand what had just happened, nor did she understand what Wang Cheng had said. Seeing their grandfather and grandmother rejoicing, everyone was delighted as well. They raised their fists in the embrace of the two elders and cheered excitedly. The solemn atmosphere from a moment ago had frightened her so much that she didn't dare to move at all. This child. At this moment, Wang Chang's mother couldn't help but rub her eyes in delight. She was so anxious over the matter that she nearly burst into tears. Come, Chong-er, come over and stand beside your big uncle. Stand together with grandfather. The old master held onto Wang Chang's hand and said, Shu Hua, you should join us as well. Yes, Gong Gong. Wang Chang's mother was agitated. She felt both joy and pride in her heart. In the past, she would always be a yes man during her father-in-law's birthday banquet, fearing that she would do something wrong. After marrying into the Wang family for so many years, this was the first time the old master had paid so much attention to her, especially mentioning her name. Grandfather, I think I should stand together with mother. Wang Chong looked at his mother and suddenly said, Go on. The old master was taken aback, but he didn't stop him. Instead, he smiled. Of all virtues, filial piety was the most important. He didn't think much of Wang Chong's actions. On the contrary, he was delighted. Men, help me keep this sword. Place it at the highest point of my study. I'll keep it well. The old master beckoned for an imperial army guard by the side. His face was flushed, and his expression was completely different from before. Clearly, he was in a good mood. With so many descendants of the Wang clan gathered here, it was inevitable for the old master to ask about the affairs of the clan. Even the reticent old madam had an amiable expression on her face at this moment. This time, it was time for the elders to speak. Other than cousin Wang Li, who could occasionally speak a few words, the other juniors like Wang Chong, Wang Liang, and Wang Zhuyin could only stand by the side obediently. You're incredible. On the other side, Wang Chong's cousin, Wang Liang, was bored to death. When he glanced at Wang Chong, he secretly gave him a thumbs up. Wang Chong chuckled and returned the gesture. How is it? Want to go out and play? It's fine. Wang Chong secretly gestured. Go out for a breather? No. Wang Chong shook his head once more. In the past, he was just like Wang Liang, unable to stand such dull gatherings. Whenever cousin Wang Liang went out, he would often call him along. However, as someone who had lived a second life, Wang Chong's attitude was completely different. He had matured a lot. To Wang Chong, just seeing the members of the clan chatting here was already a great blessing. Only after losing something would one know regret. Only after regaining it would one know how to cherish it. Seeing Wang Chong ignore him, Wang Liang quickly lost interest and ignored him. Wang Chong chuckled. He already knew what would happen next. My stomach hurts. Grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother, I'll be going out first. Holding his stomach, Wang Liang suddenly grabbed the air. Without waiting for the people in the hall to speak, he ran out. In the great hall, everyone was still talking. Upon hearing this voice, everyone fell silent. The old master and old madam shook their heads, but they didn't stop him. On the other hand, Wang Chong's big mother's face was steely from anger. Chapter 91. Lord, Fourth Gongzi is here. Just as the group was speaking, a black-armored imperial army expert holding a thick halberd walked in from outside and respectfully knelt on the ground. Oh! Hearing those words, everyone's eyes lit up. The old master also sat up slightly. Let him in. Little uncle is finally here. Wang Chong had been listening to the conversation of the crowd by the side, and upon hearing those words, his eyes widened in excitement. The Wang clan's 4 brothers consisted of big uncle, big aunt, father, and little uncle. Even though little uncle wasn't too far away from the capital, his situation was the most unique. Little uncle was the commander of the Imperial Army training camp, and every year he would shoulder the responsibility of selecting elites from the various regions and training them at Tianzhu Mountain. On top of that, he was also in charge of the training of the Imperial Army elites. As such, even though he wasn't too far away from the capital, as he was an Imperial Guard of the Holy Emperor, he didn't have much freedom. Ha, brother, sister-in-law, big sister, brother-in-law. You're all here. Outside the 4 Quarters Embassy, a hearty laughter sounded before anyone could be seen. In just a short while, a skinny but exceptionally capable young general with extremely tan skin strode in from the outside, looking travel-worn. Father, I've returned to offer my blessings. The young general strode in, and at the entrance of the main hall, He bowed respectfully to the old master and old madam. Hihimir is back. It's good that you're back. Upon seeing the young general, the old madam was agitated. Looking at his tanned appearance, her heart ached for him. In a long clan, Wang Chong's little uncle was the youngest, and to date he was unmarried. This had always been a thorn in the old madam's heart. Come in. You've worked hard on Tianzhu Mountain. Compared to the old madam, the old master was much calmer. Little uncle nodded and responded. His gaze swept around and soon fell on Wang Chong, who was in the crowd, and he secretly winked at him. Wang Chong couldn't help but chuckle. Among the elders, the one who was closest to Wang Chong was this uncle. He was the youngest, so the age gap between him and Wang Chong was also the smallest. Most importantly, little uncle had a cheerful temperament and never had any special expectations for the younger generation. In his previous life, when Wang Chong was at his most rebellious and mischievous, when a group of elders was disappointed in Wang Chong and criticized him, only his youngest uncle was not arrogant and even joked with Wang Chong. Therefore, among the elders, Wang Chong liked this uncle the most. Their relationship was also the closest. Little uncle walked over and stood next to Uncle Li Lin. Little uncle had been working hard on Tianzhu Mountain. It was rare for him to come back, so the old master couldn't help but ask about it. Little uncle answered them one by one. Now, only and the others haven't arrived yet. The Wang clan's members were all gathered together. The old master was clearly very happy, and the smile on his face grew wider. However, when these words fell into the ears of Wang Chong's big aunt, Xing Yuan Chun, she abruptly said, "Humph, isn't there another one in the prison?" Wang. The moment Wang Chong's big aunt said those words, the temperature in the hall immediately plummeted. The old master, old granny, Wang Chong's big uncle, big aunt, uncle, and even little uncle fell silent. All of them turned their gazes toward Wang Chong's big aunt. On the other hand, Wang Chong's wife, Zhao Shuhua, felt a lump in her throat, and tears nearly fell from her eyes. Even Wang Chong fell silent. Wang Chong knew that big aunt was talking about his second brother, Wang Bei. Of the 4 siblings of the Wang clan, other than his youngest sister, Wang Chong had 2 older brothers. His eldest brother had inherited his father's legacy while fighting in the outer territories. His second brother was the most unique one, and he was locked in the prison. This had always been his mother's greatest source of pain. But everyone knew that it wasn't his fault that his second brother was locked in the prison for so long. In the Wang clan, everyone knew that Wang Chong's second brother was a taboo. Why are you looking at me? I didn't say anything wrong. Wang Chong's big aunt, Xing Yuan Chun, also knew that she had misspoken, but as the eldest wife, she refused to admit her mistake in front of so many people. Enough. Haven't you caused enough trouble? Big Uncle Wang Jin said with a dark expression. She knew that the old master didn't like to hear such things, but she still intentionally brought it up. Wasn't she intentionally trying to make the old master unhappy? Yes means yes, no means no. Can't mother even say it out loud? Cousin Wang Li was displeased. He stood up to protect his mother and glared at his father. Wang Chong paid no heed to Big Aunt and the others. His mind was in turmoil. It should have been more than 3 months. Wang Chong thought, it's about time for me to pay him a visit. Of all of Wang Chong's siblings and kin, the one who was the most distant, aloof, and aloof wasn't Wang Chong's cousin Wang Li. It was Wang Chong's second brother, Wang Bei. If Wang Chong's older cousin had a proud and aloof personality that even his mother didn't care about him, then compared to his second brother, Wang Bei, he was like a child in the presence of a great sorcerer, a vast difference between them. Second brother Wang Bei wasn't close to anyone. Ever since he was young, he kept a distance from Wang Chong and the others. They didn't speak much, and they didn't play together. Even with Wang Chong's big brother, they didn't have much to say to each other. But Wang Chong knew that he couldn't be blamed for this. His real second brother wasn't like that. Enough. In the main hall, the old master slammed his palm on the table. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. All of you get out. The old man's face was as cold as frost, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Even Wang Chong's big Uncle Wang, Jin, shuddered in fear, needless to say, the others. The old man was well versed in both the pen and the sword. He was a top-notch expert at a young age. Back then, during the upheaval in the palace, it was the old man who single-handedly turned the tide and supported the current holy emperor to ascend to the throne. Although it had been so many years, and he was already old, coupled with the heavy injuries he had suffered in the war back then, his strength had regressed. However, he was still incomparable to the juniors present. The old man did not get angry easily. Now that he was angry, everyone kept quiet out of fear. Even Wang Chong lowered his head. Even though Wang Chong's aunt had been rebutting him previously, she couldn't help but feel suffocated and didn't dare to say anything when she saw the old man really getting angry. "Old master, calm down. It's rare for the children to visit you. Besides, Yuan Chun did not do it on purpose." The old lady hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "General Ru Shuang, hurry up and leave." Seeing that the old master was truly angry, no one dared to provoke him anymore. They hurriedly walked out of the hall. "Yeah, where you stay? Grandfather likes you the most. Coax grandfather so that he won't be angry." The Wang family's little sister also wanted to jump down from the embrace of the two elders, but she was stopped by the old lady. There were only a handful of females in the Wang clan. Furthermore, little sister was the youngest and had an innocent personality. She was the best at coaxing the old master and the old lady, so she was the only one who could stay. Today is the old master's 70th birthday. Must you make everyone unhappy? Walking out of the erudite pavilion, Wang Chong's big uncle Wang Jin's complexion was awful. The Wang clan had a strict upbringing, and the old master and the old lady had never quarreled in their entire lives. Thus, no matter what his wife, Xing, did, Wang Jin tolerated it. Furthermore, Xing Yuan Chun was in charge of the finances. The Wang clan, with its guards, maids, and nannies, were all managed by Xing Yuan alone. There wasn't a single person in the Wang clan who was skilled in business. If not for Xing Yuan's unique talents, she would have been able to manage a few businesses in the capital to support the family. Wang Jin's salary was far from enough. This was also the reason why Wang Jin tolerated Xing Yuan. But this time, she really went overboard. Didn't I tell you about Li Er's matter? If not for Chong Er's wits to guard against the Yao clan, he would have been made use of by the Yao clan. This child has helped us before, so why must you target him? Furthermore, Zhao Shi had been targeting him ever since the carriage started. In the hall, she even touched on his sore spot, intentionally making the old master unhappy on his wedding day. What are you trying to do? Wang Jin wouldn't easily lash out at Xing Yuan, but this time, he really couldn't hold himself back. What am I trying to do? Hearing Wang Jin's reprimand, Xing Yuan couldn't hold back her indignation and dissatisfaction anymore. "Wang Jin, if you could make arrangements for Li Er, would there be a need for me to make a move? In the end, the matter with the Yao clan is all because you, as a father, didn't do a good job. If you had made the necessary arrangements, how could such a thing have happened? Li Er is the eldest son of the Wang clan, the eldest son, but look at how he is acting now. It's one thing for Wang Fu of the Wang clan to have a higher standing than him, but what about second brother Wang Bei? He's in jail, and the old master is protecting him. Can I speak about it? Besides, Wang Jin, don't forget, the children of third brother are Li Er's greatest competitors. The old master's position and identity are destined to be inherited by Li Er. Why should he share it with Wang Fu and Wang Bei? It's one thing if others don't fight for him, but as his mother, shouldn't I fight for him as well? Xing Yuan's eyes reddened, and her body trembled in anger. That's right. She was harsh. She was vicious. She didn't know where to draw the line, and she went against the old master. But all of this was for her child. Wang Jin couldn't understand it, but she could. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals. If Li Er wanted to inherit the old master's influence in the royal court and the resources he had left behind, third brother's clan would become his greatest competitor. This was something that couldn't be changed. Wang Jin was still furious at the start, but upon hearing Xing Yuan's words, he fell silent. At the same time, on the other side of the Four Quarters Embassy, Wang Chong finally met his little uncle. "Brat, not bad. I've heard about those matters while I was at Tianzhu Mountain." Wang Chong's little uncle, Wang Mi, walked over and patted Wang Chong's shoulder. Perhaps due to the age difference of only 20 years, it wasn't too ridiculous. As such, Wang Chong's little uncle didn't put on any airs of an elder. Little uncle, you've gotten tanned again. If this goes on, you'll probably turn into a black man. Wang Chong joked, not showing the slightest restraint toward an elder. Black man? Little uncle was astonished. Chapter 92. Lad, are you mocking your little uncle? Even though little uncle didn't understand the meaning behind those words, he could tell that Wang Chong was referring to his dark skin. Thus, he couldn't help but tap him with his finger. Wang Chong simply smiled, not dodging. It's a pity that your second brother can't attend the old master's birthday banquet. Actually, your second brother wasn't like that in the past. Little uncle suddenly recalled something and sighed. I really didn't expect our clan's berserker syndrome to appear on him in this generation. Wang Chong fell silent. He couldn't speak of it in the main hall, but here, the old master and old madam weren't around. Thus, there wasn't much hesitation in speaking. There was an unspeakable secret in the Wang clan, and that was the berserker syndrome. No one knew how it started. They only knew that the berserker syndrome was inherited through the bloodline. Every generation, there would be a member of the Wang clan who would suffer from the berserker syndrome. Once that person was afflicted with the berserker syndrome, the killing intent in their bloodline would take control of them. Their eyes would turn crimson, and their killing intent would burst forth. They would fall into a frenzy, unable to control themselves. And Wang Chong's second brother, Wang Bei, was afflicted with the berserker syndrome. This illness was inherited. Due to this reason, the old master and old madam were filled with guilt toward Wang Bei. I intend to visit second brother in the prison, Wang Chong suddenly said. Oh, little uncle blinked for a moment before nodding his head. That's good too. Given your current capability and Zhao Fengchen's protection, you should be able to pay him a visit. Little uncle was currently training the Imperial Army at Tianzhu Mountain. In terms of connections, he wasn't inferior to Wang Chong at all. The deeds that Wang Chong had done in the Imperial Army couldn't be hidden from him at all. The only difference was that as the commander of Tianzhu Mountain, he was busy with military affairs. As such, it was impossible for him to leave Tianzhu Mountain as he pleased. Speaking of which, when will you give me a woozy steel sword? I'm at the pillar of heaven's mountains, and now people are begging me. Little uncle suddenly chuckled. It's fine if you want it. 100,000 gold taels for one. Wang Chong grinned and stretched out a hand, gesturing for money. Huh, so expensive. Little uncle was startled. He only knew that this kind of thing was very expensive, but he didn't ask in detail. He didn't expect it to be so expensive. Of course, it would cost 100,000 taels to sell it to someone else, but if it was her uncle, I've already prepared that one for you, Wang Chong said with a sly smile. Ha ha ha, at least you have a conscience. That's more like it. When little uncle heard that Wang Chong had already prepared a woozy steel sword worth 100,000 taels for him, he immediately laughed happily. By the way, uncle, there's something I need to trouble you with, Wang Chong suddenly said with a serious expression. It was the old master's birthday, and it was rare for little uncle to come back. Wang Chong did not look for him for a joke. What is it? Little uncle smiled. I want to ask, uncle, do you know any retired instructors from the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains? Wang Chong asked seriously. Wang. Upon hearing Wang Chong asking about such a sensitive topic, little uncle finally responded with a serious expression. Chonger, why are you asking about this? Little uncle asked warily. Anything that involved the Imperial Army or the royal family was no small matter. This was a taboo. I'm warning you. Even though we're from a clan of ministers and generals, there are some things that you mustn't mess around with. Uncle, what are you thinking about? Do you think that I'm going to rebel? Wang Chong chuckled. In the capital, there were some daring nobles who had extended their influence into the Imperial Army, hoping to turn it into their private army. This was the Imperial Army they were talking about. During the reign of the previous emperor, he had confiscated several clans. This was something that many people knew about. However, what Wang Chong wanted to do was worlds apart from this. I want you to help me find some retired experts from the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains to help me train some martial artists. there's no age limit, and it doesn't matter even if they're in their 70s or 80s, as long as they're willing to help with the training. Wang Chong said straightforwardly. Little Uncle Wang Mi was an instructor on the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, and he was in charge of the training of the Imperial Army. This was a huge advantage. However, it was a pity that no one thought of making use of this in his previous life. To be able to train the Imperial Army, one could imagine how powerful they were. More importantly, they were able to systematically groom a large number of experts. After his reincarnation, Wang Chong had contemplated for a very long time. If he wanted to deal with the dangers in the future, he had to gather powerful subordinates. It was impossible for him to find others for this, and the army was a taboo. There were too many restrictions on him. After much consideration, he could only groom them himself. In terms of groom, there was no one in the Central Plains who was more outstanding than the Imperial Army instructors on the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Wang Chong didn't dare to touch the active instructors, but it was a different story for the retired Imperial Army instructors. Over the years, there were many retired instructors on the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. They had been enjoying the salary of the royal court for a long time, and yet they were left lying around. This was the greatest waste of resources. Thus, Wang Chong turned his attention to them. If he could gather these people together, he could make good use of them. In the future, this would be his greatest strength. What else could be more powerful than a massive army of Imperial Army soldiers? This was the ambition hidden deep in Wang Chong's heart. Just that, Wang Chong didn't have such connections. Those people wouldn't listen to him easily either. If he wanted to accomplish his ambitions and plans, he would have to go through Little Uncle. Only Little Uncle was capable of doing so. The instructors on the Pillar of Heaven's mountains are all registered. They have to go through the registration every year. Furthermore, it is strictly forbidden to recruit them from prestigious clans and private individuals. This is a crime punishable by death. However, if your requirements aren't too high and there's no age restriction, I can help you find a few. According to the rules of the royal court, as long as one has retired for more than 20 years, there's no need for him to report to the Imperial Army Yamen anymore. However, these people are at least in their 50s. Are you sure that it's fine? If it's possible, I can indeed find a few of them. Little Uncle asked with a frown. Ha ha, that's even better. Wang Chong clapped his hands and chuckled. In his 50s, he wasn't far from his 60s. At this age, if one didn't break through the bottleneck of martial arts, his fighting strength and stamina would be greatly reduced. However, this was what Wang Chong didn't care about. In his 50s, he was at the age where he had the most experience. He would also have a deeper understanding of martial arts. Wang Chong only cared about the techniques and experience they had mastered. He didn't need them to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. If he was lucky, he might even be able to find a few powerful instructors. I really don't understand what you're trying to do. However, don't blame me for not reminding you. These people live a comfortable life. The monthly salary given to them by the royal court is nearly 1,000 taels of gold. It's impossible to hire them easily. Little Uncle said, Haha, if it's a matter of money, it'll be even easier. Help me ask them. Just tell them that each of them has 100,000 taels of gold every year. Ask them if they want to come. Wang Chong said, What? Wang Chong's little uncle leaped in shock. His eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. To hire a person for 8,000 taels of gold for a month, even he would be tempted, needless to say others. However, thinking about the price Wang Chong could sell a sword for, he felt relieved. The current Wang clan was no longer the Wang clan of the past. Wang Chong, you have to think it through. Is it worth it to spend so much money to hire one? Aha, little uncle, this is called buying a horse's bones with 1,000 taels of gold. It doesn't matter how much money you have. What matters is whether you can hire someone. Wang Chong said. Wang Chong had been working hard to earn money, but Wang Chong had never placed much importance on money. Hiring a few instructors of the Imperial Army for 100,000 taels of gold a year was an unimaginable price in this era. However, no one knew better than Wang Chong that no matter how much money he had, it would become worthless 4 years later when the chaos arrived. Thus, Wang Chong had never been stingy. No matter how much money he earned, it would only be worth it if he spent all of it and converted it into fighting prowess. Everything that Wang Chong was doing now was to prepare for the great chaos that would come in the future, buying a horse's bones with 1,000 taels of gold. Don't worry, there's no need to buy a horse's bones. At this price, you can choose from all of the retired Imperial Army members. Little Uncle shook his head. He looked at Wang Chong with the gaze of a wastrel. Leave this matter to me. I'll inform you when there's news. Wang Chong nodded with a smile. In the main hall, the old master finally calmed down, and he called for everyone to return. After saying a few words, he dismissed the crowd. The old master's 70th birthday had never been a small matter. Everyone knew that after the family met, it would be the old master's subordinates' turn. The old master had students all over the world, and the old master had always been fond of guiding the younger generation. Thus, his students and old acquaintances had already spread across the entire empire. Other than the old master's identity, the reason why the king of Song treated the old master with such respect was also because of his students and old acquaintances. Thus, even though the Yao clan had poached all of the people around the king of Song, as long as the Wang clan and the old master supported the king of Song wouldn't fall so easily. These students and old acquaintances had always been extremely respectful toward the old master. Every year, on the old master's birthday, they would pay a visit. Given how important the old master's 70th birthday was, it was impossible for them to miss it. Hong Long Long. In just a short moment, the rumbling of carriages could be heard outside the Four Quarters Embassy, and even the ground seemed to be trembling. Luxuriously decorated carriages gathered from all directions as if they had agreed to meet in advance. The Four Quarters Embassy was located in a remote area, but in just a short moment, it was already bustling with activity. Standing on a high vantage point, Wang Chong could clearly see that there were all kinds of people gathered outside the walls. There were white-haired elders, mature middle-aged men, energetic youths, and even children around his age, but no matter who they were, all of them were either rich or noble, and they exuded a deep sense of power and influence. In fact, Wang Chong even saw a few officials of the royal court with purple fish amulets in their hands. Chapter 93. Wang Chong looked at the silhouettes outside the walls and sighed. These people were the greatest resources of the Wang clan, as well as the greatest legacy of his grandfather. Even though the Wang clan was usually poor, even though Wang Chong was a direct descendant of the Wang clan, his monthly allowance couldn't even reach the vast crane pavilion. In fact, he was even toyed with by a hoodlum like Ma Zhou. However, in the Central Plains, in the Tang dynasty, there was no one who dared to look down on the Wang clan. The old man was a person of virtue and prestige, and was highly respected in the court. On the other hand, his students and old acquaintances were spread all over the world, and they were involved in all sorts of professions. Some of them were in charge of finances, some of them were involved in the military, some of them were officials of various prefectures, some of them were teachers, some of them were scholars, some of them were officials of the borders, and some of them were generals of the military. Regardless of which profession they were in, these people wielded extraordinary influence. The status of a clan of generals and ministers wasn't just for show. Even when the Yao clan was at its peak, they didn't dare to look down on the Wang clan. Instead, they viewed the Wang clan as a thorn in their side, a thorn in their flesh. To Wang Chong, after his second reincarnation, what he wanted the most was the acknowledgement of his grandfather's old acquaintances and students. Whoever obtained the approval of these people, whoever was able to unite these people, would possess an extremely great power. However, it wasn't easy to obtain this power. Even Wang Chong's grandfather was helpless before it. This wasn't a problem of grandfather's approval. In order to obtain this power, one had to obtain the acknowledgement of everyone. It was easy to obtain the acknowledgement of one or two people, but it wasn't an easy task to obtain the acknowledgement of so many people. Thus, Wang Chong's big brother didn't succeed. Wang Chong's second brother didn't succeed. Wang Chong's cousin, Wang Li, didn't succeed as well. In fact, Wang Chong's big uncle, father, and little uncle had all failed long ago. The succession of a large clan had never been an easy matter. It wasn't just the Wang clan, the Yao clan, and the other clans as well. It was just that the difficulty and methods of succession differed. In the future, when the old master passed away, he might have acknowledged Big Uncle as his successor. However, it was hard to say how many people truly approved of Great Uncle. For many people, perhaps out of respect for the old master, they would acknowledge him on the surface. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to truly mobilize this power like the old man did. This was also the greatest problem of the Wang clan succession. At the same time, it was also a sore point for the old master. Boom! Just as Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, the doors of the Four Quarters Embassy suddenly opened, and the crowd outside excitedly filed in. There was no crowding. Everyone naturally lined up neatly and walked in the direction of the erudite pavilion in an orderly manner. Their faces were rosy, and they chatted as they walked. Their natural and joyful expressions made it seem as if the 70th birthday celebration was not for Wang Chong's grandfather, but for their own family members. Seeing this, Wang Chong let out a long sigh in his heart. In the entire Wang clan, grandfather was probably the only one who could earn their heartfelt respect. Coming down from the fake mountain, Wang Chong saw these people entering the erudite pavilion to offer their blessings to the old master. Without the old master's permission, the Wang clan wasn't allowed to interact with the old master's students and old friends. This was a taboo. As such, when these people offered their blessings, be it Wang Chong or little uncle, they all avoided them. The entire ceremony lasted for a very long time. Row after row of people entered without bringing any gifts. This was also the old master's rule. After offering their blessings, row after row of people walked out from the main entrance. The entire process was orderly. After an unknown period of time, the entire ceremony finally came to an end. In an instant, the atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly became tense. Wang Chong's big aunt, and Mother Zhao Shuhua all became nervous. Everyone looked in the direction of the erudite pavilion in anticipation. Only Wang Chong's little uncle chuckled lightly. With his hands behind his head, he leaned against a fake mountain with a content expression. "Brat, do you think grandfather will call you in?" Unknowingly, cousin Wang Zhuyin suddenly walked around a bamboo forest and appeared behind Wang Chong. "Ha, second sister, if Big Aunt finds out that you are here, aren't you afraid that she will pull your ears?" Wang Chong chuckled, not replying directly. "Brat, are you itching for a beating?" Using the bamboo forest as cover, cousin Wang Chong avoided her mother's gaze and raised her fist threateningly. Big Aunt had always disliked cousin Wang Chong being too close to the Wang clan. This was something that Wang Chong had always known. However, this didn't change cousin Wang Chong's personality. At her age, even if Big Aunt wanted to control her, it would be hard for her to do so. Just that, it was inevitable for her to be taught a lesson by Big Aunt every time. "I really don't understand why you grandsons would view such things with such importance. My big brother's like this, your big brother is the same, and from the looks of it now, even you brat is the same." Wang Zhuyin stretched out her finger and flicked it lightly, sending a bamboo leaf flying far away. Her eyes were filled with disdain and dissatisfaction. Military affairs and politics had always been unrelated to women. The major affairs in the erudite pavilion had never had anything to do with them, granddaughters and daughters-in-law. Grandfather had never invited her in either. On the other hand, it was the eldest grandsons who were bleeding from the competition. This made her feel both dissatisfied and disdainful. Wang Chong smiled and shook his head, not replying to her words. He was determined to fight for the rights to enter the erudite pavilion, and he was determined to do so with all his might. However, this fight wasn't for personal authority. Wang Chong had his own reasons for fighting for the rights to the pavilion. If he wanted to fulfill his wish and accomplish the mission he shouldered in his life, Wang Chong had to find a way to make use of grandfather's influence and gain their recognition. However, Wang Chong couldn't tell cousin Wang Chong about this. The entire Wang clan was spread out around the erudite pavilion, waiting silently. After an unknown period of time, resounding footsteps sounded. A fully armored Imperial Army commander appeared at the entrance of the erudite pavilion. This Imperial Army commander glanced around and soon, he walked toward the crowd. The gazes of the crowd unconsciously gathered on the commander of the Imperial Army. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but hold his breath. "Young Master Li, Duke Jiu has ordered for you to enter the conference hall." Just 8 to 9 zhang away from Wang Chong, the Imperial Army commander's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He turned to Wang Chong's cousin Wang Li and said, "Lier, what are you waiting for? Your grandfather has called for you." Big Ant's face lit up in joy as she urged him on. Wang Chong's heart rose high before falling back down. It felt empty. So, it wasn't me. For an instant, Wang Chong thought that the Imperial Army commander was here to look for him. Cousin Wang Li soon entered the Erudite Pavilion. This wasn't his first time entering the Erudite Pavilion. But every time he entered, Wang Chong could still sense that he was still a little nervous. After the Imperial Army commander entered, he suddenly appeared once more. This time, he headed straight for Wang Chong and stood before Wang Chong. "Chong Gongzi, Duke Jiu invites you over." The Imperial Army commander's attitude was extremely polite. In an instant, the air in the Four Quarters Embassy froze. Xingshi stared at the 15-year-old Wang Chong in shock, and her complexion immediately turned awful. There had never been a 15-year-old who was summoned into the Erudite Pavilion before. Wang Chong was only a child, and the old master had completely shattered her understanding. Damn it, the old master is too biased. Xingshi gritted her teeth as she clenched her fists tightly in her sleeves. Wang Chong paid no heed to Xingshi's awful complexion. At this moment, there was only joy in his heart, and his heart was finally at ease. "It's finally my turn." Wang Chong was overjoyed. Even though everyone in the garden was shocked, Wang Chong wasn't surprised at all. In order to reach this stage and gain the respect of the old master, he had done too many things. Be it saving the clan from danger at the vast Crane Pavilion, scheming against Yao Guang Yi by the borders, the Hyderabad Or's plan, and presenting a sword for the old master's 70th birthday. Wang Chong had done all he could. It wasn't easy for him to reach this stage. Big Ant might think that the old master was biased toward him, but Wang Chong knew that this wasn't any special favor. He had earned it through his own hard work. "Mother, I'll be going in first." Wang Chong walked over and tugged on his mother's hand. Madam Wang stroked Wang Chong's head with a delighted expression. "Second sister, let's go." Wang Chong mischievously gestured to the back of the bamboo forest. Disregarding whether she could see him or not, he walked toward the Erudite Pavilion. There wasn't anyone in the hall, but voices could be heard from the back of the hall. The old master and his subordinates never discussed matters in the hall, and they didn't allow anyone to view them. Even the Imperial Army guarding the area wasn't allowed to enter. Whether I can win the old master's trust or not depends on this. Wang Chong took in a deep breath, walked around a screen of flowers and birds more than 1 zhang tall, and appeared in the conference hall at the back of the hall. The conference hall was filled with people. As soon as Wang Chong walked in, he saw the old master seated at the very top. Around him, Wang Chong saw many white-haired elders. Every single one of them had a calm demeanor, and they exuded an authoritative aura. Upon seeing Wang Chong enter, these white-haired elders immediately turned to look at him. Even though Wang Chong was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel his heart tighten when he saw these white-haired elders in the conference hall. Most of the old master's old friends and students had left for his birthday. Those who were left behind were all old subordinates of the old master who played an important role under his command. They held extraordinary weight. Of all the people who came to the birthday today, they had the highest prestige, and they also had the greatest influence and rallying power. To gain the recognition of the old master's old friends and students, the opinions of these white-haired elders in the conference hall carried a great deal of weight. Only by conquering them and gaining their recognition would he be able to gain the recognition of the old master's old friends and students. This was a test. Chapter 94. Everyone, this is the son of my third son, Wang Yin. He happens to be my third son as well, and his name is Wang Chong. At this moment, the old master spoke. He stretched out his hand and pointed to Wang Chong. "Oh, Chong Gongzi. Chong Gongzi, come in." The group of white-haired elders greeted Wang Chong, but they didn't seem to be paying much attention to him. It was only out of respect for the old master that they chose to patronize him. They had seen too many people in this hall. The old master's eldest grandson, Wang Li, his third son, Wang Yan's eldest son, Wang Fu, and his second son, Wang Bei. This was the fourth, so they didn't mind a mere Wang Chong. Junior Wang Chong pays respect to the elders. Wang Chong bowed respectfully, paying no heed to the attitude of the elders. Those who were able to accompany the old master here were his old subordinates. Most of these people had experienced the treacherous palace coup d'etat, and they had also followed the old master when the empire was on the verge of collapse and the divine continent had fallen into chaos. They had supported the current Saint Emperor, and, when they were young, they had also entered the imperial court and held extremely high positions. Although they were over 60 now, they still possessed extraordinary rallying power and influence. None of them were the clan heads of prestigious clans or influential figures. Even though they were in their 60s, they still wielded extraordinary influence. Given their influence, there was indeed no need for them to treat a 15-year-old child with too much respect. In fact, if not for the old master's influence, they probably wouldn't even bother to patronize Wang Chong. "Take a seat. Move a seat for him," the old man said from above. Those in the conference hall were all veterans. Even though Wang Chong was the grandson of the old master, in terms of seniority, he could only sit at the very back. Furthermore, it was only a small chair, and it was almost all the way to the corner. In truth, the old master had arranged for Wang Chong to listen in. It would be beneficial for him in the future as well. After settling Wang Chong, the group of people in the meeting hall started chatting again. Wang Chong sat in a corner and looked around. In the main hall, other than the old master and his old subordinates, Big Uncle Wang Jin was also present. He was seated beside the old master. Eldest uncle was the eldest son, and at the same time, he was also an important minister of the imperial court. Whether or not he could gain the recognition of these old ministers, he would always have a seat next to the old man. Other than Big Uncle, Cousin Wang Li was present as well. When he first arrived at the Four Quarters Embassy, his cousin was filled with frustration and impatience. However, at this moment, he was a completely different person. When the old master was chatting with his old subordinates, he was listening attentively, and a strong desire to perform could be seen on his face. This was completely different from the impression he gave Wang Chong before. Cousin has also won the approval of grandfather's old subordinates. A thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind. His grandfather didn't have the final say on whether he could gain the approval of these old subordinates. He only had the right to recommend. Respect and approval were things that couldn't be forced. Only when it came from the bottom of one's heart would it be effective. Even though his cousin had always tried his best to perform, Wang Chong knew that no matter how hard he tried, it would be impossible for him to win over the old master's old subordinates. It wasn't that he wasn't outstanding enough, but that these old subordinates of his were extremely experienced and had been through great storms in their lives. No matter what kind of talent he had, in their eyes, it was just an insignificant skill and seemed insignificant. Conquering them was not an easy task to accomplish in the first place. Otherwise, big uncle, father, uncle, and little uncle, big brother, second brother, and cousin would all fail. A group of people could only win the approval of one or two old subordinates at the very most. Up till now, no one had been able to win the approval of all of them at the same time. Sweeping his gaze across the meeting hall, Wang Chong's gaze finally fell on the old master. A hint of sorrow flashed across his eyes. The old master won't be able to survive until the great turmoil. This thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. No one knew better than him that 4 years later, grandfather would pass away. The internal injuries from his early years, coupled with the heavy injuries he suffered on the battlefield, coupled with the many years of hard work, even after his retirement, when he was over 60 years old, he was still working hard for the emperor, offering advice and suggestions. This caused his grandfather to be constantly in a state of intense mental fatigue. In a few years' time, the old master would pass away. But at this moment, not a single person in the Wang clan, be it big uncle or father, had realized this. Grandfather's strength masked his weakness, such that in the eyes of the Wang clan, grandfather was like a god. He was immortal, and would never fall. But in this world, there was no one who could live forever, not even grandfather. That was why the entire Wong clan was in such a state of panic after grandfather's collapse. Even Big Uncle, who had always been calm and composed, was at a complete loss as to what to do. Wang Chong would always remember the look of panic on his face that day. Wang Chong knew that the Wong clan didn't have many chances to inherit grandfather's influence. In 4 years, he had only done it 4 times. As the saying goes, time is short. Without a core figure who could unite the hearts of the people, the old master's students and old acquaintances would all scatter in the future. The influence and standing that the old master had built up throughout his life would disappear in an instant. In the future, even if there were some people who remained loyal to the Wong clan, their influence wouldn't be as great as before. The inheritance of a prestigious clan had never been a simple matter, and this had always been grandfather's sore point. No matter what, I must find a way to win the recognition of grandfather's old subordinates. Sitting by the corner, Wang Chong clenched his fists tightly. In the room, other than the Wong clan and grandfather's old subordinates, there was also a group of juniors. Every year, during grandfather's birthday, it was the time for grandfather to recommend candidates, but at the same time, it was also the time for the old subordinates to recommend juniors to grandfather to inherit his influence. Rash in the conference hall, a group of people chatted, and unknowingly, their conversation drifted to the current political situation. The eastern and western Turkic Khaganate in the northern grasslands are growing stronger and stronger, and there are signs of them converging. I heard that the khans of the 2 tribes have already sent their khans to discuss this matter. We have to take precautions. A white-haired old man with a sturdy figure and a strong, murderous aura exuding from his body said. Wang Chong recognized him. He was known as Duke of Yi, and he was grandfather's old subordinate. He had participated in the palace coup together with grandfather and supported the Holy Emperor to ascend to the throne. Duke of Ye's surname was Yi, but no one knew his full name, and no one dared to ask about it. Wang Chong only knew that he was grandfather's most loyal subordinate, and he possessed great strategic foresight. While everyone was still caught up in the internal strife, grandfather's old subordinates had already set their sights on the northern grasslands. In the past few years, the world has been peaceful. According to the decree of the Holy Emperor, we have been doing business with everyone in the world. The eastern and western Turkic Khaganate in the north aren't skilled in smithing, but thanks to our trade, they have bought a lot of refined iron and black iron from our Tang dynasty. Now, their arrowheads are even starting to use inscribed iron. The eastern and western Turkic Khaganate are skilled in riding and archery. If they were to obtain our refined iron and black iron, their fighting prowess would surely soar. This isn't a blessing for the empire. Duke of Ye's hair and beard were all white, but his eyes were bright, and he didn't seem old at all. When he spoke of the eastern and western Turkic Khaganate in the north, his face was filled with worry. That's not all. I've seen the official document from the Bureau of Military Personnel. The scattered cavalry of the eastern and western Turkic Khaganate are raiding the borders more and more frequently. In the past, we could still trade 2 for 3, and 2 of our men would die. If 3 groups of Turkic cavalry were to come, we would be able to wipe them all out at the cost of 2 casualties. But now, we can only trade 2 for 2. Sometimes, in the case of a surprise attack, we might even suffer more losses. Duke Gio, this situation is really worrisome. Their fighting prowess is increasing rapidly. A muscular, white-haired old man said. Of all of them, he was the tallest. Even though they were seated together, he was at least a head taller than the others. Furthermore, his thick arms and legs made him seem more like a muscular man than an old man. Wang Chong remembered that he was one of grandfather's subordinates, and he was known as Big Beard. When he was young, he had a full beard that he never shaved, and he even took pride in. Even when he was old, he still looked the same, just that his beard had turned white. Also, no one dared to call him Big Beard anymore. Everyone addressed him as Elder Hu. In the past, he was the #1 general under grandfather's command. Duke Gio, you're the closest to His Majesty. You should speak to His Majesty about this matter. The borders of the empire haven't been peaceful for the past few years. Another white-haired old subordinate echoed, his heart filled with worry. Wang Chong recognized him. This person's surname was Qiao, and he was even older than grandfather. Thus, he addressed him as Old Master Qiao. For the three of them to talk about the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates at the same time, it was clear that they had discussed this matter beforehand, and they made use of Duke Zhou's birthday to bring it up. The Anbei Protectorate Manor is the northern border, and it's their responsibility to protect the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates. Did the Anbei Protectorate Manor say anything about this? Hearing the three old subordinates mention the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates at the same time, wariness immediately flashed across the old master's eyes. From Qin to Han, from Sui to Tang, the nomadic tribes of the north had always been a huge threat to the Central Plains. During the Qin dynasty, the Central Plains was forced to construct the Great Wall, and 100,000 elite soldiers were stationed there. The Han dynasty faced the White Ascension disaster, and the Sui dynasty suffered from many invasions. By the time the Tang dynasty arrived, the Central Plains had always been wary of the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates. Back then, the old master had once led an army to the north and defeated the allied armies of the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates. However, the Tang dynasty had also suffered heavy losses in that battle. Chapter 95. Most of the people in the room were retired, but in terms of intelligence network, there weren't many who could surpass the people in this room. As soon as the old master finished his words, someone immediately spoke up. The Northern Protectorate Manor is under a lot of pressure, and they have submitted petitions to the royal court in hopes that the royal court can ban the salt and iron trade, especially the refined iron trade. However, His Majesty has always been open to the Tang dynasty, so it isn't appropriate for the trade to be restricted. Thus, the petitions were kept in the royal court. Other than that, the Northern Protectorate Manor has also been negotiating with the Tang dynasty. However, the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate have been saying that those are unruly mercenaries, and they have been cracking down on them as well. As such, there's nothing they can do about it. In a meeting hall, another white-haired old man with fluttering white hair said, "This was Elder Ma, the commander of the cavalry under the old master. Unlike the others, his calligraphy was deep and forceful, yet it didn't lack elegance. He was known as the calligrapher on horseback. Of the old master's subordinates, his calligraphy was the best. Eldest Gongzi, you are an important official of the royal court, and you have the authority to discuss matters. Can you raise this matter up in the royal court?" As Elder Ma spoke, he turned to look at Wang Chong's big uncle. General Wang Jin was already 45, and his child was already grown up. But in the eyes of the old master's subordinates, he was still the eldest Gongzi. "It's useless. We also need the horses of the Turkic Khaganate. If we ban the salt and iron trade, we won't be able to get any horses. His Majesty will never agree to this." Big Uncle Wang Jin said, "The war horses trained by the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate possess the strength of tigers and wolves, and this was something that no other power could match up to. It wasn't easy to ban the trade." Hearing Wang Jin's words, the old subordinates frowned. However, the royal court has already sent men to disintegrate the alliance between the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate. These two Turkic Khaganates have been fighting internally, so it's unlikely that they will be able to work together anytime soon. Wang Jin hurriedly added, "Grandfather, I do have an idea." Wang Chong's cousin, Wang Li, had been listening at the side. At this moment, he suddenly stood up, his face revealing a strong desire to perform. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Qi. Even Wang Chong was no exception. "We can unite the Northern Protectorate Manor and the Chanyu Protectorate Manor and use the strength of the two protector generals to teach them a harsh lesson. As long as it was like the previous dynasty, let them have a taste of their power. Then they will restrain themselves. It can also suppress the arrogance of the Eastern and Western Turks." Clenching his fists tightly, Wang Li said. Upon seeing this, Wang Chong frowned and could not help but shake his head in his heart. All of the men of the Wang clan hoped to be like grandfather and his old subordinates, achieving great feats by the border. My cousin is no exception. However, his cousin's military prowess was obviously not as good as he was in other areas. Cousin's thinking is too simple. How could it be that easy to mobilize such a large number of troops? Any operation that involved two protectorates would need to be discussed by the imperial court, analyzed on a sand table, and verified by many experts. With such a huge movement, the Eastern and Western Turks would have long known about it. Regardless of whether it is to prepare in advance or to flee 1,000 li to avoid the two protectorates, there is more than enough time. Furthermore, before the troops are mobilized, the rations have to be moved first. With so many troops, the amount of rations required isn't a small matter. In theory, this is feasible, but in reality, it isn't feasible at all. Wang Chong thought. It had been more than a year or two since cousin joined the military, but it was clear that he wasn't familiar with the various aspects of the military and the procedures required. Wang Chong knew that cousin's talent in politics was far greater than his ability in military affairs. However, it was a pity that big uncle wanted him to surpass his big brother and send him into the military, resulting in such a situation. As expected, upon hearing cousin's words, the old subordinates in the conference hall frowned. Even the old master, who was seated at the top of the conference hall, frowned. Hee, young Master Li is young and talented. You do have your own ideas. Perhaps this matter might really work. The Eastern and Western Turks are too arrogant. Young Master Li is right. They should be suppressed and taught a lesson. The group of white-haired elders nodded in agreement. Even though they were saying words of agreement, it was clear that they were just trying to brush Wang Chong off. Initially, Wang Qi was still filled with anticipation, thinking that everyone would at least agree to it. But while they did agree to it, there was something amiss about it. He wasn't a fool, and he immediately sensed that there was something amiss here. His complexion immediately turned awful. Sit down. Big Uncle Wang Jin finally couldn't help but speak up. The Chanyu Protectorate Manors Protector General Li Dan and the Anbei Protectorate Manors Protector General Zhang Jiun have always been at odds with one another. Not too long ago, the two of them even submitted a report to one another, and their relationship is extremely strained. How can it be possible for them to work together to deal with the Eastern and Western Turks? Wang Qi's face immediately paled. Even though he didn't hold a high position in the military, he knew that it was a huge taboo for the commanders to be at odds with one another. Out of respect for the old master, the subordinates of the old master didn't expose him so as not to embarrass him. He had been thinking of putting on a good show before the old master, hoping to win the acknowledgement of the old master's subordinates. He didn't expect that he would end up making a fool of himself before the crowd, pulling down their impression of him. In an instant, his face flushed red, and he sat down forcefully. Biting his lips, he didn't say a single word. Sigh. Upon seeing this sight, Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh. Cousin Wang Chong had always been a competitive person. Even though he was a little difficult to get along with, he wasn't a bad person. In his previous life, he had also suffered such a setback, causing him to fall into dejection. In the end, his relationship with his uncle and aunt fell apart, and in the end, he charged out of the clan, disappearing without a trace. Chonger, what do you think? Just as Wang Chong was contemplating how he could help his cousin, the old master suddenly spoke up. However, this time, he wasn't asking his old subordinates, Big Uncle Wang Jin or Cousin Wang Li. Instead, he was asking the youngest Wang Chong. The moment the old master spoke, all of the old subordinates in the conference hall were stunned. They turned to look at Wang Chong, as if this was the first time they had noticed him. How could this be? All along, they thought that the old master was pushing for Li Gongzi to take over his position. But from the looks of it now, they were wrong. The one Duke Jiu was pushing for was the teenage child sitting in the corner. To think that they thought that Duke Jiu was only pulling him over to listen in on the discussion to gain some experience. Grandfather? Wang Chong was taken aback. He felt as if he was lacking in historical data. That's right. He didn't want to put on a good show to attract everyone's attention. However, one had to consider the occasion and method of doing so. If he were to suddenly interrupt, it would only make his grandfather's esteemed old subordinates feel that he was being too rash. At that time, he would be thinking too highly of himself, but going too far was as bad as falling short. Thus, Wang Chong sat in the corner obediently, listening attentively without saying anything. Just that, Wang Chong didn't expect that a mishap would come so quickly. His grandfather would actually use an important matter as important as the Turks to seek the opinion of a child like him. Wang Chong hadn't expected this to happen, so he was caught off guard by the sudden question. "Speak your mind. There's no need to be afraid," the old master said with a smile as he raised his palm to encourage Wang Chong. The conference hall abruptly fell silent. Wang Chong's big uncle glanced at him deeply, but he didn't say a word. No one knows a son better than the father, and no one knows a father better than the son. He didn't expect the old master to test Wang Chong so quickly. The sight before him seemed abrupt, but in truth, it was an intentional move by the old master. This was an intentional move by the old master. He didn't want Wang Chong to be prepared so as to test his true capabilities. To think that the old master would think so highly of him. Wang Jin thought as he recalled the scene where Wang Chong presented his sword to the old master. To think that Wang Chong's presentation of his sword actually made the old master feel as though he was a soulmate. Thinking about it, there was probably a huge relationship between the two. Bastard. Wang Li didn't know what the old master was thinking, nor did he know what his father was thinking. But upon seeing the old master actually allowing Wang Chong to speak on such an important occasion, he clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth so hard that they nearly shattered. Turning his head to look at Wang Chong, a deep hostility suddenly flashed across Wang Li's eyes. "Indeed, young Master Chong, feel free to speak your mind. No one will blame you for it. There's no need to be afraid." The old master's subordinates also encouraged him. In their eyes, Wang Chong's silence was a sign of fear. Out of respect for the old master, no one dared to make things difficult for him. But of course, no one paid him any heed either. It was impossible to expect a 15-year-old child to talk about something as important as the military and national affairs. In their view, the old master's actions were probably to train him. SSSS. Wang Chong took in a deep breath, and under everyone's gaze, he finally stood up from his seat. His mind was in turmoil, but a moment later, he slowly calmed down. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Slowly, immense confidence rose in Wang Chong. "Grandfather and elders, I believe that the problem in the north doesn't lie in the eastern and western Turkic Khaganate, but the royal court. It doesn't lie in the weapons, but in the hearts of the people. In fact, it might not even lie by the borders, but within the region." Facing everyone's gazes, Wang Chong's voice was powerful and powerful, leaving everyone in the conference hall dumbfounded. Even the old master, who had invited Wang Chong to express his opinion, was taken aback. "Young Master Chong, what do you mean by it doesn't lie in the eastern and western Turkic Khaganate, but within the royal court? What do you mean by it doesn't lie in the weapons, but in the hearts of the people, not by the borders, but within the region? I beseech young Master Chong to elaborate on it." Elder Yi, who was brimming with killing intent, suddenly spoke up with a deep frown on his forehead. Of the old master's subordinates, he was the most proficient in the field of strategy. His opinion was more than enough to represent the opinions of the other elders. Chapter 96. Grandfather and elders, you have said it yourself. In the past, when the eastern and western Turkic Khaganate invaded the borders, we were able to trade 2 for 3, perhaps even more. But now, we are trading 2 for 2, and we have suffered even more casualties. Did grandfather and elders really think that it was just because of the metal weapons? Could it be that by restricting the metal weapons, this situation will be changed and the eastern and western Turkic Khaganate will weaken? Wang Chong organized his thoughts and faced the gazes of the elders in the conference hall. His words left everyone dumbfounded. Everyone had only been thinking about the metal weapons, and they had never thought about anything more profound. Just as Wang Chong said, the rise of the eastern and western Turkic Khaganate was already an established fact, and it wasn't something that could be changed with just a few metal weapons. "Chonger, what are you trying to say?" Even Wang Chong's big uncle had a grim expression on his face. As an influential official of the royal court, he had the authority to discuss politics, so he was extremely sensitive to such matters. Every 100 years, the nomads of the steppe will experience a great rise. This is the trend of the times, and no one could change it. This was the case for the Qin, the Great Han, and the Sui. It's the same for the Tang dynasty now. It's no longer a problem for the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate in the north. It's the same for the Uzun Plateau in the west, Goguryeo in the east, and Irai in the south. We can't change the fate of these nomads and barbaric tribes. The only thing we can do is to change ourselves. That's why grandson said that this matter isn't at the borders, but the Tang dynasty itself, not the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate. Wang Chong said grimly. Even though he had reincarnated, Wang Chong couldn't help but worry when he thought about the dire situation that the Tang dynasty was facing. After his rebirth, only he himself knew how many days and nights he had been unable to sleep. The people in this meeting hall were all important ministers. Although many of them had already retired, their lifetime of influence was still there. Their families still had a huge influence in the court and the common people. As the saying goes, a dam of 1,000 miles can collapse because of an ant's nest. The current Tang dynasty was already in grave danger. All it needed was a trigger, and it would all explode at once. The fact that the people in the conference hall were able to notice the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates in the north was already a testament to their foresight. However, Wang Chong knew that this was not enough. This was not the fundamental problem at all. Wang Chong had to think of a way to warn them, and through this meeting hall, he could influence even more people. However, the Central Plains has been peaceful for many years. During the reign of Emperor Taizong, he forced the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate to the north of the Ain Mountains, forcing many barbarians to submit to him. He then conquered Annan. During the reign of the late emperor, he established the Northern Protectorate Manor, Chanyu Protectorate Manor, and Annan Protectorate Manor, further expanding his influence. In the early years of the current dynasty, he expanded his influence to the western regions and established the Western Protectorate Manor. After so many years of victories, our dynasty's influence has grown to its peak. Not only did it surpass the Sui dynasty, it even surpassed the Han and Qin dynasties, reaching an unprecedented level of power in the Central Plains. Yet, didn't grandfather and the other elders realize it? It is precisely because of this that the entire court is starting to feel complacent. Recalling the current situation of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong's heart felt heavy. Regardless of whether it was the strongest Xiongnu or the strongest Turkic Khaganate, they eventually succumbed to the hooves of the dynasty of the Central Plains. However, the true problem was that the people's hearts were scattered. I have heard of a poem in the past. The youths of the Ing continent hate the wilderness. They hunt beneath the city walls covered in fox fur. 1,000 cups of wine won't intoxicate them, who can ride a horse at the age of 10. While we are pursuing the fox fur and clothing, indulging in luxurious pleasures, taking pride in not getting drunk, the Turkic Khaganate in the north are already training their children to ride horses and shoot arrows, taking pride in killing their enemies on the battlefield. The Turkic Khaganate is easy to conquer, but the hearts of the people are hard to tame. I believe that this is the true problem. At the end of his speech, Wang Chong's heart felt incomparably heavy. This wasn't Wang Chong trying to convince the elders or show off in front of them. Rather, it was Wang Chong's personal experience in his previous life. Later on, when his life was full of hardships and he was wandering alone, he accidentally heard that poem. Many things could only be seen clearly when the wood had already turned into a boat, and there was no turning back. But by that time, it would already be nighttime. The current Tang dynasty was living a life of luxury, and the hearts of the people had changed. It was no longer the original Tang dynasty. It was a pity that many people who were caught up in the situation didn't realize this. The conference hall was silent, and the atmosphere was heavy. Initially, the elders were only interested in listening to Wang Chong's opinion and see how Duke Zhou's grandson would amaze the world with a single feat. However, the more they listened, the heavier their hearts became. When they heard Wang Chong reciting that poem by the borders, they were even more shocked, as if this was the first time they had noticed Duke Zhou's grandson. Even Grandpa Sheng, who was sitting in the main hall, was shocked. He invited Wang Chong in and suddenly asked. He wanted to use this method to test this grandson of his. He wanted to see how capable he was, how talented he was, and what kind of position he should be bestowed upon him in the future. As for the matter of the successor, from Wang Chong's big uncle Wang Jin to Wang Chong's father Wang Yin, to Wang Chong's big brother Wang Fu and cousin Wang Li, he had been disappointed far too many times. Conquering a group of old brothers, old subordinates, and gaining their recognition was not an easy task to accomplish in the first place. After so many years, he had already given up hope. Yet, the old master didn't expect that Wang Chong's performance would far surpass his expectations. This was no longer a question of whether he was satisfied or not. What this grandson of his had displayed had far exceeded the content of the test. For the first time, he suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. The reactions of the crowd fell into Wang Li's eyes, and his complexion turned even more awful. Chong Gongzi, I would like to ask you a question. Did you compose that poem yourself? Or is it true? In the conference hall, Elder Yi suddenly asked. There seemed to be a deeper meaning behind his stern voice. If Wang Chong was the one who composed that poem, then it could only mean that Duke Jiu's grandson was talented. This could only mean that Duke Jiu's grandson was very talented. To be able to write such a poem in the context of the Great Tang's current prosperity and the unique characteristics of the Turkic nomadic tribes, there was no doubt about his talent. Given his 15-year-old age, it was indeed an astonishing feat. It was reminiscent of Duke Jiu when he was young. However, if such a poem really came from the borders, then the nature of the matter would be different. The situation would be much more serious. This was no longer a problem of Duke Jiu recommending his grandson. This was a matter of national importance. There is indeed such a matter, Wang Chong said grimly. He had heard of this poem in his previous life, but it wasn't something that only appeared when he was listening to it. Rather, it had existed among the commoners for a very long time. Even if the elders here were to send someone to investigate it, they would still be able to find it. The moment Wang Chong said those words, the atmosphere in the conference hall turned solemn. The subordinates of the old master glanced at one another with grim expressions. They weren't worried that Wang Chong was lying. After all, such matters could be easily found out. Instead, the elders were considering other matters. Duke Jiu, even though we have been obsessed with the matter regarding the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate for several decades, our foresight and knowledge are truly beneath that of young Master Chong. But in terms of insight and knowledge, we are truly inferior to young Master Chong. Just like what young Master Chong said, the matter regarding the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate doesn't lie in the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate, but in the royal court, not in the weapons, but in the hearts of the people. Duke Jiu should have told His Majesty that His Majesty has come to pay his respects. Duke Ye's beard trembled as he said with a heavy heart. Wang Chong was only a 15-year-old child while the elders were all in their 50s. They were all experienced and knowledgeable. But it was precisely because of this that the elders knew that Wang Chong wasn't lying. The Turkic Khaganate might be easy to resolve, but the hearts of the people were no longer the same. This was the true problem. This was something that even old officials like them could do nothing about. This was the reason why Duke Ye's heart was filled with worry. After muddling through life for so many years, no one could have imagined that they would hear such insightful insight from a mere teenage grandson of Duke Jiu. Let's wait for His Majesty to arrive. I'll discuss it with him. At the head of the conference hall, the old master nodded his head with a heavy heart. He didn't expect that a conversation between brothers and a test for his grandson would end up in such a manner. But compared to this, what he was truly worried about was the grim situation the empire was facing. Congratulations, Duke Jiu. The Wang clan has produced a Qilin son. To possess such insightful views on military affairs at such a young age, he will surely become a pillar of the empire in the future. His future is limitless. Young Master Chong resembles Duke Jiu from back then. In time, our Tang dynasty will surely produce another important official. Congratulations, Duke Jiu. Congratulations, young Master Chong. The elders in the hall congratulated each other. Their actions were different from how they treated the grandson of the Wang clan, Wang Li. This time, the elders were sincere. They looked at Wang Chong, who was seated by the corner, with admiration in their eyes. "Come, young Master Chong, sit beside me." Duke Yi, who exuded a killing aura and had a sharp eye for strategy, suddenly beckoned to Wang Chong. The more he looked at this child, the more he liked him. He had met quite a few of Duke Jiu's direct descendants, but this child was the only one who left him in a different light. In fact, he even cherished his talent. If he were to be groomed well, this child's future would be limitless. This wasn't just empty words, but his intuition. He, Yi Dong, had a sharp eye for people, and he had never made a mistake in those whom he had set his eyes on. This person couldn't be wrong either. Wang Chong was taken aback. He subconsciously turned to look at his grandfather, who was seated at the head of the hall. Go on. Since Yi Dong likes you, you should sit beside him." The old man waved his hand and smiled as he sat on the top seat. He had lived an upright and incorruptible life, and he rarely smiled. But today he was truly delighted. "Yes, grandfather." Upon receiving his grandfather's approval, Wang Chong nodded his head and moved his seat to Duke Ye's side. Chapter 97. Grandpa. Elders, there's actually one more thing. Beside Elder Yi, Wang Chong did not immediately sit down. "Oh." The elders looked on in surprise. "Young Master Chong, just say what you want to say." Dooku said. He had a very good impression of Duke Jiu, his youngest grandson. Regarding the matter of salt and iron, although the Imperial Court has not set up a project and all the memorials have not been issued, the Imperial Court has not yet approved it. But if we want to deal with the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates and reduce the number of weapons they obtain, there are other methods, and the Imperial Court will definitely swiftly approve these methods. Wang Chong composed himself and said. Wang Chong's cousin, Wang Li, already had an ugly expression on his face. All the limelight had been stolen by Wang Chong. Now that he heard him mention the ironware he had just mentioned, his face was so dark that it was about to drip water. Wasn't this embarrassing him in front of his face? "Young Master Chong, what method are you talking about?" The group of people asked curiously. The meaning of the Holy Emperor was very clear. Trade was absolutely impossible to prohibit. It was impossible to close the trade links between the Tang dynasty and all countries just to ban ironware. This was the reason why all the memorials had been left unpublished. Wang Chong actually said that he had a way to get the Imperial Court to pass his decision. This made the elders curious. "Chonger, don't speak nonsense. Everyone here is an elder. You don't understand what's going on in the Imperial Court, so don't talk nonsense." Wang Chong's uncle reminded him with a straight face. Wang Jin's feelings toward Wang Chong were complicated. On one hand, the more outstanding Wang Chong's performance was, the smaller the chance of Lear inheriting his father's position and influence as the successor of the family. But on the other hand, with so many of his father's old subordinates around, Wang Chong didn't just represent himself, but the entire Wang clan. Wang Qi no longer had any hope, Wang Fu wasn't outstanding enough, and Wang Bei was ruined. If even Wang Chong failed, his father's old subordinates and his students would look down on the entire Wang clan. As the saying goes, like father, like son, 100 beasts would submit to a fierce tiger, but they would never submit to a dog's son. Wang Chong's previous performance was already pretty good. Even as his uncle, he couldn't say anything about it. What Wang Jin was afraid of was that he would slip up by speaking too much. If that happened, all of his previous efforts would go to waste, and all of his previous efforts would go to waste. Eldest young master, it's a good thing that young Master Chong has such thoughts. Let him speak. Old Ma also spoke up. Those present were all intelligent people, so how could Wang Jin's thoughts be hidden from them? Wang Chong was only 15 years old, and he was not yet in touch with the affairs of the Imperial Court. Moreover, Wang Yin was a border general, so it was even more impossible for him to teach him. Because of this, the elders wanted to know how strong this 15-year-old kid was. Chong, it's fine. Go ahead. Even if you're wrong, no one will blame you. Old Master Shen waved his hand and said in the hall. He treated all of his children and grandchildren equally. How capable one was, how high one's position would be. It was rare for his old subordinates and brothers to be here today. Since Wang Chong had already started the discussion, the rest was not up to him. This test would determine his future accomplishments, and he could already count on how much help he could receive from his old subordinates. And how capable Wang Chong was would be the crux of it all. Yes, grandfather. Wang Chong bowed deeply before continuing. Actually, it's very simple to suppress the output of metal weapons. All we have to do is raise the price of metal weapons. It's useless. Metal weapons are involved in all aspects of life. Small ones include pots, shovels, hoes, and so on. Large ones include weapons, armor, weapons. Raising the price of metal weapons will increase the burden on the lives of the commoners, and it will increase the expenditure of the imperial court on the military. On top of that, those clans that produce metal weapons, local clans, small workshops, mines, generals, and so on, all of these will cause a huge backlash. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. At the end of the hall, a skinny, white-haired old man spoke up. Wang Chong recognized him as Elder Zhao. Of grandfather's old subordinates, he was the weakest in martial arts. The reason was simple. He was the logistics officer. When grandfather was young, he was sent to the borders of the Great Wall, and he insisted on him serving as the logistics officer. He had to deal with the royal court and the local authorities. Everyone knew that logisticians had the most complicated tasks. But as long as Elder Zhao was around, all the trivial matters, bits and pieces, Elder Zhao would be able to handle them in an orderly manner. As soon as he heard Wang Chong's suggestion, he immediately knew that it was impossible. In order to contain the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate, he would lose sight of the bigger picture for the sake of small gains, neglecting the essentials and throwing himself into disarray. Everyone in the conference hall thought that Wang Chong would have some wise suggestion. But upon hearing those words, they were disappointed. After all, he was still young. He was only 15, so how could he possibly understand the affairs of the royal court? If raising the price could curb the production of metal weapons, they would have long resolved the matter. There would be no need for them to discuss it here. Of course it won't work if it's just raising the price. Wang Chong smiled confidently. Sweeping his gaze across the room, he didn't seem discouraged at all. But what if we use tariffs? Tariffs? Surprised, Elder Zhao frowned for the first time. The other elders also had curious looks on their faces. They glanced at one another before turning to look at Wang Chong with interest. They had never heard of such a thing before. May I ask young Master Chong what tariffs are? I have spent half of my life dealing with finance, taxation, logistics. There's no tax that I don't know about in the Tang dynasty, but pardon me for my ignorance. But what exactly are tariffs? Elder Zhao said sternly, putting on a posture of humbly seeking guidance. This was also one of his strengths. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would ask without hesitation. Even in his old age, he was still the same. This was also the reason why the old master trusted him for half of his life and admired him so much. Seeing the gazes of the elders, Wang Chong couldn't help but chuckle. In his previous life, he had pondered over the matter regarding the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate for a very long time. Actually, tariffs could solve the problem, even though in another world, tariffs were something that everyone knew of. But in this world, no one knew what tariffs were. The Tang dynasty had a household tax, a headcount tax, a market tax, a merchant tax. But the only thing it didn't have was tariffs. Most of the Abbasid Caliphate, Spazanu, Turks, and Gogurians who came to the mainland to purchase goods enjoyed the same price as those in the Central Plains. Thus, even if the royal court cut off trade with the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate, these nomadic Khaganate could still obtain an endless supply of metal weapons from the Abbasid Caliphate, Spazanu, and the Tang dynasty. And for a country that traded with 10,000 countries, this was extremely abnormal. The Tang dynasty had been doing business internally for a long time, and many people had not realized that there was such a thing as tariffs. Since they didn't realize it, Wang Chong felt that he had to remind them and make them aware of the existence of this thing. Grandfather and all the seniors, salt and iron were special industries, especially ironware. In my grandson's opinion, there's no need to pay taxes when doing business on the mainland. This way, everyone can enjoy the preferential price, and it won't cause chaos. However, if someone were to bring these weapons out of the Tang dynasty and into Karak-Spazanu, a Abbasid caliphate, or the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates in the north, they could set up checkpoints at the borders to collect taxes. This is called a tariff. Because these ironwares are no longer in circulation within the Tang dynasty, of course, the price can't be the same as inside. The tax rate can be doubled, tripled, up to 5 times the price. This way, it won't affect the internal price of salt and iron. Secondly, it can also bring a huge amount of additional revenue to the Tang dynasty. Because ironwares are sold in large quantities in large countries, and political factors, they tend to be sold in large quantities. Thus, if we were to impose a tariff on ironwares, there would only be 2 situations. First, the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates would buy them in large quantities due to their overall strength, regardless of the price. This way, even though we wouldn't be able to stop them, we would at least be able to get a huge sum of money to subsidize the empire. Second, the price would be too high. The eastern and western Turkic Khaganates would give up on buying them. That's even better. This way, even though we would lose a huge sum of money, we would be able to completely suppress the importation of ironwares into the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates, indirectly suppressing their fighting prowess. Isn't this our goal? Furthermore, the tariff is only limited to the salt and iron industries. The other industries wouldn't be affected. Thus, the Holy Emperor doesn't have to worry about the trade between the East and the West being affected. Of course, the tariff isn't limited to just salt and iron. Other goods can be taxed as long as the tax rate is appropriate. Of course, these are matters that the royal court needs to discuss. This isn't something that can be resolved by just a few words of mine. At the end of his words, Wang Chong glanced at his big uncle. Everyone in the conference hall had been listening intently to Wang Chong's words. At the start, they were still disapproving of Wang Chong's words, but the more they heard, the brighter their eyes lit up. Eventually, even Elder Zhao, who had vetoed Wang Chong's words, looked at Wang Chong in astonishment. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would have never believed that a 15-year-old child would be able to spout such words. Tariffs, tariffs. These old fellows were only concerned about the threat of the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates to the north, and as more and more ironwares appeared, the country grew stronger and stronger. Thus, the most direct solution was to ban all ironwares and close off the trade with the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates. Or perhaps they could just take Duke Jiao's eldest grandson, young Master Li, and wage a war against the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates to intimidate them. However, no one had ever thought that they could use something as tariffs to subjugate the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates without any bloodshed, thus banning their ironwares. Moreover, as an elder of the Tang Empire's politics and logistics, he was almost certain that His Majesty would definitely agree. In fact, even without much consideration, the people in the royal court would swiftly pass the resolution. This was especially so for the finance ministers. They would surely push for this matter with all their might. Ha ha ha! Shwezik and those finance ministers can find a few ropes and commit suicide out of shame. To think that they would think of all kinds of excuses to collect taxes from the commoners and suck their hard-earned money. But how could they not have thought of something as good as tariffs? Didn't the merchants of Karak-Spazanu and Abbasid Caliphate claim that they were rich? Despite having so many targets for taxation, they still didn't think of it. Chapter 98. Exactly. This is a serious dereliction of duty. This kind of thing doesn't even need us old fellows to say it. As long as we send a message to them, they will feel ashamed. We don't even need to say it. Duke of Wu chimed in with a smile. Wang Chong knew of Shwezik. This was the finance minister of the imperial court. Although people called him a vampire and scolded him for racking his brains every day to collect food from the people and collect taxes to fill the national treasury, Wang Chong knew that this person was not a bad person, nor did he have any selfish motives. The taxes he collected were basically all added to the national treasury. But he had not committed any corruption. Ha ha! Duke Jiao, young Master Chong, is quick-witted. If not for the current prosperity of martial arts, he would only be wasting his talent. Otherwise, I would have brought him along with me. Elder Zhao looked at Wang Chong with a strange look in his eyes. This youngest grandson of Duke Jiu's was truly remarkable. It was already commendable for him to have such foresight when it came to military affairs, but to think that he would be able to do the same when it came to taxation as well. It was truly inconceivable. Haha, old Zhao, you don't have to think about this. Duke Jiu has already agreed to have young Master Chong follow by my side. You don't have to think about him. Lord Yu was laughing and scolding him at the side, hurriedly trying to dispel his idea. Duke Jiu had 3 sons and a daughter, for grandsons, 2 granddaughters, and a nephew. Of all of them, only the youngest young Master Chong was the most eye-catching. Ha! You don't have to fight anymore. This child is still young. If he needs your help in the future, none of you are allowed to refuse. In the main hall, the old man was in a good mood. He looked at his old brothers and subordinates and spoke in a half-joking and half-commanding manner. Not at all, not at all. The elders hurriedly replied. They knew that even though Duke Jiu wasn't certain that young Master Chong would be his successor, it was clear that he intended to groom him. Jin, did you hear what I said just now? You are an important minister of the imperial court. You must pay attention to this matter. Old Master Wang turned to big Uncle Wang Jin and said, Yes, father. I will definitely handle this matter properly. Wang Jin replied. Tariff was no small matter. To put it simply, it involved the empire's finances. It was a huge tax. On a grander scale, it was a matter of national and military affairs. It concerned the peace of the empire and the safety of hundreds of thousands of empire soldiers on the battlefield. If it weren't for the old master's birthday, he would have returned to the court and gathered his colleagues for a discussion. This was not just because they had a strong sense of justice, but because Wang Jin could sense that this was a huge contribution. Whoever signed on it would receive a share of the credit. Given Wang Jin's experience, he would definitely resolve this matter as quickly as possible. More importantly, Wang Chong was only 15 years old, so it was impossible for him to receive the credit. And, as the person in charge of this matter, he would definitely receive the greatest benefits. This would definitely be a great addition to his political career. If he were to be promoted in the future, this would be his seniority. It could be said that Wang Chong was giving him a great credit. Right, young Master Chong? How did you think of tariffs? Duke of Yi suddenly asked curiously. At Wang Chong's age, it could be said that the Wang clan came from a family of generals and ministers. Wang Chong had grown up in such an environment, so it wasn't surprising for him to possess talent in this aspect. However, tariffs were different. This wasn't something that could be explained with just talent. Hearing those words, Wang Chong couldn't help but chuckle. He had said so much precisely for these words. Elders, you are overestimating me. I don't have that kind of ability. Actually, I heard it from my cousin once. What? Everyone was shocked and turned to look at Wang Li. Initially, Wang Qi's head was lowered and his complexion was awful. But upon hearing those words, he abruptly raised his head and stared at Wang Chong in disbelief. Cousin, it seems like you have forgotten about it. Back then, after you said those words, you immediately said that it was ridiculous. How could that be possible? How could those officials in the royal court listen to you? Back then, you were so engrossed in the military that you probably forgot about this matter. However, I heard it and recorded it down. Cousin, you didn't expect this, right? As Wang Chong spoke, he even winked playfully at cousin Wang Qi. The reason why Wang Chong had said so much wasn't to show off before the elders and gain the limelight. Rather, it was to help his cousin Wang Qi as brothers. Wang Chong had always believed that his cousin wasn't a bad person. In his previous life, he had left home in a fit of anger and his whereabouts were unknown. However, when the Wang clan was in trouble, he still rushed back without hesitation. Even now, Wang Chong could still remember that when the Wang clan fell, he was forced to live on the streets and was bullied like a stray dog. In the end, cousin Wang Qi appeared in time and fought with those bullies. Furthermore, when he was injured, cousin Wang Qi used his back to protect him. Even though he said coldly things like, I didn't do it for you, I just didn't like those people, and so on, Wang Chong knew that he was here to save him. From then on, Wang Chong knew that his cousin was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Regardless of how difficult it was to get along with him or how bad his temper was, it couldn't change the fact that they were both descendants of the Wang clan. From then on, Wang Chong knew that his cousin was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. The matter of tariffs didn't bring much benefit to him, but Wang Chong knew that it was definitely beneficial to his cousin. "Jenner, there's such a matter?" The first to speak was none other than Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang General, in the conference hall. The elders turned to look at Wang Chi. Wang Chi hesitated. "Ha ha ha. Cousin, you've forgotten about it. A few years ago, when I went to look for my cousin, I happened to meet you. Back then, you were sitting alone on a fake mountain, muttering to yourself. Later on, you realized that I was eavesdropping and flew into a rage, saying that you would ban me from coming to your house in the future. Have you forgotten about it?" Wang Chong's words were so convincing that even Wang Chi was confused. "Young Master Li, is there really such a matter?" The subordinates of the old master asked. It seems like it." Wang Chi hesitated. How could he possibly remember a matter from a few years ago? Furthermore, he had spoken so many words. How could he possibly remember everything? Congratulations, Duke Gio. It seems like young Master Li is more talented in politics than in military affairs." Elder Zhao suddenly clasped his hands and congratulated the old master. Duke Gio's eldest son, eldest young Master Wang Jin, was an influential official in the royal court, and he was talented in politics. Young Master Li had grown up in such an environment, and under the influence of eldest young master, it wasn't surprising for him to be talented in this aspect. If the idea of tariffs was thought up by young Master Li, then it would make sense. Li Gongzi is indeed talented in this aspect. If he were to develop himself in the political affairs, he might even catch up to eldest young master in the future. It wouldn't be impossible for the father and son to live under the same roof. The other elders nodded in agreement. In the hall, the old master frowned silently. He seemed to be moved by the idea as well. Actually, when his eldest grandson, Wang Li, was young, he had displayed talent in this aspect as well. He had an impression of it. However, Wang Jin insisted on sending him to the military, and the old master rarely interfered in such matters. He was skilled in both civil and military affairs, so it was the same to him. However, if this idea was really thought up by Wang Li, then it might just be possible for Wang Li to follow his father's footsteps and enter the royal court. We'll talk about this matter in the future. Lier, you should thank your cousin, Wang Chong. If not for him, no one would have known about this idea of yours. The old master's words brought everyone's attention back to Wang Chong. Indeed, young Master Chong isn't greedy for merit despite his young age. It's a good thing that fellow clansmen are willing to give in to one another. For young Master Chong to possess such character at such a young age, this is more valuable than anything else. In the conference hall, the elders looked at Wang Chong and complimented him. Their impression of him was even better than before. In the great aristocratic families, kinship was weak, especially in the families of generals and ministers. It was very rare for them to be able to give in to each other. Wang Chong's honesty and modesty didn't lower the others' impression of him. On the contrary, they viewed him even more highly. Young Master Chong, let's get closer in the future. Our Zhao clan has a few residences in the capital, so young Master Chong should feel free to visit us in the future. Elder Zhao and the other elders extended their invitations to Wang Chong. Wang Chong had the chance to be greedy for merit, but if he hadn't said it out loud, no one would have known. Regardless of whether it was in the royal court or the military, it was common for one to be greedy for merit. Even an influential official of the royal court couldn't avoid it. If a person was able to treat his subordinates fairly and not be greedy for merit, he would possess the ability to win the loyalty of his subordinates. Back then, there were so many people who followed Duke Gio. Even if they had to climb a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, they wouldn't even bat an eyelid. Wang Chong couldn't have known that this small matter had caused the elders in the conference hall to consider the possibility of him taking over the old master's position in the future. Even though it wasn't guaranteed that it would happen in the end, in everyone's eyes, Duke Jiu's youngest grandson, already possessed the potential to unite the hearts of the people and lead all of Duke Jiu's students. In fact, even the most reticent old subordinates were considering this possibility. Wang Chong chuckled. He only felt that the elder's attitude toward him was a little weird, but he didn't think too much into it. Cousin Wang Li's talent in the politics of the royal court was indeed much greater than his talent in the military. This was something that Wang Chong firmly believed in. This kind of talent shouldn't be buried. Otherwise, not only would it be Cousin Wang Li's loss, it would also be a loss for the entire Wang clan. Wang Chong believed that those who agreed with him here today would surely thank him in the future, and they would praise him for his foresight. After which, Wang Chong sat quietly by Duke of Ye's side. His performance was already sufficient, and going too far was as bad as falling short. Wang Chong didn't intend to shock the world. In the end, this was an opportunity for grandfather and his old subordinates to reminisce about their brotherhood. The weather has been too hot these few days, so there weren't many replies on the WeChat official account. This made Huangfu feel as though he was playing solo. Thus, he sent a WeChat message at 7 p.m., and in the end, wow. Chapter 99. One had to know when to stop. Wang Chong was certain that based on his previous performance, even if he didn't do anything, his grandfather would surely value and groom him, just like his big brother and second brother. However, what happened next exceeded Wang Chong's expectations. Jinner, what's the discussion going on in the royal court right now? The old master was chatting with his old subordinates when he suddenly asked about Big Uncle Wang Jin. Those who reside high in the imperial court worry about the people. Those who reside far away from the pugilistic world worry about the sovereign. Even though his old subordinates had already relinquished their authority, they were still concerned about the affairs of the royal court. Wang Jin's lips moved slightly, as though he wanted to say something. However, after a moment of hesitation, he changed his mind. There's nothing much going on recently, but the royal court is currently discussing the matter of changing protector generals to regional commanders and establishing 10 great regional commanders. Wang. Hearing the words regional commanders, Wang Chong's body jolted. He abruptly raised his head, and a storm seemed to have swept through his heart. Regional commanders. Wang Chong didn't expect to hear these 3 words here. This was the source of chaos for the empire. Wang Chong had always known of this matter, but he didn't know when it started. Because by the time Wang Chong realized this, it was already too late, the disaster already upon them. Just like everyone else, Wang Chong only knew of the results, but he didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. Yet, Wang Chong didn't expect to hear the words regional commanders in this private room. Furthermore, judging from Big Uncle Wang Jin's words, this matter had already begun to sprout. Regional commanders, it's actually regional commanders, Wang Chong inwardly muttered. A storm raged in his mind. The matter of Consort Taizhun had attracted the attention of the entire court. Wang Chong was sure that what first uncle wanted to say, just now, was definitely the matter of Consort Taizhun. However, the clamor on the surface concealed the real crisis. When everyone's attention was drawn to the matter of Consort Taizhun, no one noticed that the root of the empire's trouble had sprouted. Just like Wang Chong, if not for his eldest uncle mentioning it, he would not have noticed a major event that could destroy the empire in the future. Wang Chong was well aware that the matter of Consort Taizhun was a big deal, but compared to the matter of the regional commanders, it paled in comparison and could not be calculated with logic. The Consort Taizhun incident only affected the fate of King Qi and the Wang clan, but the regional commanders' incident affected the fate of the entire Central Plains. Even so, Wang Chong's gaze swept across the room. Big uncle, grandfather, elder Yi, Duke of Hu, elder Ma. Clearly, none of them had realized the severity of the matter. Even his big uncle Wang Jin, as an influential official of the royal court, was the one who had the deepest understanding of this matter. Even so, when he spoke of this matter, he was only slightly moved. He had yet to truly understand the severity and danger of this matter. First, Gongzi, what's the matter with the regional commanders? In the conference hall, Elder Yi asked with a slight frown on his forehead. This is the latest news from the royal court. The Shi, Khitan, and Goguryeo in the northeast, the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates in the north, the Uzun in the west, the Six Zhao in the south, the Abbasid Caliphate and Karax-Bazanu in the west have been rising swiftly in the past few years. Every single one of them is growing stronger, more and more restless, and more aggressive. Hearing Elder Ye's words, Wang Jin revealed the matter regarding the regional commanders without any hesitation. The empire is facing enemies from all sides, and the pressure it is facing is only increasing. Thus, they are considering removing the Protector General and appointing regional commanders. Other than their original responsibilities as Protector Generals, they will also be given the authority to govern 2 additional provinces. This will be done as they see fit, and the priority will be to fend off the enemies. Right now, the Prime Minister is doing his best to push for this matter. On top of that, the Prime Minister is proposing to break away from the usual practice of promoting the WHO based on talent to fend off the border invaders. Boom! Hearing the last sentence, Wang Chong felt as though a magnitude 12 earthquake had occurred in his heart. The true danger was always hidden beneath a calm facade. His eldest uncle was an extremely sensitive person when it came to politics, but even he probably failed to notice the true motive behind the Prime Minister's proposal. Break away from the usual practice of promoting the WHO based on talent to fend off the border invaders. There was another saying behind these 19 words, putting an end to border generals becoming ministers. Blessings never come in pairs, and misfortunes never come alone. The regional commander's policy and WHO based on talent to fend off the border invaders became the 2 sharp blades that stabbed into the heart of the empire. They also became the 2 main reasons for the empire's swift collapse. I'm afraid this plan is a little inappropriate. The empire has never placed 2 border generals in such an important position before. Furthermore, there is no precedent in the previous dynasties for a border general to be in charge of administration, Elder Zhao said. He used to be in charge of logistics and military affairs, so he instinctively felt that there was a problem with this matter. However, he only felt that it was inappropriate for the WHO to be in charge of administration, but he didn't think too much about it. This is also the intention of the Holy Emperor. Big Uncle Wang Jin said helplessly, I heard that the Prime Minister privately suggested to His Majesty that civil officials are too cowardly, lacking the bravery of a general. It would be better to use those poor WHO instead. The WHO are brave by nature, and they are used to fighting. As long as His Majesty grants them some grace, they will surely die for the cause. After His Majesty heard of it, he felt that it made sense, so he is seriously considering it. Everyone glanced at one another. If that was the case, and His Majesty was implicated, then it would be hard to say. After all, anyone who opposed it was equivalent to opposing the Holy Emperor. Furthermore, this plan wasn't necessarily wrong. Changing Protector General to Regional Commander, using barbarians to control barbarians, isn't impossible. Furthermore, the WHO are brave and warlike. After so many years of the Tang Dynasty, these WHO have already assimilated into the Central Plains. In the era of Emperor Taizong, there was Chibi Heli, Ashina, and Shi. The current dynasties, Zisili and Fomenlinta, are all loyal officials of the royal court. If we use them well, just like what the Prime Minister said, those WHO generals will surely die for the cause. Duke of Wu nodded. As an old official, he had to learn not to go against the emperor on unimportant matters. This was the way of an official, as well as the way of the bureaucracy. Even though it was a problem to use the WHO, Duke of Wu didn't think that it was a huge problem. As long as this plan is executed well, it's feasible. The 6 great protectorates have been around for nearly 100 years now. It's about time for a reform. Setting up regional commanders will make it easier for us to deal with foreign enemies first. This way, we won't have to waste time on documents. It's not entirely without merits. The other elders nodded in agreement. Ever since the establishment of the Tang Dynasty, there had been more and more WHO joining them. During Taizong's reign, Chibi Heli had probably killed more WHO than his own tribesmen. Furthermore, under the influence of the Central Plains, many of the WHO had been influenced by the Han. In fact, they had even taken Han names. Take Bai Xiaoda, for example. If he didn't say it out loud, no one would know that he was the crown prince of Kutcha. He was often summoned by the emperor to the royal palace to pay his respects. Compared to their original tribes, these vassals who had undergone a great change. In fact, there were even quite a few who had joined the army by the borders. When they fought against the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate, they didn't hold back at all. Thus, the elders wouldn't be too prejudiced against them on this point. Furthermore, factional strife had always been a great taboo in the previous dynasty. In the previous dynasty, Zhou Chong had even implicated the old King Song in prison for 3 months because he had formed a faction, suffering a great deal of physical pain. All of them knew of this. It wasn't impossible for His Majesty to put an end to factional strife and utilize the Hu. The more Wang Chong heard, the more awful his complexion became. Eventually, his face warped. Putting aside the people outside, everyone in the conference hall was an old official of the royal court. They had great foresight when it came to military affairs. They could sense the threat from the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate in the north, but none of them realized the dangers of the regional commander's policy and the utilizing the Hu policy. Even grandfather's old subordinates couldn't do anything about it. Needless to say, the people in the royal court. Wang Chong finally understood how that policy had been passed in the royal court back then. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. Wang Chong couldn't hold himself back any longer. If no one in this conference hall could realize the dangers of this matter, then no one in the entire royal court, no one in the world, would be able to do so. By the time the deed was done, the outcome would be set. By then, it would be too late to say anything. Those who speak too much are bound to slip up. Wang Chong had already made up his mind to not speak anymore. However, if he were to remain silent on such a matter, Wang Chong would never be able to forgive himself. With Wang Chong's interruption, the entire conference hall fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Wang Chong, who was seated quietly beside Elder Yi. Young Master Chong. The elders in the room were astonished. Wang Chong's sudden outburst left everyone in the room in shock. Even the nearby Elder Yi turned his head to look at Wang Chong in shock. The impression that Wang Chong had given him previously was excellent. He was polite and insightful, and he was extremely respectful to the elders. However, the other party's behavior at this moment was completely out of his expectations. While the elders were chatting, and they had already reached an agreement on the matter regarding the regional commanders, Wang Chong's sudden appearance could be said to be extremely rash and impolite. Wang Chong, what are you doing? Do you have a right to speak before the elders? Hurry up and sit down. Wang Jin's complexion also darkened, and his face darkened. It wasn't easy for him to leave a good impression on the elders. Wasn't Wang Chong ruining his own future? The old master didn't say a word, but his thick white brows couldn't help but frown. This child of his third son, Wang Yin, had left a good impression on him. But no matter how good he was, he had to have a good reason to offend the elders in such an occasion. Why are you acting so serious? Young Master Chong, if you have anything to say, just say it. In the end, it was Elder Yi, who had come from the military and exuded a killing aura, who spoke up to ease the atmosphere. He had a good impression of Wang Chong. Even though he was surprised by Wang Chong's abrupt action, Yi Dong believed that there must be a reason for this child to do so. Chapter 100. The voices of the crowd sounded distant, yet close at the same time. Wang Chong's thoughts drifted far into the distance. In order to facilitate the management of the military, the Tang dynasty established 6 protectorates in its initial stages. They were the Anong, Anan, Shi, Bei, Chanyu Protectorate Manor, and Biding Protectorate Manor. The 6 protectorates were responsible for consoling, subjugating, reporting, and punishing. However, in essence, they were still purely military organizations, and they didn't possess any administrative authority. Through the 6 protectorates, the royal court suppressed the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, Uzun, the various kingdoms of the western regions, Goguryeo, and the other barbarian powers. However, in the current dynasty, the 6 protectorates were abolished, and the 10 regional commanders were appointed instead. The protectorates were changed to regional commanders, taking over the responsibilities of the protectorates and the 2 surrounding continents. On top of that, the administrative authority of the protectorates was increased, and everything changed. No one knew better than Wang Chong what the future would be like. Of the 10 regional commanders in the Central Plains, the 6 strongest regional commanders in the north would fall into the hands of the Hu. Anxi Regional Commander Gao Xinji, Longyu Regional Commander Geshu Han, Shuafang Regional Commander in Si, and the 3 regional commanders of Pinglu, Lulong, and Donghe would fall into the hands of the Hu. The positions of these regional commanders might have belonged to the Han initially, but sooner or later, they would all fall into the hands of the Hu. Of the 10 regional commanders, 6 of the most important positions were in the hands of the Hu. Hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers were in the hands of outsiders, causing the defense of the Tang dynasty to be weak on the inside. This was the source of chaos for the royal court, as well as the source of chaos for the Tang dynasty. But at this moment, no one had noticed it. Even Elder Yi, Duke of Hu, and Elder Zhao didn't notice the danger, and this made Wang Chong feel a deep pain in his heart. Even though the Tang dynasty had Hu generals in the past, be it Chibi Heli during Emperor Taizong's reign or Zisili during the early stages of the current dynasty, they were just ordinary generals, and the authority they wielded could be retracted at any moment. However, the regional commander's strategy and the decision to utilize the Hu would change everything. The Hu people will break free from the category of generals and become a small court at the border. Because they had the right to act at their discretion, the imperial court would no longer be like the previous imperial court, casually transferring them back to the capital and stripping them of their military authority. They were like ferocious beasts, and the imperial court was loosening the shackles on them. Grandfather, old Yi, old Zhao, old Ma, and first uncle, no matter what, you must not do this. We must not set the precedent of the regional commanders and use the Hu. No matter what, we must stop them. Wang Chong said. Everyone in the meeting hall frowned, but no one said anything. They just waited for Wang Chong to continue. Wang Chong's expression was solemn. In front of all the seniors and uncles, he knew that his words carried little weight. All the seniors here were more senior than him. However, the matter of the regional commanders was of great importance. The slightest mistake could lead to the destruction of the common people. Even if no one believed in him, Wang Chong had to give it a try. Grandfather, elders, the imperial court has already done all it could for the Hu in our territory, and we have done our utmost. Chibi Heli was a Hu, but he was able to obtain the trust of Emperor Taizong of the Great Tang and was given the position of Grand General of the Left. After his death, he was posthumously conferred the title of Grand General who supports the state and governor of Binzhou. He was buried in the Zhao Mausoleum with the title of Lai. Ashina, Shi-er, a Hu as well, was conferred the title of Great General of the Left Cavalry. After his death, he was conferred the title of Great General who supports the empire and governor of the Binzhou. He was conferred the title of Yuan. Both of them were Hu, but due to the glory they enjoyed in their lifetime, they were able to achieve higher positions than many Han generals. In fact, they were even conferred the title of Hu to be buried in Emperor Taizong's Zhao Mausoleum. Other than the Tang dynasty, who else could achieve such glory? Also, Zhishir Sili of the current dynasty was conferred a marriage by the previous emperor, marrying a princess. How many Han people can obtain this honor? Right now, to the north of the Tang dynasty, the Anbei Protectorate Manor and Chanyu Protectorate Manor have formed an alliance of Hu and Han. Regardless of whether they are Hu or Han, the imperial court has treated them equally. This is already the limit. But have you all considered what would happen if we were to further utilize the Hu on this basis? Wang Chong faced the gazes of the crowd and said, even though he was only 15, the imposing aura that Wang Chong exuded far exceeded that of his age. None of the elders on the floor dared to treat Wang Chong as a child. Instead, they subconsciously followed his train of thought along with his tone. The Hu are innately valiant, a result of their harsh living environment. Just like that poem mentioned, while our 10-year-old Han children are still pursuing luxurious pleasures, the 10-year-old Hu children are already riding horses and shooting arrows. With such a mix of Hu and Han soldiers, it's obvious who will stand out. Big Uncle said that Lord Prime Minister mentioned that the Hu are innately valiant and are used to fighting. Due to their poor background, they won't easily form factions. This is true, but I wonder if Lord Prime Minister has considered that while the Hu won't form factions like the Han, the Hu themselves are a huge faction. Regardless of which tribe the Hu are from, when they mix with the Han, they will become a faction. Wang Chung said gravely. Currently, the mixing of Hu and Han was only limited to the Biting Protectorate Manor and Chanyu Protectorate Manor. However, Wang Chung was well aware that once the regional commander system was established, the mixing of Hu and Han would spread from the north to the other regions. Furthermore, with the policies of the Hu and the Han, future Hu generals would appear in the various military regions of the Tang dynasty. Note: Hu refers to Hu. In a conference hall, many people thought that Wang Chung was being too rash, but upon hearing this, their faces immediately warped. There was a subtle change in the atmosphere. Wang Chung's way of thinking was completely different from theirs. Forming factions for personal gain was a huge taboo in the history of the Tang dynasty. As a result, everyone only paid attention to this point, neglecting the fact that the Hu in the inner circle were extremely easy to group together and naturally formed a large faction. On this point, Wang Chung wasn't wrong. We have neglected this matter. This child's words aren't without reason. Elder Ma, Duke of Hu, and the others, who didn't pay much attention to the regional commander's system and the important Hu strategy, gradually changed their attitude. The Hu and Han are born different, and the difference in their appearance makes it easier for them to form a tighter group. While it's true that they won't form factions for personal gain, this group is likely to be even more dangerous than the factions that the royal court is worried about. With the current policies of the royal court, the Han are still able to suppress the Hu. However, if we were to build on this foundation and utilize the Hu, everything would be different. Wang Chung paused for a moment. Recalling his previous life's experiences, he couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Given his current strength, there was nothing he could do. At his 15-year-old age, others would only treat him as a child. No one would think much of him. Thus, he could only make use of this occasion and the elders before him to convey the danger and warning in his heart. Elders, we Han have been brought up by etiquette. If a Han were to become a general, in order to show impartiality, he would surely reward and punish fairly, and he would generously promote the Hu. However, I would like to ask, if a Hu were to become a general, would he generously promote a Han as well? Wang Chung asked. The elders in the conference hall were dumbfounded. Even Wang Chung's big uncle, Wang Jin, frowned. Even though he was seated high up in the royal court, the Han generals in the army valued talent and rewards and punishments fairly. As long as the Hu were capable, they would generously promote them. The reason why there were so many Hu generals in the army was because of the rewards and punishments given to Han generals. If not for the promotion of Han generals, there wouldn't have been so many Hu generals in the army. On the other hand, if a Hu were to become a general, it was hard to say whether a Han would be promoted as well. This was something that not even the elders in the conference hall could guarantee. Wang Chung's gaze swept across the conference hall as he shook his head. No one knew better than him what would happen in the future. The famous general of the Tang dynasty, Wang Zhongxi, promoted Big Dipper General Geshu Han. But who did Geshu Han promote? Huoba Gairen was his subordinate, and he often brought him with him. Anshi Protector General Fomin Lina was promoted by the current Holy Emperor, but who did Fomin Linta promote? Xinluo's Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji had replaced Fomin Linta, but who else did he promote? Feng Changqing. However, it was a pity that he was only an official in charge of logistics. Of all of them, he could be considered as someone with a conscience. And the future Yuzhou regional commander, the current famous general of the Tang dynasty, the Guazhou provincial governor Zhang Shoge, was about to do something even more astonishing. The Hu that he promoted would shake the foundation of the empire and push this powerful empire into the abyss of internal strife. The people of the divine continent would be plunged into misery and suffering. And all of this happened under the background of putting Hu Jiang in an important position and the regional commander system. Putting Hu generals in an important position caused the Hu in the army to promote the Hu, resulting in the emergence of a large number of Hu generals. The regional commanders system pushed them to the peak and gave them the ability to wreak havoc in the Central Plains. Grandfather, elders, and big uncle. The talents of a general shouldn't just include bravery. It should also include commanding troops, formations, logistics, and political affairs. If we only focus on bravery and blindly promote the Hu, the number of Hu generals in the army will only increase and the number of Han generals will decrease. As the saying goes, a general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. We Han generals are different from Hu generals. Only through constant tempering on the battlefield would they continue to grow and gradually show the demeanor of a great general. And this kind of general is far more formidable than the Hu generals. But if we only focus on bravery and only on talent, we will only put the Hu in an important position. If the Hu were to promote the Hu while the Han are not tempered, the number of Han generals will decrease. On the other hand, the number of Hu generals in the army will only increase, and the Hu will form an independent body. If the Hu were to become the commander-in-chief, I'm afraid that the path of the Han generals will be completely blocked. In fact, there might even be a situation where the leaders of a pure Han army are all Hu, and the army will only follow the Hu's lead. Not only so, once the regional commander system is implemented, once the Hu become the regional commanders, there will be a large number of Hu generals in the army. All of them will control their troops and listen to orders, but not to orders. In the end, they will even threaten the central government and the royal court. By then, the Tang dynasty will be left empty, and I'm afraid that a situation will occur. If the Hu were to gather together and cause chaos, who will be able to stop them? Who will be able to defeat them? If this goes on, the royal court will lose control, and I'm afraid that there will be a military town separatist regime in the future. Wang Chong lamented. What? Boom! It was as though a bolt of lightning had landed in the hall. Hearing the words military town separatist regime, everyone in the hall was shocked, as though they had just experienced a Category 12 hurricane. Even Wang Chong's cousin, Wang Li, who had been pretending to be asleep, trembled violently. He opened his eyes abruptly and looked at his cousin in disbelief. Military town separatist regime. This is not a small matter. If what Wang Chong said is right, this matter will probably shake the entire Tang dynasty. Pung! At the top of the hall, Wang Chong's grandfather was originally seated on the high seat, but at this moment he suddenly stood up with his hands on the seat. Chapter 101. The regional commander's incident and putting the Hu in important positions were just minor matters. There were many similar discussions in the royal court every day. Moreover, if the strategy of using the Hu came from the prime minister and the Holy Emperor had agreed to it, then it would be even more difficult to oppose it. It was not worth it for such a minor matter. But at this moment, after hearing Wang Chong's words, no one thought that this was an insignificant matter. In the hall, a hint of shame even appeared on the faces of the elders. This was no minor matter. On this matter, they, the old officials, had made a grave oversight. There was a moment of silence in the meeting hall. Everyone was still reeling from the shock of Wang Chong's final words. The separation of military towns was no minor matter. This was a massive wave that could shake the entire Empire State Building. When they thought of how the crowd had thought nothing of it, the elders felt a lingering fear. The Hu were using the Hu and promoting the Hu. This was not a possibility, but a fact. They had already shown signs of this in the past, and Wang Chong had only formally brought it up. The Hu learned horsemanship and archery at the age of 10, while the Han were still studying, writing poetry, or farming at the age of 10. In this aspect, the Hu had an innate advantage. If it really was as Wang Chong had said, and the officers in the army, from the bottom to the top, were all monopolized by the Hu, if the Han were to lose their path to promotion, then the survival of society would be in danger. Wang Chong said nothing, but the throbbing in his heart was no less than the others. Wave after wave of memories surged through his mind. When he thought of what had happened in his last life, Wang Chong felt an incomparably heavy weight weigh down on him. The regional commander system and the important Hu strategy had caused the Tang dynasty to sink into the chaos of the separation of military towns. The history of the Tang dynasty, in its most resplendent moments, had been written by the Hu and foreigners. Geshu Han, Gao Xianji, and Sis Han, Kong Yaoyuishin, Foman Lina of the generals here. Was there a single one who was a Han? Were there really no famous generals in the entire Tang dynasty? If the Han really couldn't produce a famous general, how could Great Qin resist the Xiongnu when they were at their strongest? If the Han really couldn't produce a famous general, how could Great Han chase the Xiongnu into the Yin Mountains? If the Han really couldn't produce a famous general, how could Great Han promote Geshu Han's famous general, Wang Zhongxi? What about his grandfather and his old subordinates, who had led the troops outside the Great Wall to confront the eastern and western Turkic khaganates? The strategy of regional commanders in utilizing the who had caused Tai to fall into a disadvantageous position, completely blocking the path of a Han general's promotion. When that great wave of turmoil arrived, the brightest generals and generals of the Tang dynasty, as well as the generals of the Hu and other races, were all killed, leaving Wang Chong with a dark, starry sky. In the sky of the Tang dynasty, the general star was dim. Other than Wang Chong and a group of old seniors, there was nothing else. Life would eventually come to an end, and once those venerable seniors left, Wang Chong felt an unprecedented loneliness, pain, and helplessness. What did it feel like to stand alone by the sea, fending off the sea? What did it feel like to stand alone by the wind, fending off the storm? What did it feel like to stand alone by the mountain, facing the endless darkness? Loneliness, endless loneliness. That was how Wang Chong felt back then. Even though he had given it his all, he was unable to change the fate of the Tang dynasty in the Central Plains. Pain seeped into his bones, and it felt as though blood was dripping from his body. Everything that happened could be traced back to this storm before their eyes. His Majesty will be arriving soon. I need to think about this matter carefully before reporting it to His Majesty. Chonger, you should leave first. Brothers, you should rest for a while as well. In the main hall, the old master suddenly spoke. As a retired minister of the Tang dynasty, the old master had been through many storms. There were very few things that could cause his emotions to fluctuate. But at this moment, everyone could hear a slight tremble in the old master's voice. Clearly, the agitation in the old master's heart had reached a boiling point. Everyone could smell the scent of a storm from it. Given the old master's current standing, any word or action he said would cause a huge commotion in the royal court. The old master rarely interfered in the affairs of the royal court, but if he were to interfere, it would definitely cause a huge backlash. Grandfather, I'll be taking my leave. Wang Chong straightened his body and bowed. He had already done his best today. No matter what the final outcome would be, it wasn't something that he could control. At the very least, he had done his best. Wait a moment, young Master Chong. Just when Wang Chong was about to leave the conference hall, one of the old subordinates of the old master, who had remained silent all this time, stood up from his seat. Elder, what's wrong? Wang Chong turned around in astonishment. Ha ha, Shengjie, come here. Pay respects to young Master Chong. The white-haired old man smiled and beckoned behind him. Elder son. Wang Chong was taken aback for a moment. Then, he recovered from the shock and rejoiced. Grandfather's old subordinates would often bring their descendants to the Four Quarters Embassy to visit grandfather. This was a form of respect, as well as the continuation of their relationship. It was to allow these descendants to get to know Duke Gio, so as to continue the family line. However, even so, grandfather's old subordinates wouldn't allow them to come into contact with anyone other than the old master. They came in a hurry and left in a hurry. While the old master was reminiscing with his subordinates, they would listen obediently by the side, not saying a single word. Regardless of whether it was his big brother, second brother, or cousin, he had never interacted with them before. But now his grandfather's old subordinate, elder son, actually had his grandson address him as young master. This was something that had never happened before. Wang Chong understood the meaning behind this simple action. This was an act of submission and loyalty. Elder son was trying to get his grandson to submit to him and be loyal to him. In the future, when the two of them grew up, even if the old master passed away, the Sun clan would continue to support the Wang clan. This was an inheritance of authority. Without a doubt, Elder Sun was using this most direct method to express his high recognition of him. This was something that had never happened before. At this instant, Wang Chong subconsciously turned to look at his grandfather. He Chong ergo, the old master was taken aback for a moment before chuckling. He didn't expect such a sight either. This son Buren, with a temper like a rock in a cesspool, had really given him a pleasant surprise. Ning, Xiao Zhu, what are you two still standing there for? Hurry up and greet young Master Chong. At the same time, Elder Ma stood up and beckoned the children behind him with a smile. Old Ma, old son, I can't let you two monopolize this matter. The more I look at young Master Chong, the more I like him. I can't let you two old men snatch him away. You fellows, hurry up and come over. In a moment, your young Master Chong will be snatched away by those two old fellows. Duke of Hu shouted behind him. He didn't rush them. Instead, he carried them with both hands as though he was carrying a ball and flung them out. The two children were quick-witted. They weren't injured in the slightest after falling to the ground. They quickly ran over and squeezed together with the others. They surrounded Wang Chong and called him young Master Chong nonstop. At the same time, the other elders also sent their descendants out. In an instant, the entire conference hall was filled with cheers. Upon seeing this sight, the elders couldn't help but chuckle. I've finally succeeded. Wang Chong looked at the faces around him that were of the same age as him, or even slightly older, and he couldn't help but feel excited. The old subordinates of the old master were known for being difficult to deal with. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to gain their recognition. Big brother, second brother, cousin, little uncle, uncle, father, big uncle, and the others had all failed miserably. Wang Chong didn't expect that he would be able to gain their recognition during his grandfather's birthday banquet. Elder Yi, Duke of Hu, Elder Ma, Elder Zhao, and Elder Sun had already acknowledged him. All of the important subordinates of the old master had acknowledged him. In that instant, the joy in Wang Chong's heart was indescribable. As long as he had the help of these people, the aid he would receive in the future would be boundless. Young Master Chong. As Wang Chong was lost in his thoughts, a mellow, firm, and meticulous voice suddenly rang out in his ear. When Wang Chong came back to his senses, he immediately saw a youth of 16 or 17. His shoulders were broad, and he was even taller than Wang Chong by a head. His head was lowered, and he was obediently standing on top of Wang Chong, his expression extremely respectful. Upon seeing this young man, Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Jingdian, looking at the stoic young man before him, there was only a single thought in Wang Chong's mind. My good brother, we meet again in this life. In that instant, time seemed to have slowed down countless times. Looking at this familiar, yet unfamiliar face, Wang Chong's eyes reddened. All of a sudden, an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. General, let's meet again in our next life. In that instant, something seemed to tear through his heart, traversing through countless time and space. Wang Chong seemed to see a figure who had been through blazing flames riding on a war steed. Amidst the blazing flames and the neighing of the war steed, the figure galloped off resolutely, leaving him with no regrets. My good brother, there's no need for an afterlife. In this life, we will still be good brothers. Wang Chong stared at the figure before him. The resolute figure in his memory overlapped with the wooden figure in front of him. Wang Chong felt a lump in his throat, but at the same time, he felt a sense of relief and joy. We are brothers from our previous life, and we are finally reunited in this life. I am Wang Chong. Chapter 102. In truth, as soon as Wang Chong stepped into the conference hall, he had already noticed Zhao Jingdian. However, before all the elders in the hall, Wang Chong couldn't possibly rush over recklessly to acknowledge Zhao Jingdian. Furthermore, even though he remembered Zhao Jingdian might not remember him. In his previous life, he wasn't able to step into the conference hall to get to know Zhao Jingdian. It was only many years later when they met and exchanged names that he realized that their grandfathers were master and servant. From then on, Zhao Jingdian became his best brother, and he would never abandon him until the very end, the final battle. This was the only regret in Wang Chong's heart. And in this life, he had finally made up for this regret. Good brother. Even though Zhao Jingdian was shocked, Wang Chong was overjoyed. This was probably the happiest moment of his day. Oomph. No, I don't want to acknowledge you as my young master. Just as Wang Chong and Zhao Jingdian were about to acknowledge each other, the piercing voice of a young lady suddenly sounded. In an instant, the entire conference hall fell silent. Everyone turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Not far away, there was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Her face was exquisite and beautiful, and her hair was tied in a ponytail. Her expression was arrogant and stubborn, and she was struggling to break free from her grandfather's grasp. Pinger, listen to me and stop fooling around. Being stared at by a group of people, including his old brothers, old Ye's expression became embarrassed. His face turned red, and there was no need to mention how embarrassed he was. I said that I don't want to. Look at him. The young lady who was addressed as Pinga suddenly raised her jade-like finger and pointed at Wang Chong. In an instant, everyone's gazes moved from Pinger to Wang Chong. With such a low cultivation realm, origin energy tier 5 or tier 6, how can I, Yi Yinping, acknowledge a weakling as my young master? Yi Yinping pointed at Wang Chong with disdain and contempt on her proud face. This is awkward. Wang Chong was also speechless. This big sister's eyes of fire and gold were actually able to see through his cultivation with a single glance. Even his breakthrough to origin energy tier 6 couldn't escape her eyes. Wang Chong couldn't refute the fact that he was being looked down upon in public. This was because Wang Chong knew that in his past life, he was an existence that he could only look up to. He did have the right to speak like that. In his previous life, Yi Yinping was one of the few talented ladies in the Great Tang Army. Of all of grandfather's old subordinates, including the Wang clan, there probably aren't many whose talent can compare to this peacock-like proud young lady. Her younger sister, Wang Xiaoyao, might be able to slightly surpass her, but her younger sister had been practicing martial arts for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days. With this kind of drive, she probably wouldn't be able to catch up to her in this lifetime. Cousin Wang Zhuyan's cultivation was indeed higher than hers, but she was older as well. Old Manya's granddaughter was a true genius. Not only was she talented, she was also very hardworking. Wei Hao could be considered to be working hard, but he was incomparable to Yi Yinping. That was because the other party only slept 4 hours a day, and she spent her nights cultivating. Thus, even though she was only 16 to 17 years old, she had already reached true martial realm, a feat that even Yao Feng couldn't match up to. If not for the fact that only males were ranked according to seniority in the capital, Yi Yinping would have already made a name for herself. Pinger, how can you speak like that? Young Master Yi is Duke Jiu's grandson. Hurry up and apologize. Old Man Yi panicked and reprimanded with a stern face. The reason why he brought this child over to meet with Duke Jiu this time was so that the Yi and Wang clan could continue the friendship of the previous generation. Furthermore, Wang Chong was a decent child. Of the many descendants of Duke Jiu, he was the only one whom he and his brothers were most satisfied with. They were still thinking of how to groom him in the future. Never did they expect that they would smear a black mark on young Master Chong's face right from the start. How were they going to groom him in the future? In front of so many old brothers, where would he put his old face? I don't know what that lad said to bewitch all of you. In any case, I don't understand a single word he said. It's impossible for me to acknowledge him as my young master. The stubborn and haughty young lady harumphed. With a fling of her ponytail, she ignored her grandfather, turned around, and walked away by herself. She left Old Man Yi standing there awkwardly. His face turned purple, and he raised his hand several times before putting it down. He couldn't bear to hit her. It was undeniable that this child was arrogant and rebellious. She wouldn't listen to his advice at all. However, her talent was really high. Moreover, as a girl, she was really hardworking. She didn't even need to be urged. She just practiced on her own and forgot to eat and sleep. Even as her grandfather, he couldn't find any fault with her. There were many times when he saw her working so hard that her hands were bleeding, but she didn't make a sound at all. His heart ached for her. Sigh. I really don't know what to do with her. Elder Ye's heart ached, and he was angry at the same time. He turned around and looked at his old brothers, speechless. The conference hall fell silent for a moment before a deafening laughter burst out. Ha ha ha! Old man Yi, to think that you would have such a day. To think that you would be unable to subdue a 16 to 17-year-old granddaughter. Dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. With that old fellow's personality, it's no wonder he gave birth to such a temperamental granddaughter. Ha 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 ha! Ha ha ha! After knowing that old fellow for so long, this is the first time I've seen him so embarrassed. That old fellow can't bear to hit her. I wonder who will be able to tame the Yi family's phoenix daughter in the future. That child sure has character. I wonder if she's compatible with our young Master Chong. Initially, the elders in the conference hall were still mocking Yidong, but for some reason, the topic suddenly changed to Wang Chong. Wang Chong's face reddened in embarrassment. Young Master Chong, I'm really sorry. Ping-er has been spoiled by me since young, and she's getting more and more lawless. I'll teach her a lesson when we return. Having embarrassed Wang Chong so greatly, Elder Yi hurried over to apologize. It's nothing, old man Yi, you don't have to mind it. Wang Chong waved his hands casually, not paying the matter any heed. He had interacted with Yi Ping in his previous life, so he knew what kind of person she was. Even though she was talented in martial arts, she was just like other girls. She was innately uninterested in politics. When he spoke about the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate and tariffs, she was probably completely clueless. Even if he asked her whether the Abbasid Caliphate and Karak Spazanu were in the East or West, she would probably still be at a loss. It would be a miracle if his previous performance won her respect. A headstrong girl like Yi Ping would only submit to an expert stronger than her. Just like what she said, how could an Origin Energy Tier 5 or 6 weakling be worthy of her calling him young master? Since he refused to submit, I'll beat you into submission. One day, you'll willingly acknowledge me as your young master. Wang Chong chuckled. In his previous life, he suffered under Yi Ping's hands. This talented young lady of the Yi family seemed to despise her grandfather for being inferior to the old master, and she was unwilling to lower her head before the Wang family. Thus, in his previous life, she tried her best to find trouble with him. However, in this life, if Yi Ping still wanted to regain her sense of existence from him, it wouldn't be that easy. With such thoughts in mind, Wang Chong turned around and walked out. It was a huge harvest for him to get to know his brother from his previous life, Zhao Jingdian. However, Wang Chong didn't show too much enthusiasm. After all, the current Zhao Jingdian still didn't know why he felt so close to him. Wait a moment. Outside the erudite pavilion, just as Wang Chong was about to walk to a fake mountain, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hearing this voice, Wang Chong's footsteps abruptly halted. Why are you helping me? A voice sounded behind him. What? Wang Chong turned around and stared in astonishment at cousin Wang Li, who was looking at him with a dark expression. You can't be thinking that I'm really that foolish that I can't even remember what I said, right? Besides, I have never rested on a fake mountain. You might be able to fool others, but you can't fool me. Cousin Wang Li said. As he had fallen from a fake mountain when he was young, he had a trauma in his heart. Even though he didn't fear a fake mountain when he grew up, from then on, Wang Li didn't like climbing on fake mountains. Wang Li didn't tell anyone about this matter. At the start, when Wang Chong said that he had heard it from him, he had almost believed it. However, when he heard that he was resting on a fake mountain, he knew that it was all nonsense from Wang Chong. Is that so? Then I might have remembered it wrongly. Perhaps I heard it from somewhere else. Wang Chong chuckled. He didn't change his words. In an instant, the surroundings of the bamboo forest fell silent. Wang Li stared deeply at Wang Chong. His eyes flickered, as though he was meeting this cousin of his for the first time. But soon, Wang Li's expression turned cold, and he reverted back to his usual self. Don't think that I will appreciate your favor just because you helped me. You think that you're so smart. Wang Li said coldly, but his expression was much gentler. He wasn't as distant as when he first met Wang Chong. With that, he turned around and quickly disappeared into the bamboo forest. You're still as cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Wang Chong chuckled. Looking at his cousin's departing back, a surge of warmth flowed through his heart. He was exactly as he remembered. Even though his cousin's view of him had changed, he would never admit to it. Thinking so, Wang Chong turned around and walked toward his mother. At the same time, in another room of the erudite pavilion, after the grandchildren and Wang Chong left, the subordinates of the old masters gathered in another room and did not leave. What do you think of Duke Jiu's grandson? Elder Yi was the first to speak. As brothers of several decades, they could tell what each other was thinking just by looking at each other. Without a doubt, after this meeting, everyone wanted to gather together to discuss the matter. Smart, quick-witted, insightful, and courageous. More importantly, he has a heart that loves his country to the core. Elder Ma said. He recalled Wang Chong's words in the main hall. It didn't matter what Wang Chong said or how he said it. What was more important was that he could sense a patriotic heart from Wang Chong. When he spoke of the regional commander system and the Hu people system, perhaps even he himself didn't realize the sincerity he unintentionally revealed, the sympathy he felt for the common people, and the worry he felt for the empire's crisis. From the interaction in the conference hall, Wang Chong could tell that Duke Jiu's grandson was smart, quick-witted, courageous, strategic, and talented in leadership. However, these talents could be used for both good and bad. For example, a sword could be used to harm others, but it could also be used to harm oneself. Compared to courage, talent, and leadership, what they valued more was Wang Chong's courage and the sincerity of his patriotism. Wang Chong couldn't have known that the reason why everyone acknowledged him wasn't because of the regional commander system or the Hu system, but because of his patriotism. To the weather-beaten elders, this was more precious than anything else. At the end of the Easter Han dynasty, the divination master Su Xiao met Cao Cao and said that he was a capable official who governed the world and a treacherous hero in troubled times. At the very least, with young Master Chong's talent, we don't have to worry about him becoming a treacherous hero. Elder Sun said. Of everyone present, he was the last to acknowledge Wang Chong. The elders in the hall nodded their heads in agreement. Quick-witted, courageous, insightful, and talented in leadership. Furthermore, he had a patriotic heart, and he wouldn't bring disaster to the empire. In the eyes of the elders, this was the person whom the Wang clan could truly unite and acknowledge. After more than a decade of disappointment, all of Duke Jiu's descendants had finally found a person whom they could follow. Duke Jiu has a successor. He's passed our test. However, the true test has only just begun. Whether he can win the acknowledgement of Duke Jiu's old friends or not will depend on his performance in the future. This is the true test, and no one will be able to help him on this point. Listen to his words and observe his actions. What he says isn't important. What's important is what he does. The one testing him this time will be the talents of the world. Duke Jiu is already old, and I hope that this child can pass the test. This way, our Central Plains will be able to produce another talent, and the Tang dynasty will be able to continue on for another 100 years.